Thank you for coming to Then Radio. Please like, subscribe, or click the link below to join our Patreon. Thanks again.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time I was in the country where the night should have been nothing but peace and quiet. But a pair of angry eagles changed all that. One was solid gold and too close to a battered corpse. The other weighed 160 pounds and was too quick with his fists. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Angry Eagle.
Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please. Clover Lake, California calling.
This is Marlowe.
One moment, sir. Go ahead on your call to Los Angeles, please.
Hello, Marlowe. Babe Durney. Remember me, light heavy contender in 39?
Oh, yeah, sure. I remember you.
Good.
You still have that bar in Southgate?
No, I'm back in the game.
Ah.
Trainer this time for a welterweight that's good. His name's Danny Eagle, and he's another Barney Russ, believe me.
No kidding.
Yeah, but he's in trouble. Come on out, will you, Phil? Clover Lake's only 20 miles. You can be here by 6. It's just outside of Malibu, up on the hill.
Well, what's your boy's trouble, babe?
Plenty. And it could end up being his life. Now step on it, Phil. Oh, and listen, you're a sports writer from Detroit, not a private detective. You got it?
Got it. Leaving now, babe. It was an hour's drive to Malibu Beach in a film colony where the convertibles outnumbered the hardtops 5-1. And another 30 minutes up into the mountains along a steep spiral of macadam which at every turn made more of the Pacific below and less of Malibu. Until finally I was at the top. To my right, there was a dirt road which a freshly painted sign said led to Clover Lake Training Camp, private. Raleigh Lance, owner. I drove on into what turned out to be a converted summer hotel marked office. A couple of buildings that had been stables and maybe 24 cabins spread out over a sloping green acre that led to a cliff's edge and the lake some 100 feet below. When I pulled in and parked in a gravel semicircle which was close to a roofed-over boxing ring, where a lot of muscles and sweatpants was making a punching bag sound like a machine gun, I saw Babe Durney coming toward me in ducks and white T-shirt, with an angry fighting eagle as in Danny on it. He was more bay window and less hair than last time, but still the same quick smile under a nose that spread over half his face, and an extended hand that could have passed for a catcher's mitt.
Hiya, Phil. Glad you didn't take any longer. Things are worse.
Oh?
Danny got canned an hour ago, and he's burning up. Told Lance and his wife where they both could go, and I think he's going to personally see to it that they get there.
Now, wait a minute. Who's this Lance?
Oh, Raleigh Lance, he runs this place, Marlowe.
Yeah.
Strictly the big-time, big-shot manager. His seat at the fights has to be A1. His license plate the lowest number he can get. Yeah, half-pint and French cuffs and built-up heels. He's got 10 fighters here. Danny's one.
And the wife?
Oh, yeah, Myra. A lot of curves, a lot of war paint, and never enough clothes on.
Know what you mean.
Yeah, well, also not much to keep her busy, and Lance hasn't got time to run around down in Malibu.
Which means sheep-size the boys, huh?
Yeah, Danny Eagle included. Not that the kid ever did anything about it, mind you. Figured she was just being friendly. Come on, let's move on down by the lake like I was just showing you around.
Hey, Jersey.
Yeah?
You can quit now. Do a mile in the shower.
Okay, babe. See you later.
Anyhow, Phil, this morning, Lance and the missus had a beef, and the big shot got mad, read Myra off, and called Danny and tried the same thing on him.
Didn't take, huh?
No. So the boss canned him. The kid went back to his cabin and started kicking the fixtures around. That's when I called you. He's got a lot of temper, Phil.
Yeah, well, what do you want me to do?
Help me get him out of here before he tangles with Lance. He said he wasn't going to get off the ground till things were squared away, and he... Oh, hold it.
What now?
Over there near the edge of the cliff. Friend of Lance's, just weatherwax.
Well, that old man?
Yeah, hayseed to look at or listen to, but he owns about every piece of land around here.
Uh-huh.
Rich, retired, and has just learned about prize fighters. Calls them gladiators. Also, he's got a mud-fence-faced daughter he's real anxious to pass off.
Yeah, also he's coming this way.
Hello there, son.
Yes, don't encourage Gab. It's his specialty.
Well, Dave, my boy, what shape are you in tonight?
Oh, well, not quite fighting trim, Mr. Weatherwax. I was just showing Mr. Marlowe here around the grounds. He's a sports writer.
Sports rider?
Yeah.
Well, glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. When I think about what I've missed all these years not following the ring...
Mr. Weatherwax, excuse me, but we're in a hurry. I want Mr. Marlowe to see the lake before it's dark. We'll see you at dinner or up at the lodge later, huh?
Yes. I look forward to that.
Goodbye.
Yeah, bye, sir.
Original windbag. But, Marlowe, like I was saying, I gotta have your help.
Yeah, but what can I do now? The kid's through, babe.
Sure, but look, Phil, I know other managers. I also know the makings of a champ when I see him, and Danny Eagle's got the stuff.
And?
Okay, I like him. Phil, you gotta get next to Lance. If he thinks you're doing a feature on him, he'll be your best friend in a couple of hours. Little Napoleon.
And when I'm buddy-buddy, I steer him away from ordering his muscle man to play pretzel with Danny while you're trying to get him out of here. Is that it?
That's right. I already planted that you're coming up here, so all you got is... Hey, look. Up at the lodge on the porch there. That's him and Myra going in the office.
My cue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but first tell me one thing, babe. Does Danny know about me?
No. He'd turn against me if he did. He likes to settle his stuff his own way. That's why you got to get to Lance. In or out of the ring, it still takes two to make a fight, Phil.
Yeah. All right, babe. I'll do my best. Yeah, Philip Marlowe, Detroit Daily News. Wonder if there is such a paper. It doesn't sound too bad.
Listen, Myra, I don't want any more trouble with you. I'm fed up.
Oh,
You're
fine.
fed up. You? Well, that's funny. You dragged me up here and expect me to...
And try real hard to understand this. I dropped 10 grand, 10,000 berries last night on that punk Steve Rocker. I'm not very happy.
So you want a fighter who stinks. What's that got to do with me?
I don't know. But if you'd let him alone, he wouldn't have looked so tired in there.
Of all the cheap cracks you've ever made, that's about the...
The what? Go on, say it. You never flirted. You never played up to it. You were only being friendly. Go on, spit it out, why don't you?
Don't think I won't. When we're alone.
Oh.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was looking for Mr. Lance. Raleigh Lance?
That's me. What do you want?
My name's Philip Marlowe, Detroit Daily News, Mr. Lance.
Oh. Yes. Come in, Mr. Marlowe. There was a note here on my desk. Should expect you for an interview. Glad to see you.
Oh, thank you. I don't believe I've,
my wife, Mr. Marlowe, Mrs. Lance.
How do you do?
Hello. From, Detroit, you said?
Yeah.
How are things at the Beaver Club? That's quite a spot, I hear.
Oh, yeah, quite.
I used to go with a reporter there. He told me about some wild parties at their press club. Busy Beaver Nights, they used to call them.
Yes, busy Beaver Night. Lots of fun.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet.
Myra, Mr. Marlowe and I'd like to talk a while, so...
So I'll be running along. It was a pleasure, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Raleigh. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Marlowe, have a chair. Drink?
Yeah, I will, thanks. Quite a spot you have here, Mr. Lance.
Make it Raleigh, fella.
All right.
That's okay. But you're not up here to write about a training camp, are you? Of course, I know background counts, but, well, like this drink, the soda helps, too. But the scotch is the thing, huh? Health?
Same. Yeah, you're right about that scotch.
Mr. Lance?
What is it, Kelly? I'm busy now.
Well, it's about Danny Eagle.
Did you give him his walking papers?
No, Big Attorney stopped me, Mr. Lance. Said he'd give Danny the word himself that he could handle him.
That fat pug! Who does he think he is?
Well, he said he just didn't want trouble, Mr. Lance. Besides, he said Danny was taking a walk.
Yeah? Well, I'm going to give him the air, too. I've got enough enemies without some lousy trainer who's on my own payroll. Pardon me, Mr. Marlowe. I'll only be a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Help yourself to another drink. We'll talk later after dinner, about 8. Oh, and, here, catch. Best cigar made. Let's go, Kelly.
Best cigar. Seats marked A1. Yeah.
Hey.
Huh?
Don't go away mad. My hubby always runs out on people, even private detectives.
Slips, huh?
Busy beaver night, indeed. I made it up. I never even heard of Detroit.
Why'd you bait the trap?
Lance, the jealous jerk, has threatened to hire a detective a half a dozen times.
Oh.
After all this fuss over Danny Eagle, you were about due. Well, shall we walk? It's a nice night.
Let's leave it that way, huh?
What do you mean?
Isn't Danny enough for one day?
Listen, mister, you're starting off with 2 left feet. I was friendly with Danny Eagle, period.
And Steve Rocker?
The same. Only Steve was a little dull. A mind dedicated to comic books. All fighter.
Not according to his last bout.
Yeah. Rocco moved like he was drugged and collapsed in the third, so it's my fault. Oh, the big shot is quite a loser. And don't bother with your next question. I can feel it coming. Why have I stuck?
Yeah, well, it belongs here someplace.
Well, I've stuck because... Well, because I thought that each battle was going to be our last. That sooner or later he'd have time for me.
He's a busy guy, Myra.
So was King Solomon, but he always had room for his wives.
True.
I thought this place was going to be our answer. Just the 2 of us, plus the peace and quiet of the country, with Malibu on hand for a change of pace. So what happens?
Still busy, huh?
Yeah. So busy that he spends 8 hours a day with Jess Weatherwax, a guy he never heard of until he started this camp, but a guy who thrills to hear the lives and loves of Raleigh Lance. And that leaves me with his daughter, Clementine, if I don't talk to the fighters. Clementine, whose shoes are number 9, with an IQ to match. Good night.
Wait a minute, Myra. Where you going?
Going as far as my cabin on an old-fashioned cry. Or maybe just an old-fashioned. I don't know which. Good night.
When Myra pivoted on a spiked heel and stomped off into the dark, I knew that I had to move fast because when next she and hubby met, the fact that I was a private detective was going to become public domain. And from there on out, I'd be of little use to Babe Durney, and if Lance's muscle playmates caught up to me, of no use to anybody. I located Danny Eagle's cabin among half a dozen others, peeking out of a thick grove of pepper trees, showing light from a half-open door. Hey, anybody home? Inside, there was a closed valise on the edge of the only bed. And on the dresser, some money, a package of lemon lifesavers, and a tie clasp. A gold one with a gold angry eagle on it that said Danny was still around. Then he got to talk for himself.
I think you're in the wrong cabin, mister. I haven't vacated yet.
Well, don't you think it'd be easy all the way around if you did, Danny?
Right now, I'm not looking for the easy way, mister. I've been walking and thinking about that. That and a pair of people I don't like. A pair I want to square myself with. Mr. and Mrs. Raleigh Lance. Oh!
It was purely a case of mistaken identity. But it served as a reminder that it still took 2 to make a fight. And that the only chance I had left was to get next to Raleigh Lance and keep him away from Danny Eagle. I spent a half hour going from the lodge to Lance's empty cabin to the dining room and every other place where I thought he might be. But finally, I remembered Jess Weatherwax, the one-man fan club whom I located back up at the office.
Oh, hello there, son.
He was peeling off his coat and getting ready for canasta with something uncombed and built like a length of pipe. Who had to be daughter Clementine.
What can I do for you, son?
Mr. Weatherwax, have you seen Lance?
Why, no, Miss Marlowe. We just came in. You deal, dearest. Is it important?
Very.
Daddy.
Oh, excuse me, child. Mr. Marlowe, my daughter, Clementine.
How do you do?
Very fine, thank you. Mr. Marlowe, Daddy told...
Hey, Marlowe, is that you in there?
Oh, it's Babe Durney.
Yeah, excuse me.
Phil, come with me quick.
What's wrong?
Lance is dead, Marlowe.
What?
At the edge of the lake on the rocks.
Accident?
I don't know. Come on, Phil.
just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the confusion created by Gracie Allen has never been more clearly, more hilariously defined than it will be this Wednesday night when a writer for a national magazine comes to interview her. For the writer also meets some of Gracie's friends who present highly conflicting stories which Gracie does not untangle. It's another merry, mad mix-up which could come only from George Burns and Gracie Allen. So be listening this Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Angry Eagle.
Sharp lakeshore stones, like countless fighters' fists, had hammered all the life out of Rolly Lance. And as we stared down at him, the circle of light from the electric lantern in Babe Gurney's hand began to dance over the corpse. I took the lantern, turned him away from the twisted body at his feet, and sent him back up the path to camp. Find a phone and quietly call the police. After that, I took another quick look at all that was left of the little big shot. I went up the path myself and got as far as the jagged hole in the rail where Lance had gone through. I had just enough time to see a few things before I was met by Myra. Just like she'd been before, except for a handful of nervous fingers that just couldn't leave her neckline alone.
I saw Babe. He told me about Raleigh. Is it true?
Yeah, it's true, all right. Your husband's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Babe just left, so you must have been on your way here when you ran into him. How come?
I had a date to meet my husband. For a chat.
Why here? He didn't strike me as being the romantic type.
He wasn't. Neither was he the type to talk where he could be overheard. Especially when he was cornered.
What do you mean?
I put Raleigh's back against the wall tonight. I finally got hold of a way to make that inflated ego turn loose, his favorite trinket.
Meaning you?
Yes. Although about an hour ago I found out that Raleigh was crooked.
Fixed fights?
Yeah. When I left you, I went to our cabin for a drink. But the liquor was all gone. Lance kept spare bottles in the back of his closet, so I went to look.
Found what?
A briefcase. It wasn't Raleigh's, so I opened it. There was $35,000 in it. And a note congratulating him on his coaching of Steve Rocker. Rocker was drugged in that last fight, Marlowe. Raleigh sold him out, and I can prove it.
Oh. That's what you two were going to hash out over here, huh? The price of your silence, which was divorce.
And no strings. He told me he wanted to think, then he was going to give me his answer, but now... It's all unnecessary.
You're so right. Myra, come here. I want to show you something. See? Here on the ground.
What do you... No, I don't see anything.
Somebody put up quite an argument right here before Lance went through the railing.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And here's something else.
Oh, what's that, Mama?
It's a gold tie clasp, baby, with an eagle on it.
Danny?
Yeah, Danny Eagle. This changes things plenty, huh?
Danny? I can't believe Danny would murder Raleigh.
Well, you better start believing it and get back to your cabin and stay there with the doors and windows locked.
You think he might go for me,
You
then?
were half the beef. Now that he's gone this far, chances are good he's got something nice thought up for you, too. Unless I'm making the king-size mistake and you and Danny turn out to be a team.
Are you crazy?
It could figure both ways, baby. So I'll keep it in mind until I get something more to do with it. Meanwhile, like I said, take care of yourself. I dropped the tie clasp into my pocket and then started looking for its owner, who could be number one candidate for a noose. I decided to try Danny's cabin first, but when I got there, it was dark, with everything just as I'd left it. Until I turned to go. Someone was framed in the door. It was the gentleman farmer and novice fight fan, Jess Weatherwax.
You're looking for something special, are you, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am.
I figured you would be, what with being a reporter, because I know there's been some kind of a ruckus here tonight.
How did you know there was trouble here?
Well, I happened to be passing by a certain phone a few minutes ago, and I heard that trainer, Babe Gurney, calling the police.
Oh. Okay, as long as you know that much, you may as well know the rest. Somebody shoved the boss of this place out through a railing into 100 feet of thin air. He's dead.
Well, Lance murdered? By one of his own men? Oh, no, I don't believe it. He's a good manager. His boys loved him, every one of them.
You should be so loved, especially by a guy like Danny.
Danny Eagle?
None other. And that's only half of it. Your good manager, Mr. Lance, was a fight fixer. One who'd even drug his own stable to be sure it'd lose. He was as crooked as a hyena's back leg.
He prearranged boxing fights?
That's putting it mildly. His own wife, Myra, pinned that on him just tonight. She didn't go into details. She didn't have to. She had enough proof to make it stick because she was getting a divorce on the strength of it.
Oh, I find it mighty hard to believe all this, Mr. Marlowe.
It is something else. I'm not a reporter. I'm a private detective.
You're a private detective?
Yeah, called in by Babe Durney because he was worried. Now I am. Anyway, here's what I'm getting at. If you're really sincere about liking your violence according to Marquis of Queensberry rules, you can do me a big favor.
What can I do?
Keep an eye on Myra Lance for me.
Uh-huh, yes.
I left her in the cottage. Dan Eagle may be only half finished with what he started.
I'll do my best. You can count on that, sir.
Okay, I'm going up to the office at the lodge now and find out if anyone saw Danny leave the grounds. I'll see you.
Mr. Marlowe, did you get enough story material from the box fighters?
For a couple of novels, Clementine. You alone here?
I am now. My daddy and I were playing canasta, but he left a while back. Went off without his coat, too, see?
I know. You've been here in the office ever since, huh?
Why, yes. Why?
Well, maybe you can help me.
Did you... Gladly. But you've just got to help me first, Mr. Marlowe. Have you got a cigarette paper?
A cigarette paper?
You know, the makings. I'm trying to roll me a cigarette, ran out of mine. I found my daddy's tobacco, and then I absolutely emptied his coat pockets here looking for a paper, but there wasn't any. You wouldn't happen to have it.
No, I'm afraid not, Clementine. Here, have one of mine. In fact, have two.
Oh.
Now, my question. Did you happen to see Danny Eagle go out the... Go out?
Out the what, Mr. Marlowe?
Huh? Oh, never mind. Listen, Clementine, did this thing come out of your daddy's coat pocket, too?
That old ticket stuff?
Yeah.
Out of that little pocket in the big one on the right side, it was... Well, Mr. Marlowe, what's wrong?
I don't know. But I better find out right now. As I ran out of the office and past the empty rope ring toward where the cabin stood, I was full of the conviction that Clover Lake training camp was due for a second corpse any minute. Only this time I knew that some fast adjectives I myself had tossed off and not a hot-headed fighter were playing cause and effect. As I made for the door of the Lance cabin, there was no help in the fact that my volunteer guard, Jess Weatherwax, was nowhere in sight. I called Myra's name twice and still got no answer. So I stepped back to go to work on the door with my shoulder, and the lock turned from inside.
What is it, Marlowe? What are you doing here?
At the moment, Myra, baby, I'm counting lucky stars, the kind that kept you hale and hearty in spite of me and my big mouth.
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
I mean, I almost spilled all, including the clincher, which was where you could be located. All this, mind you, to the guy who no doubt was in it with Lance right up to his Adam's apple. The fact that you're still breathing means that he must have given up and beat it because as a topper, I sent him here to guard you. Say, what's the matter? Aren't you even curious?
Why, yes, sure, of course.
So am I, Marlowe. Hello, don't move.
Oh, no.
You have a talent for stupid audacity, young man. Myra's still breathing because up to the point where you knocked on this door, she still didn't realize my connection. But when you showed up, I couldn't take a chance. I was forced to bring this gun into things and wait behind the door. Now, obviously, you both know.
And I was so relieved you still had strength enough to open the door, Myra. I stepped in shin first and was happy about it.
Well, I was afraid to warn you.
I'll let you move, Weatherwax. What'll it be?
I have no choice.
What?
You'll have a lot of bodies to crawl out from under, Buster.
Oh, it won't be too hard. Dan is already framed for Raleigh's murder.
Framed by whom?
By Raleigh Lance himself. Oh, such a simple little plan. I worked it out as I worked out everything else around here.
Just for the record, how was it supposed to go?
Once Myra knew about Raleigh, she became dangerous to me. She had to be killed. So I told him how to set up the whole thing.
You know, you're really enjoying yourself, aren't you?
Frankly, no. But I just don't intend to take the rap for my late partner's stupid clumsiness. Oh, but this has gone far enough.
Oh, no, Dave, look out. He's got a gun. Duck, Myra.
That boy, Billy. He lost his gun. And I still got a good right hand.
stop it.
I'm going to fix this guy.
Lay off, babe, will you? Lay off. Lay off, I tell you. Lay off.
Okay.
You gotta tell us the rest. Come on, Weatherwax, talk. What actually happened on the path to the lake? Well?
Lance set up the frame on Danny as I told him to by planting that eagle tie clasp at the weak spot in the rail. And then he made a lot of marks on the path, like there'd been a fight.
Go ahead.
And after that, he went over to kick the rail loose. He tripped and he fell. All because of those shoes of his with the hard, slick soles and built-up heels. Silly little man.
Well, it wasn't long until the boys from the sheriff's office arrived with a good doctor, a lot of open notebooks, and an endless supply of questions. But finally, all the pieces were fitted together. Very surprised Danny Eagle, who had done a lot of thinking, was back from a second long walk. And the whole thing had boiled down to me alone at the bedside of a heavy-jawed trainer, who had a happy look on his ugly puss for the first time that night.
Our boy's going to be champ now, Marlowe. Thanks to you.
Oh, thanks to you, babe. We were almost down for the count when you showed up. Hey, how's the shoulder?
That's nothing. Hey, look, tell me something. How'd you back old Weatherwax into that corner?
Oh, well, I found a ticket stub from his coat pocket with the number A2 on it. Weatherwax claimed that he'd never seen a fight or met Lance until the camp opened up here. But that stub proved that just a month ago, he sat right beside Lance.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Lance always had seat A1 at the arena.
Check. In short, Weatherwax was a liar who dropped his guard.
And in this racket, you do that just once and you're out.
Yeah. Hey, see that the Eagle keeps his guard up, will you, babe? I'm going to be betting on him from now on.
Don't give it another thought. Good night, Phil.
And I didn't give it another thought. Neither did I think about an arrogant little guy whose phony heels and twisted mind had dumped him into his own trap. Or about a fat gambler who traded in perverted victories and rotten, hopeless defeats. Instead, I thought about the sun coming up over the hills. And a nice big platter with a ham omelet on it. And then a good, solid 8 hours sleep. Nothing else. You know, sometimes I think I have no soul.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore can currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in our cast tonight were Joan Banks, Barney Phillips, Wilms Herbert, Howard McNear, Elliott Reed, Frank Gerstle, and Ann Morrison. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a nervous breakdown in a driving rain. A cape with a high collar and a tiny sliver of glass led me from the ballet and a beautiful dancer to the edge of a cliff and death.
A few months ago, our newspapers and magazines were full of articles and pictures showing the progress we've made during the first half of the 20th century. That progress, brought about by the American way of doing business, means that today we enjoy the highest standard of living of any nation in the world. we can keep our standards high, and we can increase the benefits for all of us by continuing to produce efficiently under a free economic system. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Ellen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. This time a nervous breakdown in a driving rain. A cape with a high collar and a tiny sliver of glass led me from the ballet and a beautiful dancer to the edge of a cliff and death. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The High Collared Cape.
Nothing like a drink and a good book on a rainy night. And what a night. Oh, no. All right, don't sprain your finger.
I'm most sorry to intrude on you this time at night, but I may have waited too long already.
Yeah, well, look, miss, my office hours are 9 to...
Andre, I felt something dreadful was going to happen to him, and now I'm sure that you must find him for me, the poor man.
Lady, wait a minute. Hold it, will you? Who is Andre? And for that matter, who are you?
I am Vivian Ordway, prima ballerina ballet du monde.
Prima ballerina?
The impresario of the company, my dear old friend, my teacher, the man who's been like a father to me. That is Andre Ledoux. We must help him at once.
Well, listen, Miss Ordway, why don't you...
Mr. Marlowe, I feared for some time that Andre was on the brink of losing his mind.
Yeah, I can understand it.
He's a genius, tormented by 1,000 frustrations. He will never dance. He isn't crippled, but he is consumed with a passion for dancing and drives himself to express his genius to the clumsy feet of water.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. You've no idea, but I don't see why you came to me tonight, Miss Ordway. What can I do?
Help me to find him. Yesterday, something else happened to Andre. I don't know what, but it upset him. Then today at noon, when this awful rain started, he disappeared and... Oh, good heavens.
Huh?
8:05.
Yeah, what about it?
I'll be late for the performance. Here, take this ticket and please come to the theater, Mr. Marlowe. I beg you. I'll pay you anything you ask. Only promise me you'll come.
Well,
please.
Okay, Miss Ordway. I'll be there as soon as I can. Ballerina swept out of my apartment like a frightened whirlwind. As I got dressed all over again for an evening ballet, which I needed like acute appendicitis, I saw that the ticket she'd left was number 27J at the Great Arts Theater, showing Ballet of the World, sponsored by one Mrs. Imogene Wyatt. Well, I got to the lobby, half sulked near the end of the second act, when an icy usherette shoved a program at me and hushed me inside. The audience was a small cluster of Artie diehards down front, which left me in 27J feeling like Midway Island. My client, Vivian Ordway, was the whole show. When I saw the finale coming, I slipped down a side aisle and into the wings, just in time to catch a beef at the stage door between a long, wolf-faced intruder and a pudgy doorman.
Yes, Tommy Haskell. But even if she was, you wouldn't get in.
She left strict orders. You're finished. Now get out and stay out.
Okay, but let me tell you something. I broke my back getting publicity for that Parrot-studded widow in the carpet. Imogene Wyatt's going to be sorry she fired me. I'm going to see to it personally.
Get out of the theater, Sally.
You're nuts. You and his whole troop of stuck-up grasshoppers.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah.
Here. Come this way to my dressing room.
Tell me, have you heard from Andre Ledoux, Vivian?
No, nothing. But I did remember something that may help.
Oh?
Andre once mentioned that he had a friend here in Los Angeles, a Mr. Baker, who lived at the Winthrop Arms, the Winthrop Hotel, the Winthrop something. Come in, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Andre may be there. I'm grasping at straws, I know, but if his mind is gone and he is lost, oh, I'm so afraid for him.
Oh, now take it easy, honey. Take it easy.
Vivian, is there news of Andre?
Oh, no, George, nothing. Mr. Marlowe here is going to find him for us. He's a private detective.
Oh, I see. Wonderful. I am George Melnikov.
Glad to know you.
Vivian, I'll be at the hotel. If I can help, please do call on me. And, oh, my dear, you shone as beautifully tonight as the full moon. Как красивая луна. We mere stars were hardly visible beside you. До свидания, душка.
Fast man with a compliment, huh?
He's very sweet.
Yeah, what hotel did he mean?
The Wilshire Gardens, most of the ballet stay there.
Oh. How about you, Miss Otway?
I have a house, a studio on Lookout Mountain, 857.
857.
Yes.
Can I reach you there?
No, I'm going to wait here in the theater. If Andre should remember and come back, I'd want to be here. He's a very sick man.
After I left the theater, a quick check in a phone book showed a Winthrop Arms apartment hotel on Havenhurst Drive. It's just below Fountain Avenue. When I got there, I found the name Baker stuck over the mailbox to apartment 1A. I went inside and up to the door.
Yes?
Andre Ledoux?
What do you want?
Well, your friends at the theater are worried about you.
My friends? I have no friends.
George Melikoff's worried about you.
George Melikoff, my friends, worried.
So is Vivian Ordway.
Vivian?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that dear child. What will become of her now?
Well, what do you mean? What's happened?
Who are you?
Miss Ordway sent me to find you. She's waiting for you at the theater.
Waiting at the theater? Why? The ballet is finished.
What's that?
Mrs. Imogene Wyatt withdraws her support completely. There is no more Ballet du Monde. I'm penniless. And all our work has been for nothing. I tried to reason with her, but it was hateful. Afterward, I drove here on the dark street, the rain splashing, clawing at me.
Andre, where's your friend, Mr. Baker? This place is packed in mothballs.
He is in Europe. It is all right that I am here. He sent me the keys long ago. Said I could use his apartment and his car. I came here to be alone, to think. My head aches.
Andre, what time was it when you left Mrs. Wyatt's yesterday? Do you remember?
I can't remember. Only that it was dark. Very dark. And it was such a difficult drive. Yes, tomorrow she will notify her lawyer to alter the papers and order that imbecile. I wish you were dead. You hear me? I wish that Imogene Wyatt were dead. What was that?
Stay where you are.
What is it? Do you see anything?
No. Now, look. Andre, about your headache. Wouldn't you like to see a doctor?
Doctor? No, I'll be all right. I am all right. Understand?
Yes, sure. Well, do me a favor, for your own sake. Stay here tonight, inside. I want to check a couple of things, and then I'll be back.
Yes, I'll stay. Where else would I go now?
When I left, I was convinced that if the ballet impresario hadn't already slipped his trolley, another slight bump would do it. But two things bothered me. So first I walked around to the window again, but Any trace of an eavesdropper had been washed away by the rain. Item number 2 was the strong imprint the drive home in the rain had made on Andre's troubled mind. I wanted to know why. The garage was under the building on the far side. The door was unlocked and a small light burned in the back. I finally found the car, a sleek, close-to-the-ground Hudson registered to Olin Baker, and found it with the first grim discrepancy. The left headlight and fender were still streaked with rain marks, but the right had been wiped clean. When I reached in and switched on the lights, that cinched it. The glass in the right headlight had been replaced. It was brand new.
Hey there. What are you up to?
Just testing my friend's car. I may borrow it. You the attendant?
That's right. You in here last night tinkering around with this here car?
No. Maybe it was Mr. Ledoux. He had it out last night.
Oh, no, it wasn't him. That was somebody else. I heard a noise. See, when I come out of my back room there, this guy beat it. He took off like a scared turkey. He had a big black cape on with a high collar, flapping in the wind.
You better watch it, old-timer. That stuff's getting your eyesight.
Looked like a cape to me.
Yeah?
Well, I looked around, but I didn't see no harm done, so I went back to my room.
What time was all this?
Oh, way past midnight. Maybe 1, 2 o'clock. I didn't pay much attention. By the way, mister, careful of the nip.
No, thanks. I'd like to use the phone. You got one?
Oh, sure. Back in the corner. I'll show you.
I'll find it. The call is personal. Do you mind?
Me? Should say not. Help yourself, Sonny. I'm too old to even be curious.
My first call was to a desk sergeant in the police traffic bureau. When I identified myself and asked about a hit-and-run accident possibly on Fountain sometime before midnight yesterday, there was a pause while he checked the record. And then...
On the button, Mr. Marlowe. We identified him by his Blue Shield medical card.
Oh?
One Lyle Kretschauer. Apparently stepped out from between parked cars on Fountain Avenue between Orange Drive and Roxbury. Was struck by an unidentified vehicle at about 11:10 last night. Condition serious. Now, what do you know about this, Mr. Marlowe?
I'll get in touch with you later, Sergeant. Thanks. Stepped out from between parked cars.
Great, that's the
It's Philip Marlowe. I want to talk to Vivian Ordway.
Oh, hang on a second, Mr. Marlowe. She's right here.
Okay.
Have you found him? Is Andre all right?
Yeah, for the present. But listen, Vivian, I got to talk to Imogene Wyatt. Where does she live?
Mrs. Wyatt.
Yeah.
Beverly Hills. Let me think. It's 21 Kami Hotel.
21 Kami. Meet me there right away, will you? I may have a couple of rough answers for you, baby.
But I'm still in costume.
That doesn't matter.
All right, I'll put something on over it. I'll be there just as soon as I can.
Between slick streets and visibility zeroed was a solid half-hour drive from the Winthrop Arms out to the Swank Cameo Terrace. When I pulled up at number 21, I wondered what the wealthy widow had spent her money on. The house was so small it must have been shingled with $20 bills to meet the zoning restrictions. I just started up the soggy gravel path toward the door when it came. As I started to run for the house, a green convertible I hadn't noticed before roared to life suddenly and disappeared down a side street. But I didn't have time to worry about it. Inside, I found Mrs. Wyatt on the dining room floor, fighting a losing battle with the distance to the telephone.
Last night, I was going to ruin it all. Now, Andre let him.
She was dead. I looked through the rest of the small and now silent house in a hurry, but found nothing more constructive than the rear door wide open. I got back to the living room just in time to see my client, Vivian Ordway, bizarre in a short, frothy ballet skirt and long white hose, standing in the front door.
Something's wrong, isn't it?
It's one way to put it. How'd you get here, Vivian?
In the cab.
Who do you know that drives a green convertible?
Green. With Scully Haskell, a publicity man, but why?
The guy I saw in a beef at the theater tonight.
What's happened?
Imogene Wyatt was just shot to death. That puts 2 items of business up on deck. First, a check call to Andre Ledoux.
Andre? Why Andre?
On the off chance that he can drive faster than I can. After that, a personal call on Mr. Haskell. You can fill that one in yourself.
Marlowe, Andre couldn't have. He couldn't have
We'll
done...
see. Now, hang on tight, baby. Let's get it over with.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the great international comedian Beatrice Lilly will be Bing Crosby's guest on CBS this Wednesday night. The CBS Bing Crosby Show always guarantees enjoyment. So be listening when B. Lilly joins Bing on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday night. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe. And tonight's story, The High Collared Cape.
Made a cockeyed picture. A beautiful ballerina miles away from the stage, yet in full color-drenched costume and gaping through tear-streaked grease paint. Sudden death. It was a good time for me to start checking up. Andre Ledoux, the high-strung impresario, was first. If he was still at the apartment, I could cross him off as having done it personally.
Hello? Hello, who is it you want?
Sorry, wrong number.
Marlowe, he was home, wasn't he, Andre? I mean, you couldn't suspect him, Marlowe. Why, Andre's the sweetest man in the world.
Take it easy, honey. I didn't say Ledoux did it. And his being home doesn't say he didn't. People sometimes pay other people to do their dirty work for them, you know.
Just what are you trying to say?
You hired me to find Ledoux, and I did. But also, I found he was suffering from shock, and has been since last night when Mrs. Wyatt told him she was going to fold the show.
For the show.
Yeah. And that Vivian would ruin him.
And half a dozen more I could name.
You're so right, so you've all got plenty of motive.
But what about Haskell? We know he hated Mrs. Wyatt. Isn't revenge motive? Revenge and the fact that you saw his car. Why do you insist on defending him?
I don't. Only there's another angle. It's called hit and run. And I know that it ties in tight with Ledoux, Mrs. Wyatt, and the actual killer.
Hit and run? I don't understand.
Well, neither do I yet. Now, look, do you know where Scully Haskell lives?
No.
Where does he hang out?
Sometimes at the bar at Wilshire Gardens Hotel.
Okay, I'll try it. Now, you go back to your place up in the hills. I'll find it when I got some answers. Now, hurry up and get out of here, will you? Somebody might have heard the shot and called it. Somebody did hear the shot. Go on, get out.
Yes, but Marlowe...
No buts. Go on, Vivian. Get in the cab and go straight home. Do your crying there. Good. I'm trying to... Hey, Vivian, you forgot your coat. Vivian, you... Oh, no, baby. You forgot your cape. For a long second, I just held it tight and stared. High Elizabethan collar, enough gathered cloth to rig old Ironsides. It could have been what the garage attendant thought he had seen running away from the car Ledoux had used. But the garage attendant could have been mistaken, too. I told myself that leaping high to conclusions was strictly for ballet dancers. I jammed the cape into a small bundle and leapt via the service entrance just as the police sirened up. I took the Great Circle route back to my car, tossed the cape on the seat next to me, and drove fast to the bar at the Wilshire Gardens Hotel. It was a kind of flattering pink-mirrored place where the hors d'oeuvre had long ago replaced the pretzel. But Haskell wasn't in sight. And the only person around who could possibly be of any help to me was the delicate George Milikoff.
Mr. Marlowe, have you seen Vivian? I am beside myself with worry.
She's all right, Milikoff.
She's not. I know. It is Monsieur Ledoux that she still worries about him.
Yeah, him and a little bit more, George. Now, tell me, you know where I can find Scully Haskell?
Why, yes, I do. He was just here for a drink.
Where'd he go?
You're being very brusque, Mr. Marlowe.
Being very what?
You're brusque.
Yeah, well, now look, George. Without grand jetting out of your satin loafers, get this. There's been a murder, and Vivian's in it up to her pretty fluff skirt.
A murder? How is Vivian concerned?
Come on, Butch, let's get out of here.
Where are we going, Mr. Marlowe?
Out to my car where we can talk. The rain stopped. Come on. Over here.
You said somebody was murdered. Who was that?
Mrs. Wyatt. She was shot, and it might have been Haskell.
Because she discharged him?
Maybe. Or maybe something more complicated, like a hit-and-run accident that belongs to Ledoux, but somebody wants to cover. Does that make any sense to you? Here's the car.
No. Should it?
No. What's more, it shouldn't to Vivian either.
What are you getting at?
There isn't time to explain. Call it thinking out loud. Thinking about this cape, for example, that belongs to Vivian. About the testimony of a whiskeyed garage attendant. All of which makes me hope real hard that Haskell's the boy.
More thinking out loud?
Yeah, maybe. Now, look, where can I find Haskell?
The Paradise Court Motel on Vine. He has a bungalow there, number 3.
Oh, thanks. Now, if you're really worried about Vivian, George, go on up to a place on Lookout Mountain Road. She's not in good shape. And here, take this cape with you.
Ooh. What? Why, you cut yourself. Your finger's bleeding.
Yeah. And a sliver of glass, George. Glass that could have come from a broken headlight, huh?
From a broken what? What are you talking about, Mr. Marlowe?
Benefit of the doubt, George. Keeps getting harder to give it away. Bring this back to Vivian, will you? Tell her she left it at Mrs. Wyatt's, and then I'm positive Haskell's our man. So long, George.
Nancy?
Not quite. The name's Marlowe. I want to talk to you, Haskell.
Don't waste your breath, Skip Chaser. I'm broke, and I'm going to stay broke until the 1st of next month. After that, you can get in line. Who are you funny for, the finance company?
Imogene Wyatt's dead, Haskell.
What did you say it? What's the gun for?
Your lousy temper. Get back.
Hey, wait a minute. I saw you at the theater tonight.
Yeah, and I heard you, which puts me out in front. Now, do we talk, Haskell?
Or what?
Mrs. Wyatt's murder. You were sloppy.
And you're off your nut. I didn't shoot her. I didn't even...
Slips, huh, kid?
How? I know she was shot. Doesn't prove I did it.
Come on, why'd you kill Mrs. Wyatt?
I didn't.
How'd you know she was shot?
Because it happened just I got out of my car and started toward her place. I was going up there to read her off. The shot scared me away. Use your head, Marlowe. I was sore, but I didn't kill her.
No, but interference on that hit and run you were covering was plenty of reason.
What are you talking about, hit and run?
Hit and run. Don't move, Haskell.
Nuts.
I said don't move.
Congratulations, handsome. That's just what I had in mind.
Close the door and stand still.
Sure. Now what? The name's Nancy Connick.
Occupation?
Ex-friend of the unconscious. Don't look so worried, handsome. I'm on your side. I had something in mind exactly like that left cross you just threw. Is that cold,
Yeah. What's your beef?
I took this louse to a party with me last night, and he got so stinking drunk that I'm still apologizing to people.
He was with you last night?
Mm-hmm. Me and a couple of fifths of bourbon. From 8:30 till 5 a.m. And on Malibu.
He never left?
Not for a second. The loudmouth was positive. Nobody could get along without him. What's that got to do with you?
Too much. Tell Haskell I'll be in touch, will you? I gotta run now. Oh.
What are you looking at? It's just a program from the ballet, isn't it?
Huh? Yeah.
Well, Haskell has them all over the place, after all.
Yeah, sure.
So?
Oh, so like I said, Nancy, I gotta run. It was 15 stop-and-go minutes from Haskell's place to the Hollywood Hills, and another 5 screeching up the paved snake that was Lookout Mountain Road. But finally, I was there out of my car and running toward number 857, which was a collection of windows and a rustic log frame half jutting out into space. And around in the back, there was a wooden sundeck. Below it, on either side, huge rocks that line the edge of the cliff. Directly below, only the dark, bottomless canyon. On the end of the porch near me, there was a long flight of stairs. I started up, one careful, noiseless step at a time. My hand tight around the 38. Suddenly, in the weak light of the thin slice of moon, I saw Vivian Ordway. Her back to the flimsy porch rail, her face an ugly knot of terror.
George.
And only inches away from her and brandishing the gun he'd used to kill Mrs. Wyatt.
Listen
The half-crazed answer to everything. The delicate jaw.
Please.
Melancholy.
It's too late, Vivian. Marlowe knows this cape was what the garage attendant saw. And do you know how? Because of a stupid little thing. A sliver of glass that was caught in it, which came from the broken headlight that the wearer of the cape replaced. The wearer who was covering up Andre Ledoux's hit-and-run accident so that he could have the pig where he wanted it.
You're wrong, George. Marlowe was after Haskell. He thinks Haskell killed Mrs. Wyatt.
He only hopes that. And he'll find out one way or another that the beautiful ballerina is guilty. Then he'll be forced to come back here after you.
Oh, George, I'm not guilty.
Of course you're not, Vivian. I am. The cape is mine, not yours. You only used it tonight. That's the only thing he doesn't know, and never will. Because you will have killed yourself after confessing to me.
No.
It's the only way, Vivian. You or me. But it's always been that way, hasn't it? Even in the ballet, where one or the other of us had to be stars. Too bad it wasn't I.
Yeah, crying shame, Malachi. Get away from that rail, Vivian.
He's going to the other end of the porch, Marlowe. He's going to jump at the ground there.
Malachi, no!
Oh, no.
Too great a leap. Even for a ballet dancer. Let's get out of here. A long time at police headquarters, but finally all concerned had made their statement. The law was more or less satisfied, and Andre Ledoux never knew he'd hit anyone, was cleared of hit and run. That left me and the ballerina driving to a friend's house, where she was going to spend the night.
Phil, I know you must have had enough of questions and answers, but...
But?
Yes. The reason George killed Mrs. Wyatt.
Well, you see, Vivian, it started last night when George went to see Andre Ledoux because he was so bitter about his part in the show being cut down. And that was when he saw Andre returning from Mrs. Wyatt, shaken up and half-dazed.
And with a broken headlight and other signs of having hit someone, huh?
Yeah. And from there, George thought fast, covered it all up, found out exactly what had happened from this morning's paper, probably, and waited. When you hired me tonight, he must have followed me to Ledoux's and overheard Andre tell me that Mrs. Wyatt was going to pull out.
Oh, so he went to her, tried to stop her, and couldn't.
Yeah. Anything else?
Oh, yes. Oh, one thing. Oh, that's the house door, Phil, the white one.
Oh, okay.
What made you hurry back to my place from Haskell's motel when time meant so much?
A hunch, honey. As I was leaving Scully Haskell's, I saw a stack of ballet programs on a table in his living room. The cover on it was very interesting. It features you and the picture of George, majestic in his high-collared cape.
So that was it.
Yeah, that was it.
Good night, Phil. Oh, will you call me tomorrow sometime, please?
I'll call you. Tomorrow, Vivian.
Good. It's a nice night, Phil. And so good to be alive. Well, good night.
Well, I drove straight home in the quiet, empty hours through the quiet, empty streets, thinking all the way about ballet, which to me had always been something very delicate. You know, for the long hairs, strictly the arty side. And I thought about the people I'd met who were connected with it. The ballerina with a lot of courage when courage counted. The high-strung Andre Ledoux, Haskell the muscle man, and George. As vicious as anything I'd ever met on Skid Row. And I was still thinking about them when I got out of my car. But then for the first time, I noticed a little white envelope on the seat next to me. Had my name on it. And inside was a ticket for tomorrow's matinee. Same seat I had before. Yeah, well, I figured I'd go. You know, those leaps they do, they're pretty good. What do you call them? Yeah, they're pretty good.
The
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in our cast were Georgia Ellis, Edgar Barrier, Elliot Reed, Lou Krugman, Wilms Herbert, and Michael Ann Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it was a fishy horseplay from a red-headed beauty wild about ponies past a black-bearded sailor who bled to death on a racing form. To a neck-and-neck finish over a wandering seahorse worth $50,000. And you know what? I was the jockey.
Remember, every Wednesday night, CBS brings you Groucho Marx with his wonderful quiz, You Bet Your Life. It's one of the brightest, most spontaneous, most genuinely funny shows on the air, so be listening this Wednesday night on CBS. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hit it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. This time it was a fishy horseplay from a red-headed beauty, past a black-bearded sailor to a neck-and-neck finish over a wandering seahorse worth $50,000. And I was the jockey. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Sea Horse Jockey.
You know, Mr. Marlowe, when you came in today, I said to myself, it's a funny thing. You've been getting your haircuts here now for 6-7 years. But I never found out how you vote. Republican or Democrat?
Well, I like to think that's my business.
And another thing. Never did you tell me if you're for the Marshall Plan or against the Marshall Plan.
Well, the Marshall Plan
and for the California's governor next fall?
Well, there's no doubt in my mind.
And the income tax. Sit back, please.
Yeah.
Now, the income tax is fair or it's not fair?
Well, eminently.
Now, how come all this stuff? I don't know. What is your opinion?
I can't imagine.
Of course, my opinion. I tell people. I say political party is a matter of getting to. Oh, excuse me.
Saved by the bell.
Oh, Alvin's barbershop. Alvin speaking. Who? Mr. Marlowe? Yes, he's right here. Hold on, please. It's for you, Mr. Marlowe. Always interruption, ain't it?
You're so right. The 60, well, never mind. Hello?
Mr. Marlowe, this is Mrs. Laura Demarest speaking.
Oh?
Thank goodness I've finally located you. Now, you're to come out to my place at once. Pacific Palisades, 1312 Old Tower Road, and your plane leaves in 2 hours.
Now, wait a minute. What plane,
there,
Mrs. Demarest? Why? What's this all about?
The Sea Horse. I'm going to sell it, Mr. Marlowe. My mind's made up.
The Sea Witch?
A Sea Horse, Mr. Marlowe. It's a brute 6 inches high and set with precious stones, which a San Francisco dealer is anxious to pay $5,000 for.
Well, look, Mrs. Demarest,
The dealer is flying to New York tomorrow, Mr. Marlowe, and also my doctors say I'm living by sheer willpower alone.
I
Hence,
can
my
hear it.
decisions must be made quickly. Now, the terms of the deal are cash, so please be sure that you're armed. And the money will be returned here to my stepdaughter, Jillian Demarest, unfortunately.
Oh, you don't approve, huh?
No. However, I'll abide by my late husband's wishes. Jillian is to be provided for. Now, no more questions, sir. Just hurry. You'll be paid handsomely, and when you get here, Mr. Marlowe, use the back porch. I'll be in my bedroom. The other doors are locked.
You're alone, Mrs. Demarest? No servants?
I'm merely sick, Mr. Marlowe, not dead. And since I've just fired Elmer Ferris, who was called a lawyer, but it was actually more of a baboon, we'll be able to talk. Now, Hurry, Mr. Marlowe. Please be punctual. My new lawyer is due here at 4:30. I'll finish up and be ready for you at exactly 5. Is that clear?
I've got one question. Were you ever a barber?
Goodbye, sir.
Well, Alvin, it looks like we'll have to skip that shave.
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Marlowe. Like I said, I'm anxious to get your opinions. Opinions are important, huh? Important,
Oh,
you know?
sure, Al, sure.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, Mr. Marlowe...
Alvin!
Yes, Mr. Marlowe?
Wipe the lather off. Your chin, not mine. Pacific Palisades and my new client's home at 1312 Old Town Road was 40 minutes from L.A. The house was Victorian-style, solid, made of wood, 2 stories high, and squatted close to the edge of a sun-baked cliff, 200 feet above the ocean. I parked behind what must have been the first Pierce Arrow ever made, and started slowly along a gravel path that led to the rear, until I heard it. Inside, I found an old woman whom I figured to be my client, leaning against the half-open kitchen door, sobbing and clenching the gingham apron she wore like it would keep her from screaming again. Mrs. Demarest, get hold of yourself. What happened?
I'm not Mrs. Demarest. Oh, the poor darling. Her heart. She's dead.
She's dead.
In there, the bedroom.
Oh.
But who are you?
My name's Philip Marlowe. Mrs. Demarest hired me an hour ago. She was a handsome woman.
A beautiful woman and a good woman. You're the detective, aren't you, about the brooch?
Yeah. How'd this happen, Mrs.
Lockfield.
Oh.
Miss Bertie Lockfield.
Miss Lockfield, were you with her?
No, I came over a bit ago. I'm Lola's best friend, her only friend. I came over in my car to cook her some dinner, like I do all the time. I live right by the little cottage at the foot of Old Tower Road, the one with the tall hedges.
The dinner, Miss Lockfield, you were saying?
Oh, yes. Well, Mr. Marlowe, can we go back to the living room?
Oh, sure. Now, Miss Lockfield, you came over to cook dinner, then what?
Well, I looked in on her first, like I do all the time. And since she was asleep, I went to the kitchen and set things going.
And then? Oh, here, you better sit down, huh?
Thank you. Then I went back to my place, fussed around for 10, maybe 20 minutes. Then I came here again and found what we just saw. That pillow clenched in one hand like she'd wanted to hold
All right. Take it easy, Miss Lockfield. Try to hold on, huh? Now, tell me, you didn't happen to see anything of the new lawyer around, did you?
New lawyer? Why, Lola didn't mention a new lawyer. He was due here today?
Yeah, a half hour ago. Might help if we knew his name.
Why, Mr. Marlowe? Mr. Marlowe? Surely you don't think there was, foul play?
I don't know, Miss Lockfield. But for one thing, the position of the pillow seems kind of cockeyed to me.
Yes, but who on earth would want to... Oh, no, not Jillian. It couldn't be.
Mrs. Demarest was quite clear about Jillian.
Jillian hated Lola, Mr. Marlowe, but Jillian isn't a killer.
Yeah, well, maybe nobody's been killed. But tell me, Miss Lockfield, did this stepdaughter, this Jillian, know that she was getting the money from the brooch?
Oh, no, I doubt it very much. Although she did know that Lola had it, of course, and
what?
And that Lola's money was dwindling, Mr. Marlowe, and that she was selling her possessions one by one.
Uh-huh. And therefore, Jillian might think that the Sea Horse brooch was hers by right of inheritance, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Tell me, Miss Lockfield, do you know where Mrs. Demarest kept the brooch?
Oh, yes, in the bedroom. I'll show you exactly where. Come.
All right.
It's behind the portrait of Mr. Demarest and... Oh, the poor
Come on.
darling.
Take it easy, honey, huh? Did you say behind the portrait, that one?
Yes. There's a panel in the wall that slides.
Uh-huh.
Move the picture to your right, Mr. Marlowe. Then pull out on the panel edging. You'd better use the chair.
Yeah. To the right. And out on the panel edging, huh?
That's it. See?
This velvet case?
No, those are earrings. The brooch is much bigger. It's in a silk bag, Mr. Marlowe. Mr. Marlowe, don't you see it?
No, and I don't think I will. Miss Lockfield, the velvet case is all there is. The seahorse is gone. I called the law and reported both the theft of the brooch and the death of Mrs. Demarest while Bertie Lockfield prompted over my shoulder. After that, I started through the place looking for anything that could possibly give me a lead on the wandering seahorse. 15 minutes later, all I could show for my effort was a telephone number, Surfside 10229. It meant nothing to me except that it was written on a sheet of brown roll-your-own cigarette paper. When I dialed the number and got no answer, I dropped the paper into my pocket. I told Miss Lockfield to wait for the police and headed for town in the first public phone booth. I started through the local classified directory looking for a lawyer named Elmer Paris. When I didn't find him, I figured he could be somebody's junior partner. So I began at the top. I scored on my 7th nickel. Calder, Kramer, and McDuff. It was the anchor man who answered.
Elmer Paris? Yes, we employ a lawyer by that name.
One who was fired by Mrs. Lola Demarest early today, Mr. McDuff?
Who ceased working for Mrs. Lola Demarest early today.
All right, objection sustained. Tell me, where can I get in touch with Mr. Paris?
At his desk here in the office where he's been all day. Your reason for asking, sir?
The answer you just gave me. Now, one last item, Mr. McDuff. Did your firm supply a new lawyer for Mrs. Demarest late today?
We did not. And, sir, we never will.
Oh?
Each lawyer in this office is first a gentleman, second a competent barrister. The belligerent Mrs. Demarest has use for neither. Good day, sir.
With that, I checked Elmer Paris off my list and went back to the phone book. Jillian Demarest, my late client's stepdaughter, was listed at number 111 Los Amigos Terrace, which a map on the back of the book showed to be just off Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood.
Come in.
The girl herself, replete with old-fashioned, the only thing that was red-headed, maybe 30, and meat and potato curves in either direction. From a waistline that was strictly rye crisp over lettuce leaves.
Sit down. What's your problem?
Well, I got some bad news, Miss Demarest.
Don't tell me. It's my income tax. I've been caught lying.
It's your stepmother. She's dead, Jill.
Oh. That's too bad.
Yeah, well, try not to go to pieces, kid, huh?
Look, I didn't particularly like Lola Demarest. She didn't particularly like me. So, why make a thing of it?
Because the Sea Horse brooch has been stolen.
You're kidding.
Don't try brushing that off, because it was supposed to be sold today with the proceeds to go to you.
You're a liar.
Private detective. I hired Jill to fly the brooch to a San Francisco dealer, and I found out it's really worth $50,000. A lot of dough you didn't expect.
Okay, Mr. Private Detective. That last crack. It means exactly what?
That you could have taken the brooch yourself.
Try me again.
Surfside 10229.
Stop pushing and start listening. If Lola intended to sell the brooch and give me the money, it was for one reason only. My father wanted it that way.
So?
So do I. And now that you're without a client, maybe you'll work for me.
I doubt it.
I write and get paid well. 5,000 words a month for a pulp magazine. Torrid stories.
It figures.
Pays off nicely. Be worth your while. Do you want to help me?
Suppose you're lying and actually stole the brooch yourself. What then?
Then you handcuff me to the nearest cop and run for mayor on the Let's Clean Up Local Crime ticket. Now, is it a deal for, say, 1% of the 50,000 if I get it? 0 if I don't.
500 of fun, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, Jill, it's a deal.
Good.
And for a starter, do you happen to know who Mrs. Demarest's new lawyer was?
New lawyer? I didn't know the old one had been fired.
I didn't say he had. Could have quit, you know.
Nobody ever quit working for Lola Demarest. It wasn't her nature.
Oh?
No. Will you please stop barking at me and go out and bite the guy with the brooch? You look like you could do a good job of it. For $500.
Yeah. But just think of the opposition, Jill. It's snapping at $50,000. I drove back to the foot of Old Tower Road and smothered an ivy cottage labeled Miss Bertie Lockfield. I started for the front door, but only got halfway.
That'll do nicely. Right where you are.
Oh, fine.
You're a friend of Bertie Lockfield's or a relative, which?
A nephew, why?
Because, nephew, Aunt Bertie's not home, and I want someone responsible to leave a message with.
So you go looking for him with a gun, huh? Now listen, baby,
Shut up. And try to remember this. Tell your aunt
that the new lawyer Mrs. Demarest hired will be in touch with her. Does that make any sense to you?
No. But maybe if I knew his name, it would.
I doubt it. Now, nephew, without any fuss, let me have your car.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Come on. You'll find your car a block away from here where I left mine. Give?
No. Happy motoring.
Thank you, nephew. And don't forget the message.
She backed away again into my car and started it without once taking her dead, fish-cold gray eyes off me. When she jerked away from the curb, it was too late for me to do anything but swear and start walking to my car. It was where she said it would be, so I got in and sulked as far as the first public telephone. It was time to try Surfside 10229 again.
Hello.
Hello, I'd like to talk to...
To who?
Wait a minute, is that you, Lieutenant Matthews?
Yeah. Marlowe?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that Demarest case, huh? Well, Phil, the coroner thinks it was murder, all right. Suffocated her with a pillow, but they won't be sure till the autopsy report is in.
Yeah, wait a minute, Matthews. Hey, wait a minute, will you? You're at Surfside 10229, right?
Yeah. You got this number from homicide, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I got it from a brown cigarette paper I found at Mrs. Demarest.
Huh?
Now, look, tell me, Matthews, what have you got and where are you?
51 South Monroe Place.
51
It's
South.
a dead one, Phil. A guy who sported a beard. The name was Paul Crater.
Oh, occupation lawyer, right?
No, Phil, wrong. The occupation was able-bodied seaman.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Dr. Christian's latest patient comes up with a new problem for the kindly small-town physician this Wednesday. And it's the case of a man who's about to be evicted from the place to which he's come home to die. Add to this, the patient is an exceedingly lively, rip-roaring centurion. And you have the makings of a highly dramatic, amusing yarn. Dr. Christian, starring Gene Herschel, is heard every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Sea Horse Jockey.
I was 30 minutes getting out to the address Matthews had given me. The neighborhood around Surfside looked like it had been pushed together from scraps that had washed in from the sea. And number 51 Monroe Place was no improvement. It was a corroded little frame house surrounded by a picket fence, with most of its front teeth missing. I parked in the red glare from the squad car's spotlight, and as I walked past the sagging gate, I could hear Matthews inside.
Oh, hello, Marlowe. Come on in. But don't fall over the late Mr. Paul Crater there.
Oh, that's him, huh? Doesn't look much like a sailor to me, Matthews, in spite of his whiskers.
What do you expect, bell-bottom trousers?
All right.
Those guys wear suits when they're short like anyone else. He was shot twice, Phil. Once in the stomach, once in the chest.
Dropped right here in front of the door, huh?
Yeah. The way it looked, somebody came up and knocked, and when Crater opened the door, they let him have it.
Got a line on him?
Well, he was a nice, quiet guy, apparently.
Uh-huh.
Lived there with his sister, Helen. As far as we know, they got along fine. We're still trying to locate her. He worked around here someplace, but we don't know where yet. But what about that Demarest business?
Oh, that. Well,
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
Matthews. Yeah, Tony. I see. Jug Nolan. As in J-U-G? Yeah. Uh-huh. He is? No, you come on back. I'll check him later, personally. Well, Phil, that answers one question anyway. Crater here worked out of a boatyard on Front Street.
What was that Nolan, J-U-G, about?
Jug Nolan. He's the bird who runs the shipyard.
Oh.
Mooney says he's a genuine old sea dog from roll your owns to...
Wait a minute. Did you say roll your own?
Yeah.
Matthews, how about letting me talk to this Nolan before you and the boys move in?
Why?
I'd like to check the color of his cigarette papers, and I'll let you know.
Well, okay, Marlowe. Only keep your chin in. Maybe Nolan doesn't know anything about what happened to Crater here.
Unless he pulled the trigger, huh? I drove through the thick smell of seaweed and dead fish that was Front Street for 10 blocks. Before I found a battered sign that read Nolan's. Dangled over the door to a shanty of an office, behind which a tangle of crooked masts stuck up like jackstraws out of a jam of crusty hulks. I pulled into the curb across the street from the place and started to get out when the office door opened. And a man who looked something left over from Moby Dick stepped out, headed across in my direction.
As he passed in front of my car, I got a good look at the butt of the homemade cigarette. Drooping over a jaw as heavy as the end of an anchor. It was rolled with brown paper. Odds on it had to be Jug Nolan. When he swung on down the street and finally went into a bar, I followed.
Hey, Sweet. Do it again, huh?
Be right with you, Chuck.
Snap to it. I gotta get... Well, what do you make of it, mate? Something biting you?
Not exactly, Jug. I was just wondering how well you're acquainted with Lola Demarest.
Demarest?
Yeah.
Well enough to know she's got vinegar in her veins instead of blood. Why? Is the old crackpot something to you?
No, not now. She was my client earlier tonight. I'm a private detective. Name's Marlowe.
Now, keep it.
You were up to see her today. I'd like to know why.
Go ask her.
That's a little tough now. She's dead.
Yeah? Well, better late than never, mate. Miss her, do you?
I can stand the strain. What was your business with her?
Boats.
Sure it wasn't seahorses?
Don't talk bills to me, mate. I said boats. 2 rusty, rotten scows covered with barnacles enough to sink 'em in another week. But to hear that old gal talk, you think each one was the Queen Mary. Hey, Sweet!
Yeah?
Pour me that drink.
Okay, Chuck. Here, what's yours, mister?
Scotch, Johnny Walker. Take 'em both out of this.
No, you don't. I'll buy my own. And I'm tired of your questions, mate, so haul out. Here, Sweet.
Suit yourself. Maybe you can bear up on one more question, Nolan. For you, maybe it's easy. Who killed Paul Crater?
What was that?
Somebody put 2 bullets in Paul Crater in front door of his house. I just came from there.
Paul, dead. If you're lying to me, mate, I'll tear you in two.
Get your hands off, Jug. Why would I lie?
The cops know who did it?
Not yet, but they will.
I'll find out about this and in a hurry.
Slow down, Nolan. There's no rush. Crater's going to be dead a long time. I want to ask you...
Get out of my way!
Look, Nolan, I said I wanted to... Never mind. Okay, Commodore, help yourself. Nolan's ponderous right fist was cocked when I changed my mind, but that wasn't what did it. Over his shoulder, I'd spotted a familiar face. Detective Lieutenant Matthews leaning at the end of the bar and studying his thumbnail intently. As Jug stamped past him and out the door, Matthews jerked the intriguing thumb at a thin, sandy man working a pinball machine, who suddenly lost all interest in the game and left abruptly. And Matthews sidled down the bar toward me.
Sorry to step on your heels there, Bill, but we found out that Nolan has 2 judgments against him for assault. Got a very dangerous temper, it seems.
Well, you saved me a split lip. Did you hear all of it?
Enough to convince me that Jug Nolan didn't do it, but we'll tag him just to play safe.
Oh.
Chances are he's heading for Crater's house now, which should just give me a good chance to go to his place and look around.
Uh-huh.
I'll see you, Marlowe.
Yeah, so long, Matthew.
Something else for you, mister?
No, thanks, Swede. Unless you can tell me why so many Surfside sailors grow Van Dykes.
Ha, I wondered myself. Maybe it's to hide those dirty collars. I don't know.
Hey, thanks, Sweet. Couldn't stand the city gas.
Hey, here's one with a beaver now, mister. Why don't you ask him?
Oh, it's not that important.
Come on, let's go, Sweet. Set me up some rye whiskey.
Okay, all right. Say, Dusik, this fella here wants to know why you sailors grow those chin whiskers.
Yeah? Skipper, I'll tell you. A sailor's got to have something to do on his way of spare time at sea that don't take up too much space.
Yeah, well, I guess it beats bike racing. I'll see you, Dusik.
Hey, wait, I want to tell you. I went to town today looking for nothing but a change of scene in a chubby blondie shirt, would see. And what happened?
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Some girl takes a look at my beard and thinks I'm a college professor doing research. I couldn't call her out with a blowtorch.
Yes,
the
well,
next one runs for her life because she takes me for a judge. And after that, I'm just getting around.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it, Dusik. Huh? You say judge?
What's up, Skipper? You losing your rudder?
Just the opposite. You've given me an idea that'll work.
Yeah, and what?
2 murders, a beautiful sneer, and a missing seahorse. Wild, but it's beginning to make some sense. So long, sailor. I checked Nolan's boatyard first, but his office shack was dark. So I drove hard back to 51 Monroe Place in the hope that Matthews had been right about Jug's destination. When I ground to a stop, I once again gave thanks for smart cops. Jug Nolan was there, all the fight gone out of him as he stared without seeing it at the blood spot on the floor where Paul Crater had died. I asked him one simple question. The answer he grunted in 3 words without so much as looking up. But it made everything fit. As I got to the phone, I knew whatever else he was, the old sea dog was no liar.
Hello?
Is Marlowe, Jill?
Oh, I've been waiting for this. What is it? Money or fun?
All depends. Now listen close. I've got to have some help right away.
What's wrong? Where are you, Phil?
It doesn't matter, but this does. Get hold of that friend of your stepmother's. What's her name? Bertie Lockfield. And both of you meet me at your stepmother's house as soon as you can make it.
It's important, baby. Don't fail me.
Well, yes, I understand you wanted our help in a big hurry. We rushed madly over
I'm
here.
sorry it took longer to get here than I figured.
What do you want us to do, Phil?
Catch a thief and a killer? You see, I'm positive now that whoever got away with that jeweled seahorse also held that pillar over Mrs. Demarest's face until she died. Then went on to kill Paul Crater in Surfside.
2 murders?
Killers have that advantage, baby. For 1 murder or a dozen, the price is the same.
Well, I don't understand, Marlowe. Does the second murder have something to do with my stepmother's death?
They follow like links in a chain, Jew. Lola Demarest called me at 4. She was expecting a new lorry at 4:30. When I got here at 5, she was dead and the jeweled seahorse was gone. However, the circumstances indicated that somebody who knew her had done the work.
Then you don't think the new lawyer was the one
No,
who...
but I do think the new lawyer came in, just as I did later, through the open back door. Stood right over there and overheard the entire business.
Can you prove all this, Marlowe?
Not yet.
But if you found that new lawyer, you could.
Right. That new lawyer's going to turn up soon, and when she does, we'll have something
She?
more. Yeah, she, Bertie. Lola Demarest's new lawyer is a woman.
A woman?
The distinguished man in suit and Van Dyke that you shot and killed in Surfside was the lady lawyer's brother, a seaman.
You mean Bertie here?
Yeah, Jew. The new lawyer who witnessed the whole thing decided to move in on it. Right, Bertie?
But it was blackmail. I got a note in my mailbox from a lawyer named Crater accusing me and demanding money.
And since you were already in so deep, you figured another murder wouldn't matter. You got the lawyer's Surfside address some way and went there. And that's where you stumbled, Bertie, over a suit of clothes and a beard.
Bertie, you were Lola's best friend.
You'll never understand, you fool. So don't try. Hey! Don't you try either, Marlowe. Make a move for your gun and I'll put a bullet in her back. Lola Demarest's best friend. I despised and hated her. For years I worked and slaved for that woman, pampering her, putting up with her sickness and her temper and her high-handed ways. She owed me plenty for those years. When it came time to pay, the money went to you, you cheap little snip. You done nothing for her. You were getting everything. Stand still, Marlowe. I came prepared, remember?
So did I, Mrs. Rockfield.
Helen Crater.
Better drop it, Bertie. You're in the middle.
Listen, we can still do business like you said in the note.
Not now, sister. You forget 3 things. First, you tried to kill me. Second, you did kill my brother.
Helen, you don't know what you're doing.
And third, the female of the species is always deadlier than the male.
Well, Matthews, that's about it.
Yeah.
What do you think will happen to Helen Crater?
No, that's one I don't have to figure out.
Well, she's a lawyer, you know. Maybe
by the
she
way,
could-
Phil, how did you find out she was the lawyer?
Oh, that. Well, you see, the fact that the new lawyer was nowhere around bothered me.
Uh-huh.
And when I was in that bar in Surfside, one sailor with a beard told me he'd been mistaken for a judge. So I figured maybe another sailor, also with a beard, could have been mistaken for a lawyer.
And you worked back from that?
Yeah. Paul Crater's sister, Helen. I finally asked Nolan what Helen Crater did for a living. He told me. You see, he was the guy who had recommended Helen in the first place.
He'd come to see Lola about the boats and found out that she needed a lawyer, right?
That's right. So he talked some business to Paul Crater's sister. That's how the phone number came on brown cigarette paper. You know, I found it on the sun porch. Well, that's it.
Yeah. Well, you didn't get some coffee?
No, thanks, Matthews.
Okay, tired.
Oh, I think I'll go home. It was almost 3 in the morning. A silent, sterile hour at the short end of a long, long night. Everything that happened had been because of a jeweled seahorse. An ugly little replica of an ugly little fish. But then, as I thought about it, I realized that the trouble wasn't because of the seahorse. It was because of the people. Bertie Lockfield, Helen Crater, Lola Demarest. That's always the trouble. People. Yeah. To coin a cliche, it takes all kinds of people to louse up the world.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and written by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Stan Waxman, Ann Morrison, Ruth Parrot, Eileen Prince, Ed Begley, John Stevenson, and Bob Sweeney. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time all I had to go on was a postmark, but that was plenty. It led me to a knife between a pair of shoulders, a woman with a second-hand face, and a corpse by a water wheel.
There'll be some grand singing on CBS this Wednesday night. Bing Crosby will play host to Al Jolson and Ella Fitzgerald, and Burns and Allen will entertain lovely Dinah Shore. Also, Groucho Marx will be around with more of his wonderful wit on his quiz, You Bet Your Life. And, of course, Dr. Christian will be on hand with another famous story. They'll all be heard on most of these same CBS stations, so be listening. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over many of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Wednesday night is Bing Crosby night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Hiding Place.
Mrs. Brown's gift shop. Oh, yes, Mr. Waltman. The bookends? Well, let me see now. That was the little Dutch figurines, wasn't it? The boy and the girl? All right, fine. Well, I'll have to... Oh. Hold the line a minute, Mr. Waltman. Mr. Marlowe, You're back.
Yes, Mrs. Bryant.
Did you find him, Mr. Marlowe? Did you find Chipper?
Chipper is dead, Mrs. Bryant. Take it easy, Mrs. Bryant. Maybe you better sit down here.
No. I'm all right. There's a customer waiting on the phone. I'll finish that. Then I want you to tell me everything you found out about my son.
Sure.
I'll only be a moment.
As Martha Bryant went to the telephone, I braced myself for the story I had to tell her. I tried to figure some last-minute way of making hard facts a little softer for a sweet, brave, gray-haired lady who deserved a better break. The first thought about what had happened brought the whole ugly business rushing back at me again. Turned my mind back like a clock to where it had all begun yesterday morning in my office. And that same Martha Bryant, full of hope and quiet courage, walked up to my desk, handed me a letter, and asked me to find her son.
His name is Chipper, Mr. Marlowe. Or rather, Chip, now that he's a grown man. He's 22. He left suddenly without a word 6 months ago.
Oh?
I've heard nothing until this morning when that letter there addressed to Chip came in the mail.
Postmark St. Louis Obispo. Oh, sit down, won't you, Mrs. Bryant?
Thank you. Maybe I shouldn't have opened it, but... Well, you see, it's the first indication I've had in all that time that he's even alive. Read it.
Dear Chip, it's been a long drag, but the waiting is finally over, darling. Time is now. Meet me at 11:30 Monday night at the House with the Big Wheel, signed Toby. House with the Big Wheel, what does that mean, Mrs. Bryant?
I have no idea. But for some reason it frightens me.
Oh. 11:30 Monday night. Monday night, that must be tonight. Who is this Toby?
Toby Packler. She's a very, very beautiful young woman, platinum blonde.
Oh.
Chipper believed he was in love with her, I'm afraid. Oh, please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Marlowe. I'm not a possessive mother. I knew I'd give Chipper up someday, only I hoped it would be to a nice, sincere girl.
Toby Packler isn't?
Well, she's much too fast. The kind who uses too much mascara and wears things like those little anklet chains they call slave bracelets. I tried to find her after Chip left, but she was gone, too.
Oh. Tell me, did you and your son argue about Toby, Mrs. Bryant?
No. I only saw her once. He knew I didn't think much of her, but that didn't drive him away, Mr. Marlowe.
What did?
Well, I've never been able to understand. After his father died, Chip became irresponsible and a little wild, perhaps, especially since I had to spend all my time running our gift shop on Ivar, but he was a good boy, really. I tried to convince myself that he left just to prove his independence, to test his wings, you know. But now...
Now what, Mrs. Bryant?
Now I'm worried. That letter, it puzzles me. I don't like it.
Well, it may mean nothing more than you're getting a daughter-in-law who uses too much mascara.
I hope you're right. I want Chip to be happy, to settle down. I want to turn my business over to him. And will you try to locate him for me? Here, I have his picture here in my wallet. See?
Say, Chip looks a lot like his mother, doesn't he?
Yeah. Please find out if my son is all right.
Sure. I'll do my best. From my office window, I watched her leave the building. Saw her stop politely and answer a question for an oily sidewalk passerby in a black pinstripe suit. Then moved quietly on down the street toward her shop on Ivar. A neat, gentle, very lonely woman. I hoped I'd find a happy story for her in San Luis Obispo. She had one coming. I was still hoping 5 hours later when I pulled into a mobile gas station in a little town at the foot of the Santa Lucia Mountains, 200 miles up the coast. I filled up, asked a few questions, and found out that there were only 4 good hotels, 5 not so good, and 2 or 3 dozen motor courts, and that ran the gamut. So even with nothing but the name Toby to go on, the job wasn't completely impossible. By the time I'd worked my way down into the motor courts, the sun was sneaking off between the rocky hills toward the ocean. And I was still collecting negative answers. Until I tried a mirrored neon combination bar, restaurant, and motel called Pinky's on the north edge of town.
Sorry, mister. No Toby Packler registered here.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure? She's a lovely platinum blonde about...
About what?
Huh? Oh, never mind. Skip it, Pinky. Maybe this is better. When I glanced across the lobby at the bar, I caught a man watching me. He was the same oily character in a black pinstripe suit that I'd seen stop Mrs. Bryant on the street outside my office back in L.A. He ducked away, and I beat it into a bar. Just in time to see him slip out a side door, so I followed him. Outside, a gravel path wormed through a grove of dejected pepper trees, wound up in a lonely walled patio, and when I got there, Oily was out of sight. The reason was simple. The nose of his gun in my back said he was behind me.
Don't move, Marlowe.
Well, name and all.
Yeah, sure.
I've been tailing you every inch of the way since old Lady Bryant went to see you this morning.
What's the connection, Oily?
Exactly 6 long months of watching and waiting.
For what?
For a move you two skunks would have to make some time. And from the way you've been working, you don't know enough to do yourself any good or me any harm. So take some advice. Go back to L.A. Leave it alone.
Leave what alone?
That's none of your business, people. I'll take over from here. But just in case you run into Chip Bryant or Toby on your way out of town, tell them from me they're not cutting Lou Race out of his share of $110 grand. I'm going to get it, one way or another. And so you won't forget, use this. Oh! For a reminder.
When the brick floor of the patio finally stopped pushing, I was alone, except for my ugly thoughts. I knew I was on the right track, but from the sound of things, Chip O'Brien was much less a mama's boy than his mama believed. I made sure Lou Race was nowhere around the motel. And I went into the bar again to see what a double scotch would do for my headache. The bartender obviously was the type who got around, so I took a chance and asked him about Toby Packler. It was no good. When I described Toby as a beautiful platinum blonde, a girl sitting alone 2 stools down, a girl with a short, ragged, mouse-brown hair and extremely flat, misformed face, dropped her eyes and looked away. I suddenly felt very cheap. I flipped a silver buck on the bar and got up. You know, it was the kind of dumb stunt you can't apologize for. You just leave. I was halfway to my car before I realized that the girl had followed me out.
Hey, mister. Yeah, you. Just a minute.
I turned and watched her come toward me. In the garish neon light, her face was jarringly unreal, the color and texture of hard putty.
I heard you inside when you asked about Toby.
Yeah, I thought you had. Do you know her, Miss...
Palmer.
Oh.
Yeah, I know her. She's one of my few friends. What do you want with Toby?
Well, my name is Marlowe. I'm from L.A. I want to talk to her about a fellow named Chip Bryant. She's my only lead.
Chip Bryant?
Yeah.
She never mentioned that name to me. Anyway, you're too late, Mr. Marlowe.
What do you mean?
Toby left town this morning.
Left town? Oh, no.
She was going up north to Seattle, I think, on some kind of personal business.
Now, listen, did she ever say anything to you about a house with a big wheel, where it was, what it means?
House with a big wheel?
Yeah.
No, I'm afraid not. I'm sorry, Mr. Marlowe. I guess I'm not much help. Well, good night.
Thanks anyway. And good night, Miss...
Palmer.
Yeah. Yeah, Palmer. Good night. As the girl walked back to the bar, the little gold chain I'd spotted around her ankle glinted in the brittle light. It was like an echo of a memory. A slave bracelet on her was as out of place as a morning glory in a bed of toadstools. But that gave me a crazy hunch. A hunch that somehow in the last 6 months, a gorgeous blonde named Toby Packler had become a drab brown head with a flat, stiff face. So I didn't chase wild geese to Seattle. Instead, I got in my car and I waited. An hour went by and it was almost dark before she finally came out again, stepped down into a sleek new convertible and drove north out of town. I followed as she turned off a neglected side road, and for 8 miles twisted through jagged rocky hills toward the mountains. Then suddenly, from the crest of a small rise, I saw what she'd been heading for. An old stone house squatting in a grove of eucalyptus trees. The girl I figured to be Toby Packler had slowed almost to a stop. I watched her creep along until she was out of sight. I got out of my car and I went down for a closer look. Round, brown shingled cupolas reared proudly out of choking overgrowth, and on a huge rusty iron gate in front was the name Escobar. But in the trees behind the house I saw more. Turning slowly in the stream, there was a giant water wheel. A big wheel. I drove fast back to town and stopped at the only place I could figure for a quick answer. The office of the San Luis Obispo Daily Eagle. The night editor was strictly old school, from green eye shade to sleeve garters, but still very much on the ball.
So, you want to see the issues of exactly 6 months ago, you say?
Yeah.
That'd be November. About the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Here you are, son. Help yourself.
Thanks a lot. If I'm right, this ought to cinch it.
Careful there. Don't rip those copies. Say, by the way, what store are you looking for?
Oh, small something on a party named Toby Packler. It's not here. Wait a minute. Maybe it'll be in... Yeah, sure. This is it on page 3. A woman identified as Toby Packler of Los Angeles suffered severe injuries to head and face today when the car she was driving skidded into a bridge abutment 2 miles north of here. So that's how come the face. Miss Packler's condition was announced as critical by Clark Emergency Hospital attendant.
Huh? Is that all you wanted?
That's enough.
If that answers your question, young man, I'll put these copies away. Gotta be careful.
Wait a minute. That headline.
Huh?
What was that? Let's see that. Santa Barbara jewelry store robbed. Carrying thieves escaped with gems valued at $110,000. $110 grand.
Yeah, I remember that. 2 men and a woman. Got away clean, too. Never caught a one of them. You don't mean there's a connection between these stories, do you?
I don't know. Ask me again after I've checked in at the old Escobar place.
Adam Escobar's place? Out in the hills? Oh, you're joking, son. What in the world could that crackpot possibly have to do with a jewel robbery and a car wreck 6 months ago?
It beats me, but there's some tie-in. You can count on it.
I think you're crazy. But if you're going out there, maybe you should be.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
You'll have something in common with Adam. He's lived in his own private dream world for so long, he's forgotten what the real world's all about. Goodbye, son. I'll see you later. I hope.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the fun is always fresh and furious when Groucho Marx takes over on CBS Wednesday nights with his wonderful quiz, You Bet Your Life. Groucho, the master of ad-lib, teams up pairs of opposites and then goes to work with his quips and questions. Very, very solid with laughter, this Groucho Marx show. Hear it this Wednesday and every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Hiding Place.
From the road, I had thought of Adam Escobar's place as just another 100-year-old country home. You know, the kind, big, aloof, wrinkled, like an aging nobleman who had retired long ago with his memories. Now that I was there and at the rusted iron gate that resented my intrusion out loud, I changed my mind. I saw now it had to be a degenerate nobleman. Also, a nobleman had to be flat broke. I saw it everywhere. The name Escobar on the gate in copper lettering had turned a sickly spotted green. The scuffed, faded family crest inlaid in tile in the cement walk was cracked and crumbled. The exquisite stained glass door was cracked all the way down the middle. Only the engraved card in the slot under the knocker that said Adam Escobar, Esquire, was neat and new. The landed gentry's last-ditch stand. I was about to knock when...
You need not bother knocking, sir. I saw you coming up the walk. I am Adam Escobar.
He was a small, slight man of maybe 60-plus with a large head held high in spite of the frayed cuffs, patent leather slippers that were cracked and peeling. I introduced myself, then followed him into a musty living room. There, Wiley apologized for no longer having any servants and poured us each some brandy from a cut-glass decanter. I told him all about my search for Chip Bryant, complete with Toby and Lou Race.
Frankly, Mr. Marlowe, I am puzzled. Your drink, sir.
Oh.
Confused. What does all this have to do with me?
Well, maybe nothing, Mr. Escobar, but the only guess around is that the jewels were hidden here on your property. The house with the big water wheel the night of the robbery 6 months ago.
But why? For what reason, sir? The police?
Oh, probably. Trio wouldn't want to be picked up with the stuff on him. Salud.
Under yours, sir.
Thank you.
Then, Mr. Marlowe, soon after they did that, hid the jewels, I mean, the girl, the one with the injured face, had that accident. Those are the circumstances.
Oh, more or less. And if I've added right, company's coming by 11:30. It's 10:30 now. It might be a good idea if you left the home grounds for a while.
Me? Leave my own home because of some thieves, because of 3 common
Mr. Escobar, it's that or the police, and I'd rather not have them in it for a while. I still owe my client the slight benefit of the doubt that's left.
You think I am afraid? Is that what you are trying to say?
No, of course not. But I don't see why you should stick your neck out. These people have nothing to do with you.
You are wrong, sir. Every honest man has something to do with every criminal. His duty. I know that now, Mr. Marlowe. If I had known it many years ago, I might still have both my wealth and my property intact.
Well, okay. Who knows? When I come back, it may be...
Come back? But where are you going, sir?
Into town. I'd still like to catch up to Chip Bryant before the reunion. I don't think there's going to be the time or place for conversation.
Conversation? With that Bryant hoodlum? About what, sir?
About a mother, Mr. Escobar. A nice old lady who doesn't deserve a kick in the teeth. Back in San Luis Obispo, I returned to the missing person door-to-door canvass for the 3rd time that night. Only now I confined myself to the wrong side of the tracks exclusively, and the deeper the dive, the better. I didn't figure that Chip Bryant would show anywhere else. And after a half a dozen quick stops, number 7 proved lucky. It was a cramped, greasy bar with a sawdust and cigarette butt floor and a single customer. I hadn't found Chip, but I was close to the dapper Mr. Lou Race. The barkeep, a ball of fat, wearing a sweatshirt the size of a tent, had his back to me when I entered. So did Race. So when I tapped the tricky man on his padded shoulder and he turned, he was surprised to see me swing. That slicker was an old deck. This? Just in case the cat got your tongue. Now get up. Get ready to answer a few simple questions.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're busting my table.
I'll pay you for it, and unless you want to be up to your rolling shins in trouble with the law, Junior, don't try to help the clientele.
The cops? Oh, okay. Why didn't you say so? I don't know nothing about this guy.
And I don't know enough. Now, come on, Race, you talk or eat sawdust. Which?
No. I'll tell you. What do you want?
One, you, Chip Bryant, and Toby Packler stuck up that Santa Barbara jewelry store 6 months ago, right?
Yeah, we did it. But they crossed me up. It was when the cops were coming and we split.
Split, or you played hooray for Lou Race and ran without worrying about the others?
What's the difference?
The reason Toby and Chip Bryant won't tell you where they hid the jewels, that's the difference?
Nuts. You're standing on one ear, peeper. Toby had a different reason for crossing me.
Like what?
Like her falling in love with that louse Bryant. The kid she baited into coming along with us. By flapping her baby blues, the kid who was supposed to drive the car, period. That's how she crossed me. Anything else?
Yeah, the topper. Where's Brian now?
One of 2 places. Either with Toby Packler or without. Oh! Packler. Good night, sweetheart.
By the time I made it to the door, the second company, Sam Spade, was across the street behind a parked car and streaking for an alley in the middle of the block. Just as I thought I was going to lose him, he came abreast of a dark doorway, and I saw it. An arm raised quickly, the glint of a knife blade. The arm dropped sharply. Whoever had done it slid away in the dark as suddenly as he appeared. When I was next to Race, there was only the caller's card, a black ivory-handled knife, driven to the hilt in between the dapper man's shoulders. He was going out fast.
Hey, holy cow, how did it happen?
Shut up, Race. Do you know who got you?
The knife.
Yeah?
Has it got a dark black eye?
Black ivory handle, yeah. Why? What does it mean? Who's it belong to, Race?
The kid.
What kid?
Vessel. Ryan.
He's dead, huh?
Yeah. And so are all the prayers of one Mrs. Martha Bryant.
Huh? Who's she?
Never mind. Listen, call the cops. Tell them my name's Philip Marlowe. I'm a private detective, and I may be able to explain all this later. Right now I'm due at a house with a water wheel, and I'll explain that later, too. If I'm lucky.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, I'm glad you're here, sir. It is almost 11:30.
I know. Have you seen anyone, Mr. Escobar?
No, sir, and I have been watching very closely.
Good.
And in readiness, my father owned this pistol.
Oh, well, I hope it's been oiled since. Now, look, I didn't locate Chip Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that a car there turning off the road without any lights on?
Yes, and going along the side of my property line, back to the water wheel. It is a woman, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, no doubt named Tony Packler. Now, look, you stay here, Mr. Escobar, and keep that blunderbuss ready. Don't forget Chip Bryant's due out here, too, and he's a killer. Keep your eyes open. We'll stand a better chance meeting him one at a time. I went around to the side of the house quickly, then kept close into a long line of eucalyptus trees that ended at a crumbling building that had once been servants' quarters. After that, it was only 20 yards to the water wheel. 20 open yards to the huge ancient circle of hand-hewn wood that complained against the side of a dreary squat stone mill that had long ago died of old age. There in the faint half-light of a hazy moon I saw Toby Packler, kneeling at the corner of the building and with both hands working furiously to loosen a stone the size and shape of a football. There was a gun on the ground next to her. I moved closer, my hand tight on the .38 in my pocket. Then I waited till she had the stone out. And that baby ends a 6-month-old secret.
Were you...
That wasn't bad aim, just a warning, Toby.
How do you know my name?
I read your mail. I get back over to your homespun safety deposit box there and take the jewels out. Go on.
All right. Why shouldn't I, soldier? You won't go anyplace with them. Chip will see to that. They're gone.
Get back.
They're not here, I tell you. Do you understand? They're gone. Gone. All the homestead.
Hold it. Now tell me, is this where you hit him?
Of course.
Nobody else knew, Race or Chip Bryant?
Grace didn't even know about this place.
But she...
What?
And don't dare move, Mr. Marlowe. Now, drop your gun. Do it!
Miss Packler. Mr. Adam Escobar, Esquire.
Keep quiet. So Chip Bryant had the jewels all the time, did he? I never thought of that.
What do you know about jewels?
Oh, quite a bit. You see, Miss Packler, that night 6 months ago when you stood over there on the other side of the water wheel and told Bryant that you had hidden the jewels and would tell him where later on, I was listening.
You knew they were here?
I'll sell anything to anybody.
It was, of course, quite by chance that I overheard you. But after you had that accident with your car, I searched as diligently as though I were a partner. Searched Miss Packler for money that could mean so much to me. But I found nothing.
Then where are they? You idiot, tell me. Where are they, do you know?
Now that I see this hiding place, yes. It was where Chip Bryant stood. There for the jewels are no doubt buried.
What do you mean?
I think, Toby, that he killed Chip Bryant almost 6 months ago and that he buried him here on these grounds without knowing that Chip had already found the jewels.
What? Chip? Dead?
Quite dead. I killed him 2 days after your accident. I found him searching for the jewels.
No. No, you're lying. Chip was supposed to go back to Los Angeles and wait until I was well. Wait for my letter.
He didn't, Toby. He came out here, found the jewels, and was killed by our host.
No wonder I couldn't find them these months that I searched day in and day out. Scratched and dog and cold and in rain by sun and by dark. No wonder I buried them with him.
Yeah, but you didn't bury his knife, did you? That's your Captain used on Lou Race tonight.
Exactly.
Why are you...
Miss Packler.
Why? So you can shoot me, then him? Or so that if I'm very lucky, I can run away to live some more?
Toby, don't.
Live with his smashed, ugly face?
Packler.
What have I got to lose?
You've been warned.
My pretty face is
Don't
gone.
take another step.
The man I love is
Don't.
gone.
I
Soon the
said...
jewels too.
Escobar. Turn around. Point that gun at me.
Richard, Mr. Marlowe.
Now it's self-defense. Toby. Toby's bad.
Yeah. Real bad, soldier. I had so much once. Pretty face. A guy named Chip. Jewels. I had everything. I was a big wheel. Wasn't I? So much.
Yes, Mr. Altman, the bookends will be sent out to you this afternoon at the latest. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. I'm sorry to have kept you, Mr. Marlowe. Well, it may be hard for you to believe, but in the minute I was on the phone, and even while I talked, I think I saw Chipper's whole life before me.
I know what you mean. Well, Mrs. Bryant, I found out that your son, Chip...
Yes. You found out what? Mr. Marlowe, what are you staring at?
Oh, that showcase there.
Oh, our Mother's Day display. It's attractive, isn't it?
Yeah, very. Mrs. Bryant, Chip was killed in a storm at sea a week after you saw him. It was off San Francisco. His body was never recovered. I was told that he was on his way to a new job in Canada at the time. And incidentally, that letter from San Luis Obispo, that was all a mistake. That girl never saw Chip again. Outside, I left my car where I'd parked it and walked through the busy city streets. You know, it's a funny thing. Lies can cause more trouble in this world than almost anything else, they say. And at the same time, can sometimes bring the most happiness.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced and written by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Joan Banks, Herb Butterfield, Louis Jean Height, Bob Griffin, Howard McNear, and Lee Millar. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started at dawn in a Los Angeles taxi and wound up that night on a cliff in the middle of the Pacific. All because of a Dutchman with $50,000, a corpse in a lily pond, and an Oriental with a chauffeur who wanted a cloak made of nothing but feathers.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn. From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Cloak of Kamehameha. Message that was delivered by a repulsively wide-awake boy missing a 2 front row center. Arrived at 6 in the a.m. and had come in 2 parts. The first, scrawled in black ink on a wrinkled piece of paper, said, Marlowe, get hold of a taxicab. Pose as the driver yourself, and at exactly 8 o'clock this morning, come past 8840 North Ogden Drive. Signed, Pollard Schindler. The second half had made more sense. It was printed in neat letters on neater green paper, and under an engraving of Benjamin Franklin read 100 silver dollars, payable to the bearer on demand. So at exactly 8 o'clock, I was behind the wheel of a hired cab, leather jacket, peak cap, toothpick, and all, and within hay taxi distance of number 8840. Mr. Pollard Schindler, a round man in square clothes with haircut to match, was not late.
You there, taxi, ready?
Yes, sir, cab.
Of course. Why do you think I am shouting my head off? I want to go to the international airport. You understand? The international airport at Inglewood.
Okay, Inglewood. International Airport it is.
Marlowe, the meter. Quick, put the flag down. Every minute I'm being watched.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Watched by whom, Mr. Schindler?
I don't know. Now listen carefully, Marlowe. Later, you are to go to the High Moana Hotel and wait for a young lady named Lenny Collier.
Uh-huh.
Then, at the hour she designates, you go to her house, number 44 Diamond Head Circle, and pick up the cloak.
Now, wait a minute. Holly Moana, Diamond, what is it? The hotel isn't by any chance in Hawaii, is it?
Didn't I mention this in my note?
No, you didn't. Or did you mention picking up a cloak?
That just proves I haven't been myself ever since yesterday. Yesterday, I received this anonymous letter that's postmarked Honolulu. All it says is, Kamehameha's cloak of golden feathers will bring no less than death.
Oh, great.
Marlowe, have you ever been to the island?
Yeah, twice. Once on business and once pleasure.
But then surely you've heard people speak of King Kamehameha.
Yeah, I think I do. He was back around the 1780s, right?
Yeah.
Big organizer, conquered Oahu by driving the defenders over the cliff that divides the island in two in the...
Pali.
Oh, yeah, Pali.
Now, Marlowe, the feathered cloak that Kamehameha wore was about 100 square feet, and every inch of it a golden yellow feather.
Uh-huh.
And valued at more than $500,000.
Hey, how come?
The feathers.
Oh, the feathers. Yeah.
They are from the now extinct black mamo bird, Marlowe. There was only one yellow feather on each bird.
Well, I could explain why they're now extinct. But don't tell me that all this is a game of Collier to Marlowe to Schindler with a cloak that belongs to the museum.
Oh, no, Marlowe, it isn't with the cloak you speak of. But Lonnie Collier has another one. Less valuable, of course. It's 1/4 the size.
Oh?
But it also belongs to the king. And it also is made of the priceless feathers.
And is this her property to have in the whole legal like?
Yes. Lonnie is wealthy. About 25. Went to fashionable schools here in California. And as a result, cares more about fun and pretty clothes than she does priceless heirlooms.
I can't understand that.
So, for $50,000, I have bought the cloak to resell to a New York millionaire for almost twice that sum. He loves the island, Lord. Marlowe, I was right. I'm still being followed. Don't look back.
Drive faster?
Don't do nothing. This is exactly as I want it. Now, whoever it is will follow me, not you. And when I am in Honolulu, they will still follow me.
Well, I take care of the business on hand.
Yes. Now, there's a reservation for you on the next plane. So, after you leave me and collect your cab fare, which will be $500, you drive away. Then later, Marlowe, get back here, aboard your plane and underway.
And tonight, when I've got the cloak?
Take it back to your hotel room at the High Moana and sit on it hard. Because unless I am a complete success as a decoy, you will have your share of trouble too, I'm sure. But Marlowe, from what specific direction it will come, I do not know.
I got the $500 to cover expenses for my Honolulu trip and was told to keep the change. Back in my apartment, I packed, got another cab, said International Airport, Inglewood, and settled back to think about the crossroads of the Pacific. There I was wrong. Because in the next minute and those that followed, everything was done the hard way. First, we ran out of gas, then got tied up in a traffic jam, and after that got stopped for speeding. All of which added up to me at the airport just in time to watch my plane take off without me. Later, when I told a cherubic clerk in a gray flannel and insipid smile that my name was Philip Marlowe and that I wanted a reservation on the next flight, which was leaving in an hour, things got even worse.
You can't be Philip Marlowe, sir. That is not the Philip Marlowe who was on Flight 21 that just left.
You have a reason for saying that, huh?
I most certainly do. There were 36 seats on that plane, sir, and when she took off, all 36 were full. I know. I checked them myself, and I don't make mistakes.
Well, bully to you, boy. But I happen to be both Philip Marlowe and the man who was supposed to be on that plane. Also, Buster, I'm just about out of patience. How do I get on the next plane or don't I? Come on, I can't stand indecision. You what?
Mr. Marlowe, I think it can be arranged.
That's better.
As a matter of fact, I'm almost sure of it.
An hour later, the last of California had slipped over the horizon, and there was only clear sky ahead. Oh, I began to relax. My mind drifted pleasantly. Frosted Hawaiian punches, warm white beaches, and lovely hula hands. When I opened my eyes again, Diamond Head was in front of us. And majestic in the red glow of the evening sun that gave all of the lush Moana Valley I could see, a texture of thick velvet. We landed like the airport was made of marshmallows. And a half hour later, I was in the lobby of the Holly Moana Hotel. It was cushioned rattan and Philippine mahogany over cool tile. And everywhere, laughing, sunburned people wearing anything from Catalina swimsuits to prefabricated hula skirts. So smiling both inside and out, I worked briskly to the reservation desk and told a good-looking Hawaiian in white flannel that I was Philip Marlowe. But at his reply, I stopped smiling both inside and out.
But, sir, your reservation was taken 2 hours ago. There must be some mistake.
Some mistake?
You are Philip Marlowe of Los Angeles, sir.
Yes, so right. And look, I've been through this before today because of what I thought was an error due
to what, sir?
Nothing. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. There was a large circle of mirror on the wall behind the clerk. And even as we had talked, I caught the reflection of a beautiful tan girl in cocoa brown suit, white pearls, and no stockings, who at the mention of my name had done a take that made her long blonde hair whip straight out. When she saw me watching her, she pivoted sharply on a spiked heel and hurried toward the lanai under the banyan tree, where there was Hawaiian music and a lot of different-looking people drinking at glass-top tables under a three-quarter moon. I stayed near the reservation desk long enough to light a cigarette. Then I followed her. She was seated away from the lobby entrance, and on a hunch that she just might be Lani Kalia, I started for an empty table next to her. But a middle-aged Chinese in gay gabardine and Panama to match slipped into the chair that I was after. So I forgot about being subtle and addressing her as Mrs. Kalia, introduced myself as an old and dear friend of Pollard Schindler's. One Leland Dunn.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise, Mr. Dunn. But tell me, how did you know what I look like?
Oh, Pollard Schindler's accent doesn't hamper his vocabulary, Miss Kalia.
Oh.
He used the right adjectives, believe me.
I'd love to. But I can't, Mr. Dunn, because Pollard Schindler never saw me in his life. All our business was done by telephone.
Okay, my mistake. I'm Philip Marlowe, Lanny, and I want to know when we rendezvous at 44 Diamond Head Circle for the Cloak of Kamehameha.
Look, you're no more Philip Marlowe than you are Leland Dunn. And if you need a reason, it's because I just left Philip Marlowe upstairs.
Now, look, baby, there's only one Marlowe. That's me. I can prove it.
I'll bet you can. Forged papers and all. I've already been warned to watch for imposters, so quit wasting both your time and mine and get out of my way. I've got things to do.
Now, wait a minute, Lonnie.
What
Listen.
More? Proof that you're actually Kamehameha himself? No, thanks, mister. Goodbye.
Now, I had two clues. One, an obvious party who had assumed the name of Philip Marlowe, and the other, Lani Kalia. Less obvious, but more intriguing. So figuring the road company Marlowe would keep, I followed Lani, who by this time was getting into a long yellow convertible. Before I got to her, she lurched from the curb, so I ran across the street to what I thought was a taxi. But I was wrong, because it turned out to be a chauffeured limousine and being helped in by a small, swarthy item of dubious lineage in a wrinkled cotton uniform was the Chinese in gay gabardine and Panama to match, who had been sitting near us on the lanai. What counted more was that he obviously sensed my problem.
You wish to follow the girl, sir?
Yeah, you know, it's a lover's patch. You know what I mean.
I think so. Jolo, quickly. Yes, sir.
You know where she is going, sir?
I'm not sure. Maybe Diamond Head Circle.
Maybe it's spinning, son.
Oh, well, then let's make it Diamond Head Circle. Is there a faster way there, a shortcut?
Oh, yes, there is. Yola.
Which means what?
Means, never mind Diamond Head Circle. Drive fast to the factory instead. And do not move, Mr. Marlowe.
Marlowe? Oh, heavy artillery. Okay, Fu Manchu, what's with the factory?
You out of the way until the Cloak of Kamehameha is mine.
Which won't work, believe it or not, clever one. There's another Philip Marlowe who at the moment is a lot closer to that collection of fancy feathers than either of us.
You lie. It's stupid bit for freedom. Bet they will not get you anywhere. Get up! That truck! Look out!
As we hit, I slapped at his gun, then jerked the handle of the door and jumped. When I got to my feet, I was on the sidewalk and bruised, but better off than the China boy who was draped over the back of the front seat. A crowd that included a towering Hawaiian policeman who promptly told mine host to shut up, gathered in a hurry, so I ran for a cab, gave the driver $10, the address I wanted, and took off. The street on which Lonnie Collier lived was a neat curving strip that rose sharply from sea level up into the shadow of Diamond Head itself. And we were there in less than 10 minutes. Finding number 44 was something else. And another 30 minutes disappeared before we finally parked away from the place, which was glass and Kona wood, tucked deep behind a thick grove of date palms. I told the driver to back down the hill without using his motor. Then I slipped into the grounds and carefully moved toward the house, until what I thought was the trunk of another palm stepped into my path. Fast.
Stop where you are.
At the top, which was over 6.5 feet, there was a shock of flaming red hair. The whole frame was half covered in dirty yellow shirt, once upon a time white ducks and battered brown sandals.
Who are you?
Someone with an appointment to see Miss Collier. Why? You belong to this place?
Yes, and this place belongs to me as well. All of it, Miss Collier included. She's mine to protect, you understand that? Malahini.
Malawitch?
Malahini, greenhorn tourist, a kind that I hate. A kind that's ravaging all that's beautiful, stealing the islands from those they belong to.
Take it easy, Red. I'm not here to stick your pretty island in my pocket when you're not looking. All I want is words with Lonnie Collier.
You're like the rest of them, trying with cunning and deceit to turn her head away from these shores and toward the mainland where you come from. I won't stand for it.
Why don't we break this round table up and get to the house? I'm in a hurry.
All right. But I'm sure that Lonnie will be on my side. So sure, in fact, that we really shouldn't disturb the flower. Should we? Should we, Malahini?
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, this Wednesday night, Fred Allen will be Bing Crosby's special guest on Der Bingle's CBS half hour of laughter and music. Earlier this Wednesday, the winner of the $1,000 prize in the Dr. Christian Prize contest will also be announced by Gene Herschel, star of CBS's Dr. Christian show. And don't forget that Groucho Marx and Burns and Allen will also be here on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Cloak of Kamehameha.
A red-headed lunatic with a slow, soft voice and fast, hard fist took me by surprise. I wound up flat on my back before I realized he'd so much as moved. By the time I got to my feet and took after him, he was sprinting for a bamboo thicket and had a 30-yard lead. That's all he needed to lose me completely. When I finally untangled myself from the jungle, I came out on the road. But then I heard a motor behind me, so I dove for the underbrush again just as the heavy car roared by. I had seen it before. In fact, I'd been in it. It was the limousine that belonged to the Chinese. The back seat was empty, but the half-caste chauffeur Jolo was crouched behind the wheel like his life depended on it. Now, as I walked back toward the house, I saw that a door was standing open, spilling a shaft of yellow light across the dark grounds. I started up the walk when it came. A second later, Lonnie Collier burst into the path of light and ran for the open door. I went after her, caught her by one arm, and spun her around.
No, let me go.
What happened? Why'd you scream, Lonnie?
Back there in the pond, I heard a noise, and when I came outside, I found him there.
Found who? Come on, show me.
All right. I talked to him just a few minutes ago.
Yeah?
I gave him the cloak. Now it's gone. He's dead with a knife in his back. There. Look, there in the water.
Oh, brother. Who is it, Lonnie? Do you know him?
Yes. Yes, that's Philip Marlowe.
crawled as Lonnie tagged the thing in the lily pond with my name. He was face down in the shallow water, and 3 inches of crooked steel and the ugly curved handle of a kris stuck straight up between his shoulder blades. Somebody had made a very grim mistake. But it took 5 minutes of argument and a thorough checking of all the credentials I carried to convince the badly frightened Lonnie. I dragged the body out of the water and up onto the grass. And I went through his pockets.
What did you find?
A card from the Hawaiian Island Art Products Company Limited, number 12, Harbor Street. Mean anything?
No, I've never heard it. What's that on the back?
Flight number and departure time of the plane I was supposed to take out of Los Angeles. Whoever he is, he's been one jump ahead of me all the way, right up to your lily pond here. Tell me, was anyone with him when you gave him the cloak, a half-caste and a chauffeur's uniform?
No, he was alone. I gave him the cloak just as Schindler had instructed me to.
Now, listen, Lanny, there was a down-at-the-heel redhead here just before you came out. He claimed to be a friend of yours.
Yes, that must have been Lawrence Cochran, the poet.
They're making him rugged these days, huh?
Lawrence wrote one great poem years ago about 2 lovers who leaped to death over the valley to keep from being separated, and their souls turned into birds. It's still very popular here in the islands.
Yeah? What happened?
Lawrence got the habit of drowning himself in gin. And now the natives call him Papuli.
Papuli?
The crazy one.
Yeah, well, that's closer.
He's always hanging around. My mother wanted me to marry him at one time, and now that she's dead, he thinks he should look after me.
Okay, Lonnie, let him keep thinking so.
What do you mean?
I mean, you can use a good watchdog right now. So when Cochran comes back, make him park on your doorstep. You stay inside and be careful. With guys named Philip Marlowe getting knives in their backs, I've got a few things to do myself, but fast. I'd like to borrow that souped-up convertible of yours.
Where are you going?
Number 12 Harbor Street in the Hawaiian Island Art Products Company Limited. Harbor Street was a narrow, twisting alley 2 blocks below King Street. A social sargasso where the derelicts of the Pacific quietly foundered and died, filled with the damp crevices between warehouses. However, number 12 turned out to be a practically blank wall. There was one small window high up, a door with a heavy iron grill over the glass on which Hawaiian Island Art Products Limited, I.K. Lee, President, was painted in small black letters, and a thin passageway blocked by an iron gate at the side of the building. A light burned inside, but the door was locked. So after I'd ruined my shoe shine and skinned all my knuckles, I managed to climb over the gate and edge down the passageway to the rear, where I could hear water running. A marble fountain playing in the center of a walled garden as oriental as the Forbidden City. I eased across its rigid daintiness to an open door, peeked in, and then reached for my gun. Because sitting inside at a sleek white mahogany desk was the Chinese in the Panama.
Well, this is a somewhat unexpected turn of events. Please, be careful with that gun, won't you?
You be careful, Lee, and you won't have to worry about the gun. Tell me something. Why'd you break your neck to get Kamehameha's cloak? You know what'll happen if you try to sell it?
My good man, I can sell that cloak every day for the rest of my life. A few feathers at a time.
Yeah? The world must be full of feather collectors.
Oh, it is. I manufacture the beautiful feather lace that islanders wear on their heads. And while the bird is extinct, desire for its gleaming feathers is not. 1 or 2 golden mamo feathers at each lay. And instead of a mere $100 apiece, I can get double that or triple. Now, do you understand, Mr. Marlowe?
You know, you got things a little mixed up, haven't you, Lee?
Mixed up? How so?
Your boy Marlowe is dead at Lonnie Collier's place.
Oh, that. No, that was Mr. Blake, an easily accessible gentleman I hired on Main Street in Los Angeles. He only pretended to be you, for obvious reasons.
Oh, to intercept the feather cloak, huh?
Yes. I've known all about Pollard Schindler's plans since their inception. I followed every move he made. In fact, it was I who caused all your trouble on the way to the airport this morning, by means of a bribe to your driver.
Too bad you won't be able to keep your nest lined with Kamehameha's bathrobe after all, Lee. Because I'm going to walk out of here with it, or big chunks of your face. You name it. Where's the cloak now?
I gather from this that you do not have it, Mr. Marlowe.
That's what's known as a shrewd observation.
And that Mr. Schindler, as I suspect, has tricked us both.
You're stalling, Lee. I'm warning you. Start talking.
Oh, that is all I wanted to find out. That is judo, Mr. Marlowe. Almost like magic, isn't it? Jolo can break your back if I tell him, Mr. Marlowe. You behave. Schindler has the cloak, no doubt about it. So I must find him at once with no interference from you, Mr. Marlowe. Jolo, you have his gun, so lock him inside. I may need him later.
From something that half casted under my spine, at the edge of his hand, my legs were paralyzed. It felt like the practice dummy in a school for chiropractors. Every joint in my body ached when I moved. So I didn't move until the feeling oozed back into my legs. And I wobbled to my feet and looked around. There was a small high window I'd seen from the street. A heavy chair, a desk with a lamp, and something like a picture framed in bamboo on the wall. I glanced at it and then looked back. Kept looking hard for a long, long time until I finally realized what it meant. The answer to the whole thing was contained in that bamboo frame. I had to get out and get out fast. I unplugged the lamp, plastered my back against the wall next to the door, and tapped on the lampshade to intrigue Jolo into coming in. It worked. When the knob turned slowly, I threw the lamp up at the window. The crash brought the door open with a jerk, and the jerk stepped in with my gun in his hand.
What's going on here, Mr. Marlowe? Where are you? Answer.
Right here, Jolo. Now get up. I got some magic to show you. A trick I learned in Kansas called the haymaker. I ran down the hall to the street door and out to the car. There was no traffic problem at that hour, so I jammed the gas pedal at the floor and held it there right through the heart of Honolulu and up the twisting road that led to the mountains back of the city. The echoing roar of the motor as it tunneled through the forest lining the road was finally replaced by another roar. Wind. The unending gale that shrieks through a precipitate pass 3,000 feet above the city. A Polly. I swung the car to the side of the road and ran the rest of the way, out to where the rocks rose to a knife edge that dropped a sheer 1,000 feet to the valley floor. Then I spotted them. Lonnie lying at the cliff's edge and standing over us, his red hair ripped by the wind with the Mad Island poet, drunk as a lord and flapping around his shoulders like a pair of huge gold wings, was the Cloak of Kamehameha.
My love, I offer you the freedom of the bird. Come, Lonnie.
No, let me go, Lawrence. You're mad.
Oh, no, Lonnie, you're the mad one. To think you could sell your treasures and leave the island. Your destiny is here.
No, stop it. Stop it, you murderous lunatic.
I tried to warn Schindler, but the fool kept on. I killed his collier, the man you gave the cloak to. And I'd kill 1,000 times again to keep you here with me. You belong to the islands, Lonnie, like this cloak and I. We must never leave. Come, it'll all be over soon, and our souls will turn to birds and live forever in this paradise. Tucker, stop!
Marlo, help me!
Stay back! Don't interfere! Stop, Lonnie!
I know. Are you all right, Lonnie?
I'm all right. Marlo, look.
The cloak. Cochran must have lost it as he fell.
The wind brought it back to me. Strange, Marlo, but I don't want to touch it ever again.
I know what you mean. I'll carry it. Come on, Lonnie, let's get out of here.
Nothing like ham and eggs and good black coffee in the morning sun to make one forget an ugly night. Right, my friend?
Oh, you're absolutely
That's
right.
all right.
Yes. More coffee, Phil?
Mm-hmm. Oh, thanks, Lonnie. So, Lee was picked up by the Honolulu police, huh?
Sure. I had it all set up. He spent some time in prison. And Jolo, too. By the way, he was still unconscious when we got to him. What in the world did you hit Jolo with, Marlowe?
Enthusiasm, mainly.
And that's when you got away and came up to the party, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Phil, how did you know it was Lawrence and where he'd be?
Well, it's all tied with that one popular poem that Cochran had written, Lonnie.
Oh?
That anonymous letter you got in Los Angeles, Mr. Schindler, was a line from that poem.
Oh, Kamehameha's cloak of golden feathers will bring no less than... How did you find that out, Marlowe?
Well, you see, when I was locked up in Lee's factory, I saw a full copy of the poem on the wall in a little bamboo frame.
Oh.
When I came to that line you just quoted, it stuck out like it was printed in neon. See, for me, that Peg Cochran is the killer. Going on that hunch, I try to look at things from his angle. He was a murderer, sure to be caught, desperately in love, insanely possessive of everything he thought belonged here in the islands. And he was an unbalanced lush as well. The rest of it figured, that's all.
Oh, I see. And when he was cornered, he went back to the one important thing that he'd ever done.
Exactly, Lonnie. He was lost. So he identified himself with the hero of his poem and took that as the only way out.
It's amazing. Yeah, truly an amazing thing.
Oh, yeah, it's a terrible thing, too, Mr. Schindler.
Well, we all got what we went after, didn't we? Each of us. Even Lawrence Cochran. Catch a plane to the mainland. Lonnie said aloha and left to get ready for our date. I sat on the lanai of the hotel and watched the sweep of the Pacific from Diamond Head to the hills across the harbor. The white sand of Waikiki to the green shallows over the reef to the purple depths beyond. As a warm wind whispered through the palms, from somewhere I heard the soft strum of the ukulele. It suddenly occurred to me, what does aloha really mean?
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in tonight's transcribed cast were Wilms Herbert, Lynn Allen, Jack Crucian, Dan O'Herlihy, Byron Kane, and Peter Leeds. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a dead witness, a $100,000 bribe, the eyes of a beautiful dreamer, and a corpse in a tool bin. We're all tied tight to the same thing. A fox's tail.
This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Uneasy Head.
Hey, Slattery, you running a bar here?
Don't be neglecting the regular clientele. Okay. Everybody relax. Remember, them also serve will only stand around and wait. I'm calling them like I see them. Now you try again, chum. Another shot?
Yeah. Say, Slattery, you happen to know a guy named Sammy Arch? I was supposed to meet him here at 6. That was an hour ago.
Hey, yeah, chum. Another shot. What's yours, friend?
Rye, wander on the side.
Rye and a little help.
Slattery, I asked you a question.
Listen, chum, I sell whiskey. I sell gin. I sell beer.
Pretzels I give away, but only pretzels. If you're busting with questions, try Louis.
Louis?
Yeah, punk in the corner there, the guy with the patent leather hair.
Oh.
Louis welcomes visitors. Now, you want to pay for this drink?
Oh, wouldn't miss it for the world. Mind it for me, will you?
Hey, round boy, I'm going to forget I'm a lady.
Your name, Louis?
That's me.
Slattery tells me you might have some information I want.
Could be. What race?
Don't want any dope on ponies, Louis. I'm looking for a guy.
A guy like who?
Archer. Sammy Archer. Do you know him?
No. What's the matter? You welch on a bet?
No. Well, thanks anyway, Louis.
I got something good at Beaumont if you...
Heck, here twice. Bourbon once around. Coming up now. No luck, eh, chum? I thought maybe Louis could help you. He knows everyone in town.
Yeah? Well, here's to Sammy Archer, a guy I never met. Well, so long, chum.
Yeah. Don't go away mad, huh?
Oh, not a chance, Slattery. After all, you... Hey, what kind of scotch was that? Tastes like boiled cabbage heads. Slattery, what did you... I drink it was dope. Are you no good, Suit Simon? For a long time, 100 years maybe, I felt good. The temple was beautiful. Chinese beautiful. Everywhere lacquered woodwork that had the deep, bottomless luster of a pigeon blood ruby, and 1,000 shelves filled with 10,000 smiling ivory Buddhas, and a lovely, streamlined dancing girl, beaming in a white silk mandarin robe, waiting my pleasure. But then suddenly the 100 years ran out. The lacquered woodwork was a bar, the Buddhas lines of whiskey bottles, a white silk mandarin gown and apron, the lovely dancing girl, Slattery.
Easy now, Tom. Yeah. Chum, come on, try this. It'll bring you around.
Yeah, thanks, Oh, it's you. How dumb do you think I am, Slattery?
Hey, easy. No, wait. You got it wrong, chum. I didn't slip you that Mickey. Come on now. Lay back. You're going to be okay.
How long have I been out?
Oh, about an hour. Oh. You're in the storeroom behind the bar. Now, just take it slow, Mr. Marlowe.
How do you know my name?
Oh, I checked your wallet when you folded, chum, and saw you with a big-shot private dick from Hollywood.
Yeah?
That gave you my vote.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I heard all about you, Mr. Marlowe. The time you nailed that lousy Paul Miles who was hitting all the bars for some old-time protection. Yeah, but you should have said who you was.
Yeah. Oh. Hey, Slattery, got any idea who got to my drink?
No. It must have been the bird next to you, rye and water on the side.
You know him? Here, come on, help me up.
Yeah, sure. Steady, easy, There we are. No. Never seen him before. He shoved off when you went to see Louis.
What do he look like, Slattery, think?
Oh, well, he smoked a cigar.
Yeah?
Yeah, kind of a red face and was wearing a camel hair overcoat. Oh, yeah. He was nervous. He kept playing with a book of matches. He tore them out one at a time, and then he bent them up, eh?
Bent him up, huh?
Yeah.
You don't know his name, where he hangs out?
No, zero, chum, except that Louis heard him ask someone about how to get to Palm Springs, but, Mr. Marlowe, I do know about Sammy Archer.
You do?
Yeah, I didn't want to talk up before Mr. Marlowe because I didn't know you.
Slattery, where can I find Archer?
Well, you ain't putting him on the spot for someone, eh?
No, nothing like that. He called my office today, said he had some kind of a business deal with a guy he didn't trust. Wanted me to meet him here at the bar, get the details, and play bodyguard. Now, come on, tell me, Slattery, who is Archer? Where can I find him?
Hey, he's a second-story man, Mr. Marlowe.
You mean that...
Yeah, he knocks off fancy places. Beverly Hills most of the time. He's strictly a prowler.
Oh, fine.
I could probably tag him over at 31 West Grand. He's got a basement apartment there. But, look, you ain't going to be careless about the dope I gave out, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going to work for him, Slattery. I still handpick my clients.
Well, then, why are you going there?
For a lead, Slattery. A lead on a nervous guy in a camel hair coat. You see, I also handpick my enemies. 31 West Grand Avenue was a dirty stone tenement propped up by a dirty stone stoop. A cracked pavement led to the basement apartment, which showed a fuzzy slice of yellow light, where the door was cracked open inches. So when I knocked, I was ready for almost anything, just as long as it was on the see-me side. But I didn't expect it to come from overhead.
You're wasting your time, big boy. When Sammy leaves his door open, you shouldn't bother knocking.
You mean he's out?
No, I mean he's in. And he's got the blinds staggered. I know. I heard him falling over the furniture. But go ahead, see for yourself, if you'll pardon appearances. The big slob.
The lady was right. A tinny radio led me to the basement room, where I found the two scarred wicker chairs and a single end table on hand turned over. Drawers open and overflowing pieces of discarded clothing everywhere. And in the middle of all that, sprawled along the edge of a threadbare couch that was weak in the springs, Sammy Archer. He was facing me, eyes closed, and wearing a faded blue bathrobe 2 sizes too big for him. And next to one hand that rested on the floor was an empty gin bottle sitting on a clipping torn out of a fashion magazine. On one side, an ad for a Bendix automatic washer. On the other, a picture of a diamond tiara. A jeweled crown, which the caption said belonged to Mrs. Bessie Dunsmuir of Palm Springs, California's most celebrated hostess. Well, it was a good time to awaken mine host by shaking, well... Hey, Sammy. Archer, come on, pull yourself together. I should have known better. You can't wake a dead man by shaking him. Especially when he's got a knife buried in the middle of his back. Phil Marlowe, Remini.
Oh, hiya, Phil.
Tribune got time for a few questions?
Oh, we're up to our ears with the Dunsmuir story. What do you got, Phil? Beauty, beast, a traffic accident?
Skinny guy with a golf ball complexion and the name Sammy Archer. Ever hear of him?
Sure, 2-time loser out of Joliet. Jewelry. Team with a French named Christy Roach.
Roach, huh? Say, tell me, Tony, what is he... Hey, wait a minute, Remini. What did you just say about Dunsmuir?
Oh, that. Did you catch PM sheets?
No.
Someone got away with a precious tiara last night. Was insured for $100,000.
They tag anyone for it?
Not yet, but they're working on it. Seems that a gardener left her Palm Springs lash up the same time as a crown of diamonds.
Gardner, huh?
Yeah, was working under a phony name.
Well, this Christy Roach, what's he look like?
Oh, big red face, wears a cigar front and center.
Thanks. Now I'm really getting someplace.
That means what, Phil?
2 feet from the corpse, Remini, there's a textbook on gardening.
Corpse? What corpse? Where are you, Marlowe?
31 West Grand Avenue, where somebody stabbed Sammy Archer to death. Now listen, Remini. If you sit on this a while, I think I may be able to wrap it all up for you after a quick trip to Palm Springs.
Why not use us or the law? What's your angle, Phil?
A very personal one, kid.
Like what?
Like a Mickey that shredded the lining of my stomach. I don't like that kind of treatment. It's bad for the ego. I'll call you later. Goodbye. The trip to Palm Springs was 2.5 hours of hard driving through sterile wasteland. And there was plenty of time for me to add what always came out to the same thing. Sammy Archer, posing as a gardener, swiped the Dunsmuir tiara to peddle through Christy Roach, whom he feared. But Roach had double-crossed him, in a permanent sort of way, taking care of me and then headed for Palm Springs. Yeah, but there I got stopped each time. Why Palm Springs? Unless, of course, Archer's apartment turned inside out meant that the tiara was still hidden someplace in the desert hamlet. Yeah, that really would make it a cinch to find.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see Mrs. Bessie Dunsmuir, please. My name is Philip Marlowe.
Police or gentlemen of the press are no longer welcome. Good evening, sir.
Steady, Jeeves. I have information about the tiara. Now tell that to your mistress, or you'll only be able to look down that long nose through one eye.
This way, sir, if you please.
The interior of the Dunsmuir shanty was strictly colossal. From a foyer the size and shape of the Union Station to a plush, leather-lined den that was about as cozy as a parking lot. And Mrs. Bessie Dunsmuir herself fitted perfectly, because as the renowned party giver glided into the room, I saw enough jewelry on her arms, ears, and neck to match Tiffany, carat for carat. She listened intently while I brought her up to date. After that, she ushered me into an uncomfortable chair, rang for Long Nose, and then asked a sensible question.
Mr. Marlowe, this Sammy Archer, what did he look like?
Well, he was thin, Mrs. Dunsmuir, and sandy hair. Does that fit your ex-gardener?
Precisely. Now perhaps we're actually going to make some progress. The police here haven't, and... come in, Martin. Oh. A liqueur, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, no, thanks.
Thank you, Martin.
Mrs. Dunsmuir,
Yes.
Did you ever notice a red-faced man who smoked cigars hanging around, talking to Archer, perhaps?
No, I never did. Did you, Martin?
No, madam. I don't believe I did. Excuse me, madam. Good evening, Dunsmuir residents. Who's calling, please? One moment, sir. Mr. Endicott, madam.
Endicott? I don't seem to know any Endicott. Hello? I'm sorry, Mr. Endicott, but I don't seem to recollect... what? You... well... yes. Yes, of course. I'll see you tonight here. Goodbye.
What's wrong, Mrs. Dunsmuir?
Oh, just some more trouble over the estate. Ever since my husband passed on 3 years ago, we've had a mountain of trouble with his investments.
I see. Well, about the tiara, Mrs.
Marlowe, do what you can about locating it. You'll be rewarded handsomely by the insurance company if you're successful, I'm sure. They stand to lose $100,000.
Yeah, but can't you tell me anything about Archer?
I'm afraid not. I don't believe I ever said more than 2 words to him. Now, excuse me, Mr. Marlowe, and thank you for your interest. Martin,
Madam.
Please show the gentleman out.
Outside, I chalked the Dunsmuir interview off at face value. Proof positive that Sammy Archer and the sticky-fingered ex-gardener were one and the same. Then I headed for town on the first public phone, which was at a mobile gas station. There I swapped a $10 bill for a pocket full of quarters and started calling people back in L.A. who might know more about Christy Roach and the kind of connections he could have in Palm Springs. But after 4 near misses, I quit and stepped aside to let a big man with a beefy face that belonged on an English bulldog take his turn. However, he had other ideas, and he pointed them out bluntly with a shiny automatic.
I wonder if you could help me, Sonny. I'm looking for a diamond tiara.
You gotta be kidding. I wear a fedora besides
Hold
that...
it right there. I have news for you, Sonny. While you were gabbing into the tube there, the station attendant left, closed shop, went into the bar next door. Out of earshot.
So?
So we're alone. And that means I'm going to do very little.
Stay right there, Marlowe.
Well. Christy Roach. Red face, cigar, and all. Glad to see you.
Shut up. Come on, we're getting out of here.
Without our buddy there?
Don't worry about him, Marlowe. He'll keep that way. Maybe a lot longer than you will.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, every Wednesday night, CBS, the network of the stars, brings you Groucho Marx in his dizzy quiz, You Bet Your Life. Be sure to hear You Bet Your Life starring Groucho Marx this Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations, as well as Dr. Christian and that bright new musical show, The ABCs of Music. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Uneasy Head.
From the way Christy Roach had brought his gun barrel down on the bulldog's scalp, I knew he meant it when he jammed the same gun into the small of my back and marched me to my car. He didn't relax until we were driving down a dark side street toward the center of town.
Well, kid, you jumped right out of the frying pan into the fire. You should have taken that first hint I tossed you.
The Mickey? Yeah, that was real cute. But it was too subtle, Christy. I didn't really peg you till I found Sammy Archer.
Oh? It's too bad about Sammy. That was more or less of a mistake.
Oh, sure. You only intended to carve your initials. The knife slipped.
No slips, kid. At the time, I thought Sammy had tried to pull a fast one on me, but I found out later he was just stupid. He had a great thing, and he was just too dumb to see it. As for you, turn east the first chance you get, and don't run any stop signs, you understand?
Where are we going?
Oh, no place in particular, just so it's nice and quiet. You know, you don't know when to quit, Marlowe, so now you're just one of the loose ends I've got to tuck in before I clean up my business here. Take it easy on the corners.
You told me to turn east the first chance
I also told you to mind your manners.
Busting my wrist isn't going to help my driving much.
It'll be worse the next time. I've got a lot of ground to cover yet tonight, and I want it smooth.
That's too bad. Because there's a bump coming up fast. Right now, we pick up a tail.
Huh?
Take a look.
Cops.
Yeah, cops. Call it, laughing boy. You're the skipper. Do we race them out of town, or do I pull over?
Pull over. I don't know what the beef is, but play it straight, kid, because if it comes to shooting, you'll be the first to drop.
I got your read, buddy. You're on a one-way street.
You're telling me.
Yeah, only you're going the wrong way.
Yeah, I know. Well, you see, my friend...
I warned you. What about him?
Well, he's in a hurry, officer. I was taking him as far as the corner there. He said it was okay to come this way. I didn't. I'm a stranger here.
Also, you're a big boy now. You should make up your own mind.
You're so right.
There, Mac, if you're in a hurry, you can go, but you better get out and walk.
Thank you.
Your friend here is going to be tied up for quite a spell. All right, let me see your license.
Maybe the limb of the law and I should have nailed him right then and there. But there were still too many loose ends, and I wanted Christy Roach to clear them up for me. So I watched him walk out of sight while I listened with half an ear to a lecture on blind drivers. Well, it was a small enough price to pay for the service rendered, so I thanked the officer for the ticket and then headed back to the filling station in a bulldog with a headache who might be in a mood to talk. But when I got there, I found he hadn't waited around. After that, I checked the neighborhood and was 15 minutes getting to first base, which turned out to be the bar of a French restaurant across the street, run by one Monsieur Jean Corret, a high-octane member who apparently had overheard a phone call earlier.
I immediately notified the police. Nothing, they said. Believe me, my friends, the lowliest gendarme in Paris would have more sense. Throw away an important clue? Never. I tell you, our police...
Mr. Corret, can I see you a minute?
Aye? But of course, monsieur. What is it?
Well, it better be in private, huh? It's about the Dunsmuir case.
Nom de nom. Step this way, monsieur.
All right.
You naturally are a detective.
Naturally, yeah. Now, look, I understand you overheard a phone call.
Oh, yes. About an hour ago. A suspicious man called the Dunsmuir place from here.
What did he look like?
I am desolated, monsieur. I do not know.
You said it was an important clue.
I assume it was important. In a case as big as this, anything may be important. The smallest...
Yeah, you made your point. Go ahead.
Eh bien, he made an appointment. I only overheard, monsieur. The telephone is back this way in the alcove out of sight. I was passing by right here when I heard the man ask for the Dunsmuir residence. He talked to his party and made an appointment. I couldn't hear where or when, so I went on about my business. But suddenly, a memory exploded like a bomb in my head. Bessie Dunsmuir, the owner of the stolen tiara. I rushed like this, monsieur, to the phone. Oh, pardon, madame. But he was gone, monsieur. I called the police at once.
The rest I can fill in. Now, tell me something else, Mr. Corret. Did you happen to notice a man with a cut on his head around here a while ago?
A cut?
Yeah.
Why, yes. One who looked as ugly as Satan himself. I saw such a one in the washroom. You mean he's suspect?
Well, not exactly, no, but he's connected. Where can I find him?
You ask me, monsieur. He was sick. I tried to help him, but he refused and left.
You've no idea where he went?
No. But wherever it was. I'll wager he was too wobbly to get there, monsieur.
All right, in that case, I better make a quick call and
The telephone, sir.
Yeah.
Bessie Dunsmuir hasn't had a new husband for 2 whole years,
Madame.
my dear. I can't imagine how she keeps up that elaborate front of hers. Why, do you know what?
Madame, hang up the telephone at once. I insist. Vitement.
I beg your pardon.
In the name of the police, monsieur is a detective. I demand you clear the line.
I've paid my nickel and
Never mind. Skip it. But I would like to know about those bent matches on the floor.
What do they mean, monsieur?
I better skip the call and get going fast. You've been a big help, Corey. Maybe I can get you the Croix de Guerre. The bent matches that littered the floor under the phone meant that the man who had made an appointment to meet with Bessie Dunsmuir had been the fence, Christy Roach. And to top it off, she'd lied about it. Didn't make any sense. But I added it to the rest of the question marks and made a beeline for Bessie's mansion. I parked a block away from the place, walked back, and let myself in through an iron gate at the side. Wound up in front of a car, half hidden in a clump of hibiscus bushes. A man was leaning in the open door with a match in his hand, reading the registration on the steering post. It was the bulldog I'd seen first at the gas station. When he saw me, his hand dived under his jacket for a gun, but I was on him before he could get it out. You're due for another dose of the same, Buster, unless I get some fast answers. The time for games is over, and even a private detective can run out of patience.
You're a private dick.
Yeah.
I don't get it. This car here belongs to the guy who helped you. Fence. Christy Roach. And if he's inside, I got...
Roach didn't help me, and you've got to do nothing till I find out about you. Who are you?
Temple. Fred Temple. Hamlin Insurance Company.
Oh, no.
We're covering the missing tiara. Only something's haywire.
An insurance investigator?
Yep. I'm not going to make it, fella. My head, you better get in there and stop.
When he passed out, he sagged against me like a sack of whitewash. I stretched him out on the grass, and after one look, knew there was nothing more I could do. I went over to the house and quietly tried locked doors all the way around until I came to an open one in the butler's quarters. A bed lamp was on, so I braced myself for another meeting with Martin. When he came to the door, he was in his nightshirt. As soon as enough of his chin was showing, I swung! It was a distinct pleasure. I stepped over him and went through his rooms and on up the long hall of the main part of the house. I finally located Bessie in the leather-lined den. She was alone, but judging from the rate she was burning up the jittery cigarette in her hand, she expected trouble at any moment.
Marlowe, how did you get in here? Why are you here?
Just checking up on a lie, Bessie?
I don't know what you're talking about.
A late day tonight. Incidentally, he's due any second now. His car is outside.
On my ground?
Yeah. Surprise? What's so important about that? Now, look, you better tell me all about it, Bessie.
No. Get out of here. Get out.
Later. Right now, this setup is so full of holes, even the truth is leaking out. First, Roach the fence, figuring Sammy Archer, the guy who swiped your tiara, was pulling a fast one. And he changed his mind and got a new angle. Second, you brushed me off because actually you're afraid of finding the tiara. And third, the insurance company that's covering your loss is suspicious. Yeah, it's screwy, but it can only add one way. Like the tiara that was stolen from here yesterday is worthless.
Are you insane? It is famous, fabulous, worth a king's ransom.
Yeah, the original, maybe. Not the cheap duplicate. It may be fuzzy on the details, but the big picture's easy. You dismantled the original and sold it probably quite a while ago. But not before you made a duplicate to keep up appearances so gossips wouldn't know you were going broke. Also, you kept up the insurance on it for the same reason. And the duplicate was stolen. People knew you'd been robbed, so you were forced to claim the insurance. But you knew that if the fake was recovered legally, you'd be prosecuted by the insurance company and disgraced. Sure, Christy Roach knows that, too. He's coming here for blackmail, isn't he? Why else? Come on, Bessie, you might as well... You might as well...
Might as well what? What are you looking at?
A cigar butt there on the floor.
Oh.
It's burned a hole in your rug. What happened to make Roach drop a cigar, Bessie? Where is he?
I don't know what you're...
Stay away from that desk. I mean it, Bessie. Next time it's for keeps. Now stay back. Where is he?
In that closet there. I didn't know what else to do. You were right about the blackmail. About everything. I had to kill him. He'd have wrecked my life.
Yeah. Just your way of life. That was top-heavy anyway.
I guess so. But I thought I had to have it that way. Well, at least I'll give them all a big laugh on the way out. Bessie Dunsmuir's a great entertainer.
Bessie Dunsmuir, the world's greatest hostess, invited the police and reporters out herself. The fake tiara was found in the back of Roach's car. And she wore it cocked over one eye for the benefit of the press, the photographers, and her friends. By the time that party was over, it was almost dawn. Bessie was right. The papers came out and the giggles began. But Fred Temple drinking coffee under a head full of bandages didn't see much to laugh at.
It's pathetic. Something awful sad there's someplace, Marlowe.
I agreed. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown, even a phony one.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Verna Felton, Wally Mayer, Lou Krugman, Ben Wright, John Daner, Edgar Barrier, and Charlotte Lawrence. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Now, a special announcement for Philip Marlowe fans. Next week, Philip Marlowe will be heard Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Be sure and be with us again next week on Wednesday evening when Philip Marlowe says...
This time there was an innocent aboard, a noisy corpse and a quiet killer. But before I knew which was which, I'd mixed with all three, while going 70 miles an hour.
Now that warm weather's here, many of us will be doing more driving and more walking. It's the duty of every motorist and every pedestrian to take every precaution so that we may cut down on the terrible injury and death toll exacted by traffic accidents. These accidents don't just happen. They're man-made. Somebody causes them. Make sure that you're not responsible for a traffic accident. Walk and drive carefully. The life you save may be your own. This is CBS, where Philip Marlowe will come to you on Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
For your enjoyment, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum brings you Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Face to Forget.
All right, wise guy. I told you once you couldn't come up here to this room, Marlowe.
That's right, landlord, but I found all I needed.
Well, you won't be able to use it after I teach you some manners. Snooper! Oh! I'll teach you to break into a respectable room and house.
Not leading with your right, you won't. Now get up. Come on, get up. Okay. I'll teach you something about cooperation, landlord. All I wanted to do was look this room over, and I was nice about asking.
Cut it out. I got my rules.
And I got a job to do. I've been looking for Dave Stroud for a solid week, and his trail finally led me here.
I got to look out for my roomer's privacy.
Sure. Only Dave Stroud checked out of here this afternoon. He's no longer your guest. Anyway, I found enough in here to know Stroud's taking the train tonight for San Francisco. So that winds up my lecture, and I'm happy to say my business with you and your charming establishment. Good night, landlord. When I stepped out of the cheap, musty rooming house into the warm night, I felt for the first time in a week that I wasn't wasting my time. That by tomorrow I'd know why a quiet young guy named Dave Stroud had suddenly dropped everything that gave life some sense. Everything from a lovely girl to a fine job and vanished. Completely. I stopped in a phone booth, called my client, and told her to meet me in an hour at the Leopard Spot, the bar in her hotel. Then I made a reservation on the 10 o'clock train for San Francisco, went home and threw a toothbrush and shirt into a bag, and when I walked into the Leopard Spot, I was right on time. I found my client, Ellen Wyatt, in a booth near the back. The soft rose lights touching her face made me wonder all over again what kind of pressure it could possibly have been to drive Dave Stroud away from a girl like this.
I tried to wait in my apartment upstairs, Phil, but I just couldn't. Is it good news?
I hope so, Ellen. That broken-down rooming house over in East L.A. paid off all right.
Dave was staying there?
Yeah, he had been, under the name of Donald Stranigan.
But why would he take a place like that? He must have plenty of money with him.
Oh, well, the city's cluttered with those joints. They're as common as tin cans. He figured you can't look into all of them. We were just lucky.
Then he knows what he's doing. There's nothing wrong with him like amnesia.
No, it's something else, Ellen.
Good evening, Miss Wyatt. Martini?
Yes, please.
For you, sir?
Martini sounds fine.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Marlowe, maybe that hunch I had about gambling, maybe it was right after all. Couldn't some kind of terrible jam with gamblers do this to Dave?
Yeah, it might. But I checked that and drew a blank. Say, listen, Ellen, the description of Dave I got at that rooming house isn't too complete. That snapshot I asked you about, you bring it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, good.
It's in my purse.
Ah.
Here. That was taken on our first date 4 years ago.
4 years ago, huh? Those years made quite a change in both of you.
Yes. Dave and I are good for each other, Phil.
Oh, sure.
I only hope that the next 4
Here
years...
we are. Martini, very dry.
Oh.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, I wish we had the kind of news we could toast.
Maybe we will. Sooner than you think.
You've got a new lead? You know where Dave is?
Well, close enough to be pretty sure he's taking the 10 o'clock to San Francisco.
San Francisco?
Yeah, and so am I.
Phil.
How about coming down to the station with me, huh?
Me? But do you think that's wise? What if he saw me first?
Well, it's worth a chance for you to point him out to me. What do you say, baby? Got something to drink to now?
Yes, and I'd better do it fast before I start to bawl. Tears would be awful in a martini. No luck, Phil. I still haven't seen him.
Wait a minute. How about that one, Ellen? Over there at the cigar counter.
Oh, the fellow in the T-shirt?
Yeah.
Dave couldn't look that sloppy, and besides, he's taller.
Oh.
Well, that's it, Phil.
Yeah. Well, I guess we missed him. I better get aboard, huh?
This kind of scares me. You don't think Dave just pretended to be leaving, that he tricked you?
No. Those leads weren't planted. They weren't that good. Don't worry, baby. Dave will be on this train when it pulls out. I'll bet my last buck on it.
find him for me, Phil?
Sure. You just keep that chin up.
I will.
Okay.
And call me the very first chance you get.
Right.
For train 61.
Pardon me, lady. I'm sorry.
Hey, you with that brown bag.
Me?
Yeah, just a short minute, my friend. Unless you happen to favor dirty shirt size 17, you're in for a big disappointment.
What are you talking about?
Well, I think you made a small mistake there. Isn't that my bag?
I'm afraid not, mister. CP isn't Philip, M isn't Marlowe.
Well, how do you like that? I saw you pick it up back there at the information booth. That's where I left mine. I could have sworn it belonged to me. I'm sure sorry.
It's all right. Happens to everybody sooner or later.
Yeah, well, now that's mighty big of you, friend. Say, you're going to be on old 61 for Frisco, too, aren't
Afraid
you?
so, yeah.
Well, let's call this an introduction. Arback's my handle. Manny Arback, on the road for Pfeiffer Plumbing fixtures. Yes, sir. I'll see you on board, friend.
Not much doubt about that.
No, we might get up a little game. Fun, huh?
Oh, fine.
Yeah, well, I better shake a leg and get my bag. I'll find you all right. I never forget a face.
Maybe I ought to cut my head off. I stopped off in my compartment just long enough to drop my suitcase. Then as we pulled out, I moved through the train to the dining car and picked a seat where I could keep an eye on the rest of the tables for Dave Stroud, who, even if I didn't recognize his face, I knew from his fiancée would handle a knife and fork European style. Be likely to order liver and bacon and drink tea without sugar, and would probably be dressed in wooled tweeds with his shirt collar open. Well, as soon as I sat down, the car began to fill. My table companion, a quiet tab collar type, had his own business and knew how to mind it. Almost 100%. Which he did for the 15 minutes it took him to eat.
Well, I don't know why food always tastes better on a train, but it does. Thanks for letting me share the table with you.
Oh, not at all.
Perhaps I'll see you later in the club car. We might have a nightcap.
Yeah, it's a deal.
Fine. So long.
So long.
So there you are, Marlowe.
Fine.
Say, I've been looking high and low for you, my friend. What you doing in here? They serve nothing but food in this car, you know. Say, who's your pal?
I don't know. He was here 15 minutes and we didn't get that far.
I know exactly what you mean.
You do?
Yeah, those quiet birds give me the willies, too. You know, friend, I've seen him someplace before, and I never forget a face. You didn't catch his name, huh?
He didn't throw it.
He didn't throw. Oh.
You like that, huh?
Yes, sir, you're right on, my friend. Well, it'll come to me. Faces are kind of a hobby with me. I meet a lot of people, but I never forget a... Hey, have you lost somebody in here the way you keep looking around?
Yeah, but I think I found him again.
Hey, what's up? Where you going?
Play follow the lead. I'll see you, Owlback.
Hey, Marlowe, come back. You dropped something here.
In spite of the fog kicked up by the traveling typhoon who never forgot a face, I'd managed to catch a glimpse at the door of a bunch of tweeds and an open collar on a bill that exactly fit the 4-year-old snapshot in my wallet. I bucked a huddle of undecided dowagers blocking the aisle, but managed to keep them inside all the way back to car 16 without being seen. There I watched them unlock compartment L and go inside. I was convinced it was Dave Stroud, but at this point I had to be sure. I went to look for the conductor and finally found him tucked away at a lonely table back in the club car, as intent on his ticket count as a cheat at solitaire. I figured I could afford the time now, so I decided to wait. I headed back for the seat, and I ran into my dinner partner, the Tab Collar.
Well, hello again. You're a little early for that nightcap, but sit down anyway.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, I'm Roy Tarney.
Oh, mine's Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
Philip Marlowe. I've read that name many times. You're the famous private detective.
Well, private detective, anyway. Glad to know you, Tony.
Privilege for me. Oh, are you looking for a match here?
Yeah.
Oh, keep them. Keep them. I have others.
Oh, thanks. Thanks again.
Are you on a case now, Marlowe, or shouldn't I ask?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Hey, Marlowe. Marlowe. Man, are you hard to hang on to. But you're mighty lucky I'm honest, my friend. You see this?
Yeah, I see. It's my wallet.
Yeah. When you bolted out of the dining car, you dropped it on the seat. I found it for you.
Oh.
Nothing fell out but this picture here. And is she all right, man? Oh, man. Who is she, boy? The name, I mean, huh?
Don't tell me. I bet you've seen it before.
Yeah, that's right. And I never forget a face.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks. Now, if you let me have it, I'm very grateful.
Yeah, sure. Glad to be of service, my friend.
Oh.
Anytime I can... Well, speaking of familiar faces, this is the gentleman that you had dinner with, huh?
That's right, Auerbach. This is the gentleman. Mr. Auerbach, Mr. Tarney, for better or worse, till your destination do you part.
How do you do?
Tarney? Tony. Now, that's funny. You know, I was just telling Marlowe here that I recognized you from someplace.
It's very unlikely. I have a fair memory myself. I don't remember you.
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty good, but... Hey, wait a minute. I'm getting it? Sure. Oh, this is silly. Why, I saw you tonight in the railroad station.
No, that's impossible. I was so late I nearly missed the train.
Me too. Only you had a good reason. Oh, yes, sir, my friend. You were kissing the little woman goodbye. I couldn't see her too well, but she was quite a looker. And judging from the way you were going at it, Yeah, well, now, wait a minute, friend. I didn't mean any offense. I was just kidding you along. Yeah, well, I guess I'll... go by my way into a little poker. Excuse me.
I suppose there has to be one on every train.
Yeah. They help the ride like a square wheel.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll go read a while, Marlowe. Good luck on your case.
When the conductor climbed out of his pile of tickets to stretch, I went over, introduced myself, and asked the $64 question.
Car 16, compartment L, huh? Well, let's see. Oh, here it is, Mr. Marlowe. That room's occupied by one Daniel Stacy.
Daniel Stacy? Sure. Same initials as Dave Stroud.
But we're not carrying any Dave Stroud tonight.
Don't bet on that, conductor. It was that simple. I walked up through the train to car 16, and when I got to the door of compartment L, I'd already decided on how to handle Dave. Convince him that he had to go back to Ellen Wyatt regardless of what had happened to him. Yeah, I had it all figured until I heard it. It had come from inside. The door was unlocked, but the lights were out. When I got them on again, I realized that nothing was simple. Ever. Stretched out on the floor of Dave's room was Manny Auerbach, staring straight up as he rocked with the pitch of the train, the side of his head against a sharp steel corner, his eyes already beginning to glaze.
He said he knew I'd remember sometime.
Remember what? Why did you come here, Manny?
He said I'd remember...
Manny! Well, Marlowe, it's your move again. Let's see you tell this to Ellen Wyatt. Who's that? What? Ooh!
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Face to Forget.
Either it had been the flat of the pistol crashing against the side of my head, or my head crashing against the stone-hard floor of the compartment, that had turned light into dark and left me with a welt behind one ear the size and shape of a cue ball. I couldn't tell which. But when I had both my eyes open, I knew that it didn't matter. That nothing mattered really, except that I was staring into Manny Auerbach's dead face, while only inches away a pair of feet were moving. Feet that belonged to Dave Stroud, whose suitcase in tow was on his way out, one hand already on the doorknob. I went for him, around the knees.
What? Let go! Let go, I say! Oh!
By the time I was off the floor and after him, he was well out in front. But wrestling with a heavy steel door at the end of the empty passageway slowed him down. When we reached the platform between the cars, he was almost mine. But then suddenly a hand shot out of the dark, grabbed a fistful of shirt front, and spun me hard against the opposite door. No! A hand that belonged to a man in a tab collar. Mr. Roy Tawney, plus a shiny .22 automatic, and minus his club car velvet voice.
Get up, Marlowe. We've got a little talk coming.
At this stage, it'll be a pleasure. Believe me.
We'll see. What do you want with Dave Stroud?
I'm a census taker who's real...
Cut it. Time is running short, Marlowe. When you get off at this stop coming up, you stay off.
Yeah? What's your angle?
Dave. He still needs my help, and he's still gonna have it.
No matter who he kills?
Kills? What's that supposed to mean?
Manny Auerbach, the chummy one who couldn't forget faces. He's very dead back in Dave's compartment.
Well, then that loudmouth wasn't just a blowhard salesman after all. He was what Dave's been running from, one of those lousy card shop...
Slips, huh, Tony?
Yeah, but they don't count, Mr. Detective. Nothing counts anymore but Dave getting out of a jam that can cost him his hide. Just for the record, that game back in L.A. 3 months ago that cost Dave every cent he had plus 10 grand he didn't was about as level as the rest of that knee-pants town ever gets.
Which makes you what?
Two things, smart Alec. First, a guy from Detroit, a real town, who doesn't like a lousy fix. And second, I like a fix even less when the sucker on tap is my own brother. Now, Peeper, get back away from that door. The station's on that side. I wouldn't want you to run for it and get shot before you got to say a few words. Back over here, Marlowe.
Take it easy with that gun, huh? They go off, you know.
All right, the pitch. Let's have it now. What's Dave to you?
Ellen Wyatt mean anything?
Not very much. But Dave is sorry about that. So when you get back to your client, you tell it... Hold it. Just like you are and stay cheerful.
This stop, Carter. Carter, gentlemen.
Conductor, this train wait here a while? I mean, is there any time to get off and stretch?
No, sir. Just stop long enough to pick up a little mail, leave a little mail, once in a while take on a passenger. Hardly ever, though. Carter folks aren't much on traveling. Oh, by the way, aren't you the gentleman who was looking for Mr. Stacy?
Yeah. I found him, thanks.
Oh, don't mention it. Glad to be of service. Say, don't get too close to the edge there, gentlemen. Carter, California.
We were talking about Ellen Wyatt, Tony. Why didn't precious brother Dave ever let her know that he had to lay low, that he was in a jam with gamblers? A bunch of roses with card enclosed could have gone a long way, or again, there's the telephone.
Oh, button that up, Marlowe. I don't know any of the details. Maybe the kid didn't want her to know he couldn't stay away from the pasteboards. Maybe he just didn't want her to worry. Anyway, that's not the point.
Then what is?
That a broken heart beats a broken skull 7 times a week. You should know that much, Peeper.
So?
So I don't want you, the girl, or anyone else to know where Dave is heading. At least not until I get back to L.A. by my lonesome and call a few spades just that.
Like they do in Detroit, maybe, huh?
Like they do in Detroit, no, maybe. You tell the Wyatt babe I'll look her up then. Now you get over there at the door and you take your choice.
Jump or get pushed?
Jump, pushed, or shot. Go on, Marlowe. This is where you get off. Go on, the longer you wait, the harder it's going to be. Name it. Jump, pushed, or shot.
I couldn't say much for the alternatives. But one look back over my shoulder at the gaping .22 automatic leveled at my head and Tawny's ice-cold gray eyes above made up my mind for me. Jump it had to be! I would always remember one thing about Carter, California. The right-of-way was more sand than stone. I was grateful.
Carter Station, Willis Hensett speaking. The Limited left 10 minutes ago. No package for you, Miss Lilyspan. I'm sure, I'm sure. Huh? Me snapping at you. Now listen, Miss Lily. The brass of some people. Say, what happened to you, son?
I tripped. Dad, this is important. Can you tell me where the Limited stops next?
Well, is anybody getting on at Murdoch Corner?
No. The first real stop. A good-sized town.
Let's see. Smoke cigar, son?
No. Look, Dad, this counts. Now, come on, tell me, will you?
Yeah, sure. Well, now, there's Fulton. That's a half-hour wait.
Oh.
You got a match, please, son?
Oh, yeah, here. Here's a whole book keeping. Now, tell me, how far is Fulton?
Oh, 40, maybe 50 miles. Upgrade on the road.
How can I get there in a hurry? I got to catch that train.
Well, if you got a car, you can...
Where can I rent a car or get a cab?
It is our not a chance, sonny. Oh, excuse me, Jake's calling from Bakersfield. He's expecting a grandchild.
Hooray for Jake. Now listen to me, Dad. There's a dead man on the Limited and his killer as well, and I was tossed off the train. Now let's take the business.
What? Well, in that case, let's call ahead and get the police.
No, I don't want that.
Well, why not, son?
Because, for one thing, the killer may have been justified. Self-defense and the sight of the law will toss him into a lot of panic. He'll only end up in more gunplay. And for another, I have a very personal axe to grind.
Getting tossed off the train, huh?
Yeah, among other things. Now, will you tell me that coupe out there, is it yours?
Yeah, but I can't
For
let
$50
you take my car. You're a cash?
Cash. Here. Also, here's my credentials. I'm a private detective out of L.A. I'll get your car back to you as soon as possible. I'll pay you another $50 when I do. Now, give me the keys, will you? Quick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Here. It's the one in the middle.
Thanks, Dad. And don't worry. I'll drive real
What's the matter, son? Well, you're staring like you don't feel so good. What is it? Your head, maybe?
Yeah, my head, maybe. I ought to have it examined. Sometimes it's real slow coming up with the truth.
The truth? What do you mean, son?
I mean, I got a big fat hunch, a hunch that may be able to stop a second murder. If I make it to Fulton in time. So long, Dad. Thanks a lot. You've been a great help. My apologies and congratulations to Jake. Like the station agent himself, Willard Hansard's coupe was a little less than spry. But with the accelerator jammed hard to the floor and only a straight, empty highway ahead, I managed to keep it at a straining 70 most of the way. And 50 minutes later, when I tore into Fulton and followed the street markers to the station, a long, low, welcome sound in the night told me I was on time. The train was just getting underway again. I slammed to a stop at the end of the depot, piled out of the coupe and started to run for the last car. But I changed my mind. The train could chug on its merry way without me. After all, it was going without Dave Stroud and his big brother. The two men were walking down the deserted platform toward me. I slid back into the shadows of a pile of crates and waited, my hand tight on the .38 in my pocket, suddenly positive that my hunch was now a sure thing. Roy Tawney was not Dave's brother, but he was the one who had murdered Manny Auerbach in car 16, compartment L, and he was ready to try murder again.
All right, Stroud, that's far enough. Hold it there.
Tawney, you're out of your mind. You've got no reason to kill me. I'll never say anything. Ellen knows that. That's why I ran. I could never turn Ellen over to the police. I love her.
Oh, yeah, sure, you're nuts about it. You got lots of reasons to be, haven't you? Reasons like Ellen crossing you up for me and a tall stack of dough. Reasons like knowing that we're both responsible for knocking off our ex-boss to come into that dough. Sure, kid, you got lots of reasons to love her.
But, Tawney, I tell you I do. I ran away, didn't I?
Oh, but of course, Mr. Stroud, of course, you ran so that you could wait for a smart time and a smart place to try blackmail.
No, that's not it. I ran because I love Ellen. Because whatever she's done has been your fault.
Oh, no, kid, you got it all wrong. The lady was the pilot all the way. Even to hiring a lousy peeper named Marlowe to tag you so that I'd know where to get my hands on you.
The man on the floor in my compartment? The dead man?
That was a loudmouth salesman with a memory for faces. He would have spoiled everything if he'd remembered that he saw me with Ellen in the railroad station and passed it on to Marlowe. I had to shut him up and then give the peeper a big cock and bull story about you being my brother and in hot water with gamblers.
And Marlowe was the other one, the one who grabbed for me.
That's right, Stroud. That was Marlowe. Too bad he didn't grab better, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect shame, Tawney.
Well, you dirty louse! Watch out! He's got a gun!
Makes two of us.
Rotten pig!
Is he dead, Marlowe?
Yeah, Dave. Even in Detroit, he'd be called dead. Come on, Dave. We got some telephone calls to make. The police, for one.
All right. Marlowe, is all this really true?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Dave. The girl you wouldn't turn in for murder wanted to murder you. Believe it, kid, all at once. It'll be easier later on that way.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Marlowe, for getting here when you did. You saved my life.
Well, not exactly. A guy named Willis Hansard gets part credit for that. Guy who runs a railroad station at Carter, California, and also smokes cigars and sometimes runs out of matches.
What does that have to do with it?
Everything, Dave. See, Hansard needed a light, and I gave him a book of matches that Roy Tawney had given me earlier in the club car. I hadn't noticed them then, but I did when Hansard used them. They came from the leopard spot, Dave.
The leopard spot?
Yeah.
The cocktail lounge at Ellen's hotel?
That's right. And I couldn't buy Tawny's having them as just coincidence. It tied him into Ellen too tight. A hunch said so. Wait here, will you, kid? I'll only be a couple of minutes. I've got a long-distance call to make before we get in touch with the police.
To Ellen? But what are you going to tell her, Marlowe?
Anything, Dave. Anything that'll keep her right where she is, ready and waiting for what's going to turn out to be the, L.A. police. I won't be long, kid. After the telephone call, Dave and I spent a long hour with the Fulton police, explaining why a man named Roy Tawney was lying in their quiet railroad station, face down in a pool of his own blood. And it was a long hour again with the railroad officials who arrived with their own set of questions. Well, it was 4 o'clock in the morning before we were finally aboard a train, heading back for L.A. Dave Stroud and I sat opposite each other in silence through that bleak, empty hour when you can almost feel the day that's coming up nudge the one that's just gone by. I was real glad to see it go. I sat there looking at Stroud and wondered if he'd ever heard the lyrics of a song a train whistle always makes me think of. My mammy done told me. When I was in knee pants, my mammy done told me, son, a woman's a two-face, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick, and chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Sammy Hill, Roy Rowan, Parley Bear, Larry Dobkin, Elliott Reed, and Junius Matthews. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says,
This time I tangled with 3 snakes. The first was made of gold, the second wore a mustache, and the third was in the bag, and each in its own way poison.
Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's exciting story, The Gold Cobra.
My mama done told me
Get it before it's history. Hi, Mr. Marlowe.
Hiya, kid.
Get it while it's hot. Paper, 7th grade clothing wall.
Hey, mister, could you please help a blind man? Could you let me have $1 for my first square meal in a week?
You mean your first shot in an hour, don't you, Jake?
Huh? Oh, Mr. Marlowe, hi.
How are you?
Sorry I didn't recognize you. Must be these dark cheetahs.
Yeah, must be. How's business, Jake?
Oh, I seen better. You too, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Well, you're just standing around here in front of your office for the fresh air, maybe.
No,
Oh, no, don't tell me that ain't it. I got it.
Huh?
You're making a rendezvous, a secret meeting, huh?
No, Jake, I'm just waiting for someone.
Holy catfish! Look at that jerk out in the middle of traffic. The guy with the suitcase. Getting out of that cab right in the middle of the street. Hey, he's coming this way.
And he acts like the guy I'm waiting for, suitcase and all. Here, Jake, here's the starter on that meal. I'll see you. Goodbye.
I got you. So long, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks a million.
Sir, tell me quickly. You're Mr. Marlowe, Philip Marlowe?
That's right. You're Roth Winkham?
Correct. Mr. Marlowe, is your car nearby?
Yeah, right over there.
Good. Well, Mr. Marlowe, we've got to get out of here. My very life may be in danger. And if you've been seen with me, sir, yours as well. Quickly, Mr. Marlowe. We must be off.
Yeah. Well, this way, Mr. Winkham. My new client was right out of Charles Dickens, but I bit my lip and tried to play it straight. We piled into my car and took off. Mr. Winkham, his owl eyes glued to the rear window, watched and worried hard about whether we were being followed. But finally he was convinced that we were safe. He relaxed his grip on the suitcase and fumbled for a cigarette. Roth Winkham was maybe 50 and had a large, bald head on a small, well-dressed body that just couldn't sit still. Also, it was at least 3 to 1 that the gentleman had ulcers. He was the type.
Keep driving, please, Mr. Marlowe, and do watch the rearview mirror.
Okay.
Now, sir, what exactly did I say to you on the telephone?
Well, you wanted me to fly to Chicago tonight with a suitcase that contained an item worth $20,000, which was earmarked for some museum, right?
Oh, yes, the Asheville Museum.
Yeah, and you said something about an eccentric here in L.A. who owned the item. That's about all I caught. That and the fact that you were very worried.
And I still am. Now, first, Mr. Marlowe, a word about the man who was
First,
found...
Mr. Winkham, a word or two about the item itself, huh? You know, I can't afford to play carrier pigeon without so much as a peek. It's too much like leading with my chin. Now, what is it?
A gold cobra.
A gold what?
A cobra. A snake, sir. Made of 250 separate links, each some 2 inches in diameter and each solid gold.
Links, huh? That makes the snake flexible like the real thing, is that it?
Yeah, precisely. And the cobra's hood, Mr. Marlowe, is spun gold.
Oh?
Originally, the object was a ceremonial piece. It comes from India, from a kingdom that no longer exists. Mordecai Ziff bought it there several years ago.
Mordecai Ziff, huh?
Yes.
He's the eccentric who lives here in L.A.?
But perhaps intellectual is more the proper term.
Oh.
He lives near here in the Hollywood Hills. And he is the one who is presenting the cobra to the museum.
I see. Well, tell me, what's your connection, Mr. Wickham?
I am a friend, Mr. Marlowe. Mordecai and I studied together in Europe many years ago.
Really?
We have remained fast companions through the years. And now that his health is failing, he is a man of 60. I wish very strongly to repay his kindnesses. But I need your help to do it.
Yeah, well, that brings us to the party following you. Who's that?
A creature named Akbar, Mr.
Akbar?
Marlowe. Yes. He's an East Indian, and he wants the cobra. Badly. That's all I know of him, except, sir, that he has no claim, morally or legally. He's merely a fanatic.
Yeah, well, that's not to be sneered at. It's a full-time job. Tell me, what does this Akbar look like?
Well, he's thin, he's dark-skinned, dark hair, vicious, cold eyes. You'll have to be on the other... Mr. Marlowe, behind us, sir, that taxicab. We're being followed to get... Drive, sir!
You see who it is?
No, but it could be Akbar. Try to lose him.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do. The cobra's in the suitcase here, right?
No. This suitcase is empty.
Oh?
A decoy. The gold cobra is in a similar bag that has been checked at the Beechwood Plaza Hotel. Turn again, Mr. Marlowe. The cab is gaining.
Right.
Now, sir, this envelope contains the claim check for the bag, as well as your airline ticket to Chicago. Also, there's a $100 bill included.
Oh.
And you'll get another one when we meet tomorrow night in Chicago. I'll look for you at the Dearborn Street Station at 8 o'clock. He's still with us, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, and that's a red light ahead. We can't slip through.
Then it's time for me to go. And time for Akbar to follow me. Me and the empty bag. Good luck, Mr. Marlowe. I'm counting on you, sir.
By the time the light had changed, the spry Roth Winkham had already made it to the sidewalk, the empty suitcase conspicuously in hand. And when my rear-view mirror showed the cab had given up the chase, I figured the quantity known as Akbar had taken the bait and followed Winkham. All of which made my next stop the check room at the Beechwood Plaza Hotel.
Yes, sir. What'll it... Well, hello. Can I be of some assistance, maybe?
I wouldn't be surprised. But at the moment, I just want my suitcase. Here, honey, it's a black bag.
A black bag?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, here we are. Number 4511. Number 4511. Comes out even. Must be yours, all right.
Yeah, it must be. Thanks, baby. Here. Small token of my Oh.
What's the matter, handsome? Your wife just waltzed in?
No wife. Just trouble. Goodbye, princess. My first glance at the man standing in the hotel entrance was almost enough. A lot of people could have jet black, unruly hair on top of a flyweight build, but very few people had that kind of wild, sparkling eyes. They were reserved for fanatics named Akbar. When he spotted me and started coming in a hurry, it was time for me and the suitcase to head for the nearest exit. I took a side door just beyond the check room, and from there ran the length of the narrow, twisting corridor that led to the rear of the hotel, and out to the alley where I'd parked my car. There I ducked behind a pile of trash cans, slipped my hand over the .38 in my shoulder holster, and waited. But after a full minute went by, I figured that it was safe to go to my car. And it would have been, if the striking redhead crouched on the seat inside hadn't been holding an also-striking pistol. Just made for ladies.
Don't bother getting in the car, Mr. Marlowe. In fact, don't do anything but hand over that suitcase. Here, on the seat.
Your mind's made up, huh?
Definitely. And keep your hands at your sides. Now, let me have those keys you're holding. Come on, toss them here.
Yeah.
Now, turn around. Thank you. I'm glad you're cooperative.
Don't mention it. It's your winning smile. Anything else?
Yes. Walk in the direction you're facing. Go on.
Walk it is, baby. But first tell me, who do I see for my car?
Don't worry. It'll be returned safe and sound.
Yeah, what about the suitcase? It's got all the clothes I have in it.
Oh, sure. You look so fetching in gold Cobra, don't you? Good night, Mr. Marlowe.
The shock of fire red hair gunned my car the length of the alley and then swerved on two wheels into the busy street beyond and was gone. I followed to the end of the alley and started walking toward the hotel. And I saw something else. It was Akbar running toward a hack stand. He had also seen my car disappear, and that obviously meant that he wanted the first cab in line to take him someplace in a hurry. But the driver was waiting for a fare, which forced him to the only other cab in line, and almost gave me time to get to him. Almost. But not quite. That left only an outside chance that Akbar had tossed an address to the driver before he knew that the cab was taken. Yeah, but it was an outside chance that paid off.
Yeah, sure he gave me an address, pal. Even though I had the flag down. I got an old doll inside.
Yeah, listen, friend, this counts. What was that address? Come on, the right answer's worth 10 to you.
A saw?
The same. Here.
Oh, no.
All right, what was it?
Let me think, pal.
Come
now,
on,
hold
come on,
everything,
come on.
pal. I got it. Outpost Road, number 818, I think. Yeah, 818 Outpost Road.
818, Hollywood Hills, huh?
Uh-huh. Someone up there you know, pal?
Yeah, it could be. Get moving. 818 Outpost
But,
Road.
pal, I already told
I already
you.
heard you. There's another 10 in it, and let's forget the old doll. Come on, Buster, roll.
Corner mansion there is 800 outposts, so this next job must be it. Whew. Looks like the Taj Mahal joint.
Yeah. That plus enough grounds to build a ballpark, grandstand included. I'll get out here, take the driveway on foot.
Okay, pal, whatever you say. Hey, you want me to wait?
Yeah, you better. No, I think I see my own car up there. Here's the 10, thanks.
Okay, pal. So long. Hey, give my love to the Roger, huh?
Brother, what a backdrop for a harem. 50 beautiful girls, 50.
kindly stand just where you are. Its rifle is loaded and the safety not on.
It was hard to believe. At the top, a genuine African pith helmet, and under that, a pudgy, cherubic, smiling face with red roses for cheeks and dimples, an inch deep. And the rest fit, too. A round little body dressed in a khaki shirt, riding breeches, and polished leather boots. Happy of the seven dwarfs and jungle get-up. But there the individualism ended, because like everybody else I'd met tonight, his interest was in the Cobra, exclusively.
Now, Mr. Whoever you are, where is that snake?
Have you tried the grass? I understand snakes love it.
This is not the time to jest. There's nothing funny about that Cobra.
Not unless $20,000 happen to tickle your funny bone.
For the last time, where is the Cobra? The truth.
Okay, the truth. Frankly, my friend, I haven't the slightest idea. Honest, I haven't. Happy folded up on one punch like it was built on hinges. I headed for the Taj Mahal on a run. But when I was past my car and had gone the slippery length of a tiled porch that led to a pair of half-open etched glass doors, I slowed to a walk at the sight of a single light that came from a beaded lamp in a room inside. Then I came to a full stop. The room was about the size of a basketball court with plush decor that was strictly Far East. An elderly man wearing a bright yellow satin robe and also bright yellow satin turban was stretched out, glassy eyes staring at the ceiling. The front of his robe an ugly blood stain. Beside him was the lady with the red hair, and next to her the suitcase that wouldn't stay put. It was a good time for me and my 38 to announce ourselves. Well, this certainly outclasses the alley, doesn't it, Red?
What?
And now it's your turn to keep your hands at your sides.
Well, what do you want here, Marlowe?
Did you kill him?
No. Oh, no, I didn't. Believe me, I didn't. I hated Mordecai as if, but I wouldn't do this.
Oh, of course not. How could I even think of it? You only stick up people in alleys, steal cars, walk off with gold lucky pieces worth 20 grand or better, huh?
Marlowe, I didn't do this. My gun hasn't even been fired. Here, look.
Don't try it, Red. I'll look when I'm ready. First, I want to make sure the gold Cobra is still intact.
Of course it is. I never let it out of my hand.
We'll see. Stay right where you are, baby. Don't move. I can unlock this with one hand and cover you with the other. Okay. Now we'll know if the Cobra's... Look out!
Marlowe, it's real, a Cobra.
Steady, Red. Don't move. No! Oh, baby, you shouldn't have killed the lights. That makes the next move the Cobra's. And my gun's worthless.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Gold Cobra.
We got one good look at a live Cobra rearing up out of the suitcase, its hood distended, flicking its glossy, forked tongue, before the only lamp in the room shattered on the floor in a blue flash, and total darkness surged in. For an endless moment, there was silence, as soft and thick as black velvet. Then we heard it. The snake was moving. We listened to it crawl slowly out of the suitcase, ease itself across the table, and slither to the floor.
Marlowe, it's coming toward us.
Stand still, baby. Freeze. Don't move a muscle.
I can't do it, Marlowe.
It's our only chance. Do you hear me? No matter what happens, don't move.
Marlowe, I'm getting dizzy. I'm afraid I'm going to pass.
No, baby,
out.
hang on, I tell you. Now, Red, listen to me. Talk. Start talking, don't stop. But talk softly.
I...
Who are you, Red? Tell me. What's your real name? Tell me.
Abby Abigail Seaburn.
All right, who killed Ziff, Abby?
I
Who was it? Come on, answer me. Keep talking.
don't know, Marlowe. I told you the truth.
Why did you come here to Ziff's place?
He swindled my Aunt Marcella out of all her money before she died.
Yeah, go ahead.
Money that was supposed to come to me.
Swindled her how?
He was a mentalist.
Yeah?
Fake mind reader and fortune teller. He told her lies that made her keep giving him money until there was nothing left.
Atta girl, keep it up, baby, keep it up. Why did you take that suitcase away from me at the hotel? Answer me, Abby, think. Come on.
I spied on Ziff. I found out about the gold Cobra.
Yeah, go ahead.
I knew if I once cut my hands on it, I could force Ziff to return the money he tricked my aunt out.
Keep talking.
Oh, Marlowe, I can't. I can't stand it that awful.
Quiet. Listen.
There's someone in here.
Yeah. Who's there? Who is it?
No!
He made it out the door.
The Cobra struck at him, Marlowe.
Sounded like it was clear across the room from us. Now look, Abby, stay where you are. Don't move. I'm going to see if I can find a light switch on the wall behind us. Stand real still, Abby. You hear anything?
No. Oh, hurry, Marlowe, please.
Believe me, baby, I am. There ought to be a switch here someplace. There's got to be a switch. Yeah, here it is.
Thank heaven, light again.
Where's that Cobra?
I don't see it, Marlowe.
We'd better spot it. That thing's loaded with sudden death.
It's not here, I tell you. It's gone, Marlowe, it's gone.
Yeah, I guess you're right, for the time being. But in case it comes back, you better keep that gun handy.
Where are you going?
After the guy who beat it through that door. Right now, it pays to be ahead of the game. But not too far ahead, Abby, do you understand?
Oh, yes. At this point, mister, I'll do anything you say.
All right, then wait here for me. And keep your eyes open wide. This Cobra's not the only killer loose in this joint. The door opened into a long passageway that offered as much chance to duck for cover as the inside of a loaded cannon barrel. And it was so narrow that if the Cobra had found its way out there, it would be within kissing distance when we passed. The hair on my neck remained at rigid attention while I edged along the hall toward a dim light at the end that came from a heavily draped green waiting room. In the center, facing halfway from me, was Akbar, the tousle-haired East Indian. His face was even grayer than before, and his hand trembled as he mopped his glistening forehead with a silk handkerchief. When I stepped in, he saw me from the corner of his eye. His face went stony. Only his right hand moved. It dived under his jacket for a weapon, but I brought my gun down hard on the point of his shoulder. His arm went limp, and a knife as wicked as the back end of a scorpion bounced across the floor.
Dog, you'll pay for this interference.
Not on the installment plan, Buster. We're going to settle up right now. How come the live Cobra in the suitcase you're so anxious about?
A fiendish trick.
Yeah, and in the dark, it almost caught you, didn't it?
True, but fortune smiled and the Cobra missed.
Yeah, but fortune's a fickle lady, Buster. Come on, talk it up. Just what are you trying to promote?
The return of this sacred gold Cobra to its rightful place. The temple of my ancestors in India. The blasphemy perpetrated by Mordecai Ziff will end only in the restoration of the gold Cobra. And I am prepared to do whatever I must do to accomplish this. Even to paying money for it.
Or killing?
Or killing. Death is transitory and therefore inconsequential.
Well, the Homicide Bureau has other ideas, Elephant Boy. So maybe we better just... I hate to leave you alone, Akbar, but you're better off in the long run. I watched just long enough to see Akbar melt toward the floor. Then I ran back along the narrow corridor to where I'd left Abby. When I stepped in the door, I stopped cold. She was facing me from across the room, her eyes wide with fear, her mouth still twisted from a scream. Directly behind her was an opening in what should have been a blank wall, and inside it, staring out with fixed, hypnotic eyes, was a coiled Cobra. Only this one was solid, gleaming gold. I started toward Abby, but I stopped again because there was a gun in my back.
That's quite far enough, Marlowe.
Roth Winkham. What is this?
You aren't going to like it, Marlowe, not one bit. Give me your gun. Give it to me.
Get it yourself.
I wanted to warn you, Marlowe, but he said he'd shoot me. He took my gun, too.
Come on, Winkham, why the switch?
Believe me, Marlowe, when I hired you tonight, I expected a much less bizarre ending to all this. I intended you to be peacefully on your way to Chicago by now, with the gold Cobra safely in tow.
Still just a favor for a friend, huh?
Not exactly. That part was a small lie. Mordecai Ziff was my partner.
Your partner?
Yes, my dear. When we felt it was time to move east again, I decided to break away from Mordecai and keep the gold cobra for myself. Alone. But I needed help.
Because a fanatic named Akbar turned up who had his eye on the cobra, too?
Get over into that empty car, both of you. Go on, get over there. Move.
Take it easy.
No tricks with the pottery, Marlowe.
You shoved him into
Never mind. Leave that vase alone. Get back in the corner.
So it was you who killed Zip, huh?
I hated him. For every one of a million indignities I've suffered at his hands. As soon as I was sure you'd picked up the gold cobra, I came back here. And I killed him. I just finished it
when I got here.
Yes, young lady. I didn't know about you. But I managed to get out of here before you blundered in with that empty suitcase.
Empty suitcase? That's what you think.
That's what I mean. There on the table, empty. As it has been from the outset. Just as empty as the decoy I used. Obviously, Mordecai suspected my intentions to steal the gold cobra after all.
It was a bit more than that, Winkham, honest. Oh, what a cozy pair of chums you and Zip must have been. You really don't know what he put in that bag, do you?
What are you talking about?
Zip had a surprise all set for you, Winkham. It was
Marlowe, look. The snake, it's coming out of that vase.
Holy smoke, Winkham, there's a live cobra behind you.
I don't blame you.
Listen to me, will you?
Marlowe. Oh, that's such an old stunt. Stay back.
Marlowe, it's
Winkham, kill it, I tell you, it's right behind you.
Stop it, you're only wasting time. No. I'm bitten.
Oh, no.
He's out, and it's no help, baby. That thing's still between us and his gun. Get behind me, back in the corner.
Oh, Marlowe, we're trapped. We can't get past it.
Get back, will you? Maybe I can throw my coat over it long enough.
Hey, anybody here? What's the matter?
Oh, it's the jerk in the pith helmet. Hey, you! Over here!
What in the world's going on, anyway?
Get over here with that rifle, will you? Hurry!
What's the meaning of all the... Bertie, good heavens, my cobra.
Kill it, will you? Shoot!
Quiet. You're in a spot, folks.
No fooling.
She's got you within striking distance, so don't move. Just stand still. Very still. Come on, Birdie. Birdie, now. Come on. Take a look at the end of the rifle, Birdie. See the hole? That's it, in the end. Fascinates you, doesn't it? Steady, folks, don't move. Keep looking at the little hole in the rifle, Birdie. That's right. Now back up. That's the way. Into the sack, Birdie. Little more. Now put your head in like a good girl. Ah! That does it. Now we've got you safe and sound in the sack.
Oh. Whoever you are, brother, you're a genius.
Crumpler's the name, Otis Crumpler. Snakes are my business.
Most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Yes. The most amazing thing.
Abby.
Why, she's fainted. Well, what's wrong? Was she bitten?
No. But I know what she means. Look, if you don't mind, Crumpler, I think I'll sit down myself. Right here. Well, when the police finally moved in, they gave the degenerate Taj Mahal a long once-over, and then we adjourned for more questions and answers to the hospital where Abby Seaberg was getting a nerve back and Akbar was nursing the split scalp I'd given him. And while Otis Crumpler and I waited for the word downstairs in the coffee shop, Roth Winkham, my client, was busy dying of cobra venom, in spite of Crumpler's best efforts.
Well, that's the way it is with cobras, Mr. Marlowe. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Sugar?
No, thanks, no. He had it coming, Otis.
Oh, both of them did. Mordecai Ziff was a slimy sort, too. He'd been snooping around my snake farm for several days.
Oh?
And then tonight, when Birdie turned up missing from her cage, I just knew that he was behind it some way. But I couldn't figure why anybody would to steal a cobra. You know what I mean?
Yeah, vaguely.
Phil, guess what?
What? Oh, Abigail Seaberg is well enough for coffee. Sit down.
Oh, it's better than that. The police think there's a good chance that Akbar will be able to buy the gold cobra and I will get the money. How do you like that?
I like it fine. Where are we going to spend it?
Oh, well, I know a certain kind of snake bite remedy I'd like to try right now. I think we deserve it, mister. It comes in bottles, and they call it scotch.
Oh, no, not whiskey.
Oh?
No? Oh, not for snake bite. Oh, no. No, that's the very worst thing you could do. You see, it stimulates the heart and makes the blood go faster. And that,
Mr. Crumpler, is exactly the idea. Come on, Phil.
You know, there are many things that can lead to romance. Usually it's moonlight. Sometimes it's a bit of a song. But who ever heard of a snake playing Cupid? Yeah, well, there was a snake in the Garden of Eden. Yeah, but come to think of it, he kicked up quite a fuss.
Phil? What are you thinking?
Snakes. What are you thinking?
Apples.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps you keep feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Howard McNear, Lynn Allen, Wilms Herbert, Lou Krugman, Bill Lally, and Michael Ann Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I caught a killer on a lonely pelican's roost. It took a fistfight on the sidewalk, a flyway drummer with an ice pick in his back, and a vicious meeting on a yacht to do it. That plus the color of a girl's hair.
This is Bob Stevenson speaking, and this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's exciting story, The Pelican's Roost.
Hello, Marlowe speaking.
Phil, thank heaven you're home tonight.
Lynn?
Yes.
Lynn Russell?
Uh-huh.
Oh, baby, when did you get back to town?
Yesterday. Phil, listen, I'm at Eugene's. It's a beauty salon on Wilshire, just west of La Cienega.
Yeah?
Come over here right away, will you?
Me? To a beauty shop?
You've got to help me get out of here.
Oh, what's the matter, kid? Got your head caught in a dryer?
Phil, please, I'm serious. I'm scared. There's a guy waiting for me outside, and when I leave here, I'm afraid he's going to try to kill me.
Now, look, this isn't just for laughs, huh, baby?
Phil, this time I'm not fooling. This man's crazy. His name's Ward Erling. I had a few dates with him once. He was in an accident 3 months ago, just before I left on my cruise. He's supposed to be in the hospital right now, but he isn't. He's here, just waiting for me to leave.
Yeah, but Lynn,
Look, I'm not asking a favor, Phil. I'm hiring you.
Okay, baby, it'll take me 15 minutes to get there.
Oh, thanks, Phil. I'll wait till I see you walk by.
I drove out to Wilshire Boulevard and kept telling myself that I could trust Lynn Russell. Why? Because I like her. She was a glossy brunette, born with all the natural equipment of a top model and a covey of oil wells in her own name. She rushed at life, but she'd always been smart enough to stop short of real trouble. Well, it was 9:30 when I got to the section of Wilshire's Miracle Mile that housed Eugene's beauty shop. I drove by, saw no one outside, so I pulled into an alleyway, parked, and walked back slowly. As I passed in front of the show window, I winked at a gilt mannequin with purple hair. And when I heard the door open behind me, I stopped and lit a cigarette. Lynn Russell hurried by without a word, ran to a cab at the corner, and drove away. Well, that was all there was to it. I turned around, headed back to my own car, and got as far as the handle on the door. Oh! I fell against the car as the blow came again. Oh! It made syrup of my legs. I oozed down onto the pavement and stayed there.
I know you. You're Marlowe, the private detective.
Okay. So I'm Marlowe.
Well, let me tell you something, Marlowe. I've spent 3 months flat on my back because of an accident that wasn't an accident. I'm going to get even with her, do you understand? I don't care what it costs. Palmer Sloan or anybody else can hire a dozen like you, and it won't stop me, so stay out of my way.
I climbed up my front fender hand over hand, got back on my feet. In time to clutch a glimpse of a new convertible emerald green with what must have been Ward Erling at the wheel. Well, there was no use trying to follow in the condition I was in, so I headed for Lynn's place with all my windows open. The cool air helped. I pulled up in front of a wrought iron arch labeled Garden Court Bungalows and followed the flagstone trail back to number 4, which was Lynn's. I felt almost normal again until I saw her front door. It was standing half open, framing a man against the dark interior who was trying his best to see inside. This time the advantage was mine, and I took it.
Take your hands off me.
Get inside.
Oh, just a minute.
Get in. Now turn on the lights. Lynn.
I doubt she's home. Miss Russell is not in the habit of sitting around in the dark.
Oh, you know her habits, huh?
I do. And you?
I know she has bad taste in men.
I wonder if I should resent that.
You don't qualify. What are you to Lynn?
When she wants someone to help her lift a martini glass, she calls on me. He's been going on like that for years.
Just tell me your name, Junior, and he's off on the small talk.
My name is Sloan, Palmer Sloan. Now it's your turn, Mr. Muscles.
Never mind. Lynn! Lynn!
By what right are you snooping around like this? Just who are you, anyway?
Here's my card. Lynn hired me tonight.
Oh. So you're Marlowe the detective?
Yeah, Marlowe the detective. Any idea where she is? It's important.
None whatever. I had a date to meet her here, which never means very much to her. Why did she think she would need you tonight?
Because she was afraid of a guy. One who gave me a crack on the skull, and incidentally, doesn't think much of you either.
Oh?
Ward Erling. Ever hear of him?
Erling?
Yeah.
Well, yes. But Erling's still in the hospital. He met with an accident, you know, something about brakes slipping on a car, and he was crushed.
Accident's not what he calls it, and he's got a gun, just for emphasis. What's his connection with Lynn?
Oh, help yourself, Marlowe. It won't mind.
Get your snoot out of that glass and answer me.
She discovered him, like all the others. I'd scoped it 2 years ago. Then a cowboy takes Harrison.
Early last year was a fellow with the racing boats, and so on. They are hobbies, fun and games to Lynn. She's got too much energy, far too much.
What's the difference with Ward Erling?
Well, he fell in love with her.
Oh.
It was charming. And then he wouldn't be brushed off, told off, or bought off. She tried them all.
So?
She left. Ran out, took a cruise. He wanted to marry her, simply wouldn't take no for an answer. Imagine that. Those two belong together like scotch and kerosene.
You know, you sound a little like you're in love with her yourself.
Maybe I am.
Oh.
But I know my quaint little position in her life. I'm her errand boy, Marlowe, nothing else.
And you don't care how dirty your hands get?
What do you mean?
Skip it. Now, look, errand boy, her life's in danger. Right now, I've got to find Ward Erling in a hurry. Any good ideas?
You might try the 4-bell jump in Santa Monica.
What's that?
It's a jive joint on the waterfront at Surf and Wilshire. That's where Lynn dug that character up originally.
He's a musician?
If you want to call it that. Some do. He was the piano player and leader of a small and for some reason successful combination that's still there, so far as I know.
Yeah, and one more thing. Lynn left here in an awful hurry. She might be looking for you. And I might later, too. I'll go home, wherever that is, and wait.
Why not? Oh, it's 210 in the Beekman Plaza.
210, huh?
And if my apartment doesn't answer, try the bar.
When I pulled onto the parking lot at the 4-bell jump, the first thing I saw was the nose of the emerald green car Erling had been driving peeking out from the side of a building. I checked it and found out it was registered to one William Freeman. Well, that meant nothing, so my next stop had to be inside. The club was a low-ceiling mixture of dusty fishnets, the smell of bad bar whiskey, and noise. The band had just finished the set, climbed off the stand, and drifted out to join the customers. I saw the name Howdy Bub Freeman stenciled on the bass drum. He was a flyweight who carried most of it on an oversized head equipped with a pair of protruding yellow eyes. Stuck out even further when I followed him out into a back room.
Hey, Bub. Yeah?
That your car on the side, the green one?
Yeah, brand new. Nice, huh?
Too nice to loan out.
Better come again.
Where's Ward Erling? I thought he was the piano man here.
Ward, he used to be. He's in the hospital now. Had a bad accident a while back.
Who says it was an accident?
What? It was an accident. I say so. Of course it was. I saw it. The brake slipped in his car. It rolled down an incline, pinned him against the wall.
Is that so? Who says he's in the hospital?
I do. Hey, look, what's your grift?
You're a liar, Bub. Erling borrowed your car tonight.
Man, you're dragging me. I'll see you around.
Come back here.
Look, I got no beef with you, mister.
Where can I find Ward Erling?
Why don't you go off somewhere and drop dead?
Where is he? Come on, little man, before I shake it out of you. You look like you shake awful easy. Where's Erling?
Wait a minute. I don't know. I swear I don't. I don't care if he used my car. I didn't know it. He's a bring-down, a spook.
Keep going.
He blew his cork over some society doll. It practically wrecked our combo we've been working 5 years to build up. Also, it broke the heart of one very sweet kid. Maxine's so gone, she'd scrub floors for Ward, and he couldn't see it. I'm disgusted with her.
Maxine who? Where can I find her? Now, look, little man, do I shake some more?
Maxine Majesta.
That's better.
She's inside at the end of the bar, blonde in a blue dress. Take it easy, will you? She's a good kid.
So am I. We'll get along fine. I'll see you, Bub.
And what'll it be for you, mister?
Scotch.
Oh, that one's taken. Lady will be right back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Water or soda?
Water.
Thanks. There you go.
Thanks.
Hey, Larry. Are your phone's broken? I didn't get my nickel back.
Oh, you want me to freshen up that drink, Maxine?
No, thanks, Larry. It was fine.
Maxine,
Yeah?
maybe you can help me.
Maybe.
No. No, what I mean is I'm looking for Ward Erling.
Try under a rock.
You know, you sound a little bitter.
I'm as bitter as a slot machine these days. What's it to you?
Well, I'm an acquaintance of Lynn Russell's. Name's Marlowe. You know her, Maxine?
I've seen her. at the jam sessions we used to go to. She used to show Ward off to her little groups like a prize pup.
Sure you got it pegged right? You know she tried hard to shake that.
Listen, she's the gut rocks type who'd sink a yacht just to watch the bubbles. And that's only...
Only what, Maxie?
Never mind, skip it. Good night, Mr.
Hey,
Marlowe.
wait a minute. Don't I get to buy you a drink?
Some other Tuesday. Good night.
I watched her as far as the door. Decided to go after her, and then I caught the bartender giving me a very cold eye. Didn't thaw any as I downed my drink and saw him high-sign the bouncer. Looked like my welcome was wearing thin, so I went outside, sat down in my car, and tried to figure out who was covering up what. But I only got as far down the list as Palmer Sloan. It had come from the back room in the club. I was a poor third in getting to him. A waiter in a white apron and a fat sax man both beat me.
Over here, Manny. Here. Hey, it's Bob. Bob Freeman. Holy cats, what's wrong with him?
He's been stabbed.
There. In his neck. An ice pick. Bob, who did it?
No use, fella. He was gone before he hit the floor. Whoever did that to him got him dead center.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Pelican's Roost.
Howdy Bub Freeman was face down and dead. The ice pick that had killed him pointed straight up, rigid like an accusing finger. To the right of the dead drummer's sprawled legs was the fat saxophone player, his face shiny with a fine sweat of fear. And to the left, the waiter who had found Freeman's body. For a backdrop, there was the doorway crammed with astonished faces and the funny kind of cracked voices people always have at a time like that. I closed them out. The waiter objected.
Oh, now, wait a minute, mister. What are you doing that for? We got to call the cops. Hey, you ain't the cops, are you?
No, I'm a private detective. Name's Marlowe.
Oh, that ain't good enough. We got to get the law
Shut
about
up, Dave.
this. What?
Mr. Marlowe will tell you anything you want to know. My name's Lager, Manny Lager. Bub Freeman was a good friend of mine.
Even if he's the reason Ward Erling went to the hospital?
What'd you say?
That from my corner, Freeman dead only adds one way. He put Ward Erling in splints to keep him from wrecking the band by running off with Lynn Russell on a 90-day cruise.
Oh, yeah, sure. To get even, Erling put an ice pick in his neck. Tossed it right from his hospital window.
You don't keep up with the news, do you, Lager? Erling left the hospital this afternoon, probably by way of the fire escape.
Ward is out?
Out. And so that the accident was the kind that's planned well in advance. I know because we've already had a chat.
Then you mean that Erling did this to get square? He killed Freeman?
It could be. But there's another angle.
Yeah, an angle named Palmer Sloan. That society louse who didn't want his girlfriend mixed up with anything as degrading as a musician. That's it, ain't it?
Maybe. Erling was after Palmer Sloan or Lynn Russell. He never mentioned Freeman.
Yeah, but where's the tie? Howdy Bub didn't fall on that ice pick. How does it figure?
Playing his sheet music was Bub and Palmer Sloan working together. Palmer knew that Erling was on the loose. He was afraid Bub would spill, so he quieted him with that. Right, Marlowe?
No, I think you're wrong. Both of you. Look here. Here, I found this on the floor near the window. This wouldn't belong to a man, Mr. Marlowe, not even to Palmer Sloan.
Let me see that. A mascara case.
Yeah.
Could be the very personal property of Lynn Russell.
Yeah. Her and a couple of million other dolls. You can't hang her on that. Every gal carries mascara.
Hold it, will you, Lager? There's a trade name on this case. Eugene, Wilshire Boulevard, Beverly Hills.
So what's that prove?
May prove you wrong, Lager. I'll see you, boys. Marlowe, Sloan, have you heard from Lynn?
No, Marlowe, I haven't, and I probably won't, so please let's not call here.
Save it for the country club, Palmer, and get a good grip on this. The drummer at the Four Bell Jump's been murdered. Looks like our not-so-sweet friend did it.
Lynn? Oh, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, I'm out of my mind. Now, tell me, if she did this, have you any idea where she would head?
Well, no, Marlowe, no, I don't.
No.
The boat is tied up. Her car is in the garage for repairs.
Okay, suppose she didn't take a car or a boat. Would it be by... Hey, wait a minute, Sloan. What was that about a boat? Is it a yacht, maybe?
Not exactly, Marlowe. It's a cabin cruiser. Anchored off the Santa Monica Pier at the moment.
Santa Monica, Sloan, that fits. What's the name of it?
Crest of the Wave. Why? What makes you think she'd go out there?
Well, among other things, a crack a lady made early at night. A lady named Maxine Majesto who loves Ward Earling and hates Lynn Russell. Bye-bye, Palmer. I made it to the fog-veiled Santa Monica Pier in less than 10 minutes. Then was another 5 getting out to the breakwater that joined the end at right angles to form a protecting L for the 50-yard boats moored within. Boats that ran from the kind of sleek yachts that good girls stay away from to a leaky rowboat with a rusted outboard labeled Faithless. And all were moored in a series of slips connected up front by a narrow, wet catwalk that did not have a guardrail. Except for a quiet old man with his pipe and pass, the end of the pier was deserted. No light showed on any of the boats. When I'd gone along the catwalk as far as the crest of the wave, a neat chrome-finished 50-footer, I had a clammy, uncomfortable feeling that said I was too late. But that disappeared in the next minute when I spotted Maxine Majesto standing alone on deck. Her blonde hair damp and flat to her drawn, glistening face. A face that didn't brighten at the sight of me.
Marlowe, what do you want here?
Lynn Russell. Have you seen her, Maxie?
Lynn? No. No, I haven't.
But you are waiting for her.
No. Why would I...
You mean you always come out here nights? It's good for a girl's hair. Is that it, baby?
Marlowe, stay out of this, please.
So you can get to her alone?
No, Marlowe, so I can get to her alone.
Lord.
No,
Fine.
I mean that, Marlowe. This thing goes up real easy. Oh, where is she, Maxine?
I don't know. Oh, Ward, I knew you'd come here after her. That's
Never
why...
mind that. I want Lynn Russell, Maxine.
Why? Why, darling? Oh, Ward, aren't you through with her yet? Didn't you do enough to you? She and that Palmer...
Stop it. Just tell me where she is. Keep those hands up, Marlowe.
I had an itch. I'll ask permission next time.
Ward, listen to me. What difference does it make where Lynn is? She doesn't love you. She never did. You were a 5-minute intermission. But us, we were different. We were in love, Ward. We had every chance.
I'm only after one thing, Maxine. Oh, where is she?
Ward, please forget her.
Come here.
Get my arm.
I'm gonna break it unless you tell me what I want to know. The guy who runs the hamburger joint the other side of the pier saw her here, Maxine. Now, for the last time, where is she?
All right, stop it. She's under Pelican's Roost.
Nice going, Adonis. You got your answer, didn't you?
Yeah. Just like I'm going to get Lynn Russell.
Hooray. State will be overjoyed.
What's that supposed to mean, detective?
Something like Lynn Russell just killed Howdy Bub Freeman?
You're a liar.
Really?
It doesn't matter. If it's true, I'll just be a little harder on the fine lady.
How hard can you get, kid?
Hard enough. Oh!
Laddie, come now. Here we go. Up to the sitting position. Too much blood to the head is bad now. Come, laddie, up we go. There we are. I'll be fine in a minute. Oh, there's quite the blow there.
Yeah. Hey, take that light out of my eyes, will you? Oh, who are you? Oh, yeah. I noticed you out on the pier earlier.
The name is Spoon, Elvin Spoon, but they call me Scotty.
That figures. Oh. Scotty, tell me, where's the Pelican's Roost? Was it a nightclub or what?
A nightclub? Oh, no. It's far from that.
How far? What is it?
The Pelican's Roost is the old fishing pier.
In Santa Monica? A collection of rotting wood at the foot of 2nd Street?
Aye, but what business could a man have there, laddie?
The dirtiest. Thanks for your help, Scotty. Wait a minute.
What be it? Something you dropped?
Yeah. Something I dropped while being dropped. A mascara case I never really looked at before.
Laddie, You seem so puzzled.
Not puzzled, Scotty, just dumb. Lottie here has been jumping to the wrong conclusions, and all because he didn't take a good look at this and...
And what?
And the color of a girl's hair. Come on, Scotty. Thanks again for your help. May get me to the Pelican's Roost on time. The nickname for the cockeyed assortment of barnacled pilings that complained with every surge of the sea and complained again with the undertow that always followed was no misnomer. At least 1,000 sleeping pelicans called it home. Now as I moved out along the splintered, lopsided boards that here and there gave way, I tried to be careful. Not to wake too many of the birds and stir them to flight, because that would give me away. But the heavy, clinging fog and the waves crashing over the jagged, jutting rocks below were on my side. I made it out to within 20 yards at the end of the pier without being seen. There I slipped my .38 out of my shoulder holster and went forward, a slow foot at a time, until I saw Lynn Russell. Alive and alone, huddled near a slick, oily piling, a face in her hands, a body trembling with her tears. What I didn't see was the man who had come up beside me and taken aim.
How dumb can one man get, Marlowe? Beating on the sidewalk, a beating on the boat, and now this.
Third time's a charm, Adonis, haven't you heard?
Oh, Phil. Phil, your hand, it must hurt terribly.
Don't waste your sympathy, Lynn. The gentleman here thinks you're a killer. He thinks you knocked off Howdy Bub Freeman because you and Bub planned my accident, and you were worried about Bub talking too much.
Phil, how could you believe that?
Oh, it was real easy, Lynn. You had the motive, and that plus a box of mascara that came from your beauty shop just about sold me.
I don't understand. What about the mascara?
Well, it was found near Freeman's body. It wasn't until a few minutes ago that I found something else. The mascara is brown, and that fits a blonde, not a brunette.
What are you trying to say, Marlowe?
My guess is that Maxine Majesta's that blonde. She happens to use the same brand as you, Lynn.
It's a good guess, Marlowe.
Maxine.
Swell guess. I did kill Bub. We both planned your accident, Ward. Bud because he didn't want you two work so hard for him. I because I have you in the hospital and with her.
Stay back, Maxine. He has a gun.
So do I, but I'm still a hit. You see, Marlowe, I got here before you did. I've been watching them. He had all the chance in the world to shoot. But he did, and that's why you only got shot in the hand. He's not a killer. He only has a killer's temper. And he's just learned that revenge is hollow unless you are a killer.
Don't, Maxine.
Shut up, both of you.
You killed Bub.
Yes, I did. He was afraid you'd find out everything. He thought his only chance was to tell you what we did and put the blame heavy on me.
You scum. You put me in the hospital, nearly killed me just to keep me for yourself.
Yeah. So lost. Stupid, wasn't I, Ward? Selfish. And I lost. But if I can't have you, nobody...
Phil. She hit those rocks. You've got to get her.
Not a chance. Wouldn't do any good if we did. Give me that gun, Erling.
Marlowe,
Never mind the speech. One back to the hospital. Get out of here.
Yes. All right, Marlowe.
It was midnight when I called the Santa Monica police, and when all the paperwork was done, it was 3 in the a.m. Len and I drove by the old pier and sat looking at the rotten timbers. Tried not to talk about the poor kids somewhere underneath them. Lynn.
Yes, Phil.
How do you feel about everything?
I don't. Just numb.
Maybe that's the best way. Numb. Anesthetized. Insulate our hearts, our sensibilities. That way nothing can get to you. Then, just as we think we're all snug in cotton wool, life explodes the insulation, the heart ends the anesthesia, and we're back grabbing at brass rings.
Phil, I want to go home.
Okay, kid. But remember, there may not always be a way home.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lillian Buyeff, Larry Dobkin, Georgia Ellis, John Daner, David Ellis, Paul Dubov, and Jack Crucian. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it was a big city, dirty from a trigger-fisted thug in yellow suede shoes. A lady's heart dropped in the gutter and a corpse in a Hollywood duplex. But in the middle of it all and setting the pace was a sweet little girl from Pumpkin Center, Kansas.
This is Bob Stevenson speaking, and this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, here we are, mister. The Pirate's Cove. Only bar in San Pedro catering to the seafaring trade we ain't tried yet.
You're sure of that, huh?
Mister, I've been driving this hack in this burg since the self-starter. Sure, I'm sure.
All right, wait for me. I'll only be a minute.
Gladly. This kind of working for a living I like.
Honey, I says, you just insulted this lady who happens to be my guest.
Hey, Bucket, put a head on this, will you?
Well, what's yours, mate?
Little information, Bucket. I was looking for a guy named Lash Louderback. He's a friend of mine, about 6'6". He's built like a battle wagon. He takes his whiskey by the pitcher.
Lash Louderback's a buddy of yours, huh?
Yeah. Why, what's wrong with him?
He ain't got any manners, landlubber. He swings before he so much as talks.
Oh! You see, buddy, Lash Louderback tore this joint apart less than 2 hours ago. It took 5 of us to get him out of here, so when you catch up to him, tell him to come on back. Tell him the drinks are on the house. Like this.
You got that message straight, sweetheart?
Sure he is, Casey. He looks like a bright boy with a good memory. Right, buddy?
Right, Bucket. I've got a great memory. It was high time for me to get together with my client. A woman I'd never met named Daphne McGregor, who'd hired me by long-distance call to L.A. 5 hours earlier to find a giant economy-sized, devil-may-care, hard-drinking sailor. One Lash Louderback, who for some reason had to be aboard a ship she was sailing on at 4 in the a.m.
When I announced myself at the hotel desk at the San Pedro Biltmore, and after a check call was told to go to room 113, the old roue-type night clerk who pointed the way arched one eyebrow until it nudged his toupee back. I saw why when I was at the door of 113.
Come right in, Marlowe.
Daphne McGregor was long, bluffy black hair, gently framing a face that was the color and texture of melted caramels. Glinting sea-green eyes and full lips that were tinged supple coral red. And stayed turned up at the corners in something a little more than a provocative smile.
Come back into the patio, Marlowe. I was just feeding your captain.
Just feeding the...
Chick-a-leg, lassie. Chick-a-leg. Starving the poor captain. Starving in the bed.
Hey, is that the captain?
Yes. If he doesn't keep quiet, he's going to be the ex-captain, stuffed inside.
See what you mean.
Here, you parasite, eat.
You saw him, lassie. Get up.
Oh, he gets worse every day.
Easy,
Well, Marlowe, I see by that bruise on your cheek that you found Lash all right.
No, Miss McGregor. I only found some unhappy people who Lash had found earlier.
You mean you don't know where he is? Marlowe, it's late. We've only got 3 hours left.
Yeah, but...
You saw him, lassie. You saw him.
Shut up, you. Come on in the other room, Marlowe. I'll be frank with you.
Frank, like the real reason you offered me $500 to tear this boozer away from his bottle?
Yes, he's no boozer. He has explained.
Not according to the gentleman at the Pirate's Cove. Anyhow, your reason, Miss McGregor?
Definitely. My reason, Marlowe, is very simple. Black pearl.
Missing necklace worth thousands, maybe, huh?
No, a missing bed worth millions.
You mean on the half shell? The real thing?
Real and rare. What do you drink, Marlowe? Johnny Walker's juice?
Yeah, it's fine. Can I help you? Okay. Oh, thanks.
Now, Marlowe, listen hard. There isn't time to go over this twice. Happy days.
You too.
Marlowe, my father was the best navigator in the Pacific. He was drowned last year in the storm at sea. He left me 2 things. The captain there and a map to a fortune. A bed of black pearls located on Parrot Island. My father named the pearl find the Parrot's bed. That's part A.
Part B is Lash Louderback.
Louderback and Teddy Peterson. Lash, the man you've got to find, is a crackerjack American sailor who lost his first mate's papers to jumping ship and going.
And Peterson also a wild man from?
No, anything but. Peterson, Marlowe, is half the size and weight of Lash, but twice as smart. He has a bad leg, walks with a cane. I met them shortly after the war in Honolulu. They had $30,000. I had the map. We teamed up. Came back here, bought all the diver's gear, and arranged for passage on the island later.
Ship that leaves tonight, huh?
It'll be 6 months, Marlowe, at least, before I could find another scow. If we miss this, I don't want to wait.
Yeah, but tell me, if Lash can't be found, why don't you and Peterson sail without him?
Good question. But the answer is that. Rupert Semblin, a British-born Malayan-raised louse who's right here in San Pedro now and who knows all about my plans. And because of Semblin, who tried twice to buy the map and 3 times to steal it, I hid it in the lining of Lash's coat. A fact which Lash does not know.
And Peterson does?
Yes. I sent word an hour ago via a bellhop in writing, of course, to Ted's rooming house. It's 118 North 3rd Street. By the way, no phone.
118 North 3rd, huh? Lash stays there with him?
No. We figured it would be harder on Rupert Semblin if he lived in different places and he had to guess who had the map. Lash is at the YMCA, but don't waste your time. We haven't seen him since he checked in. Now, Marlowe, you know it all.
Yeah, all except where I might find Lash. That brawl at the Pirate's Cove doesn't seem to tie into Rupert Semblin.
No, but Rupert or one of his little dagger men was no doubt following Lash. It's our only chance. You can find Semblin at his importer's office. It's a hole in the wall near the dock. 21 Harbor Road. 500, I promise.
Thanks.
There'll be another 500 if you bring Lash back before 4 a.m. Anything else?
One item, Daphne. Is there a chance that either Ted Peterson or Lash would cross you up for the map?
Not quite. I can get to the island itself without the map. Sooner or later, I'll find him. So you see, they'd have to kill me as well as kill him.
$1 million in black pearl. Well, I'm on my way. Goodbye, Daphne. I'll do my best.
Oh, Marlowe.
Huh?
Marlowe, one last point. Parrot Island isn't really the name of the island.
No.
Just in case you were thinking of black pearls and Marlowe.
Bye-bye, Daphne. "21 Harbor Drive belonged near the docks, all right. But Shanghai, not San Pedro. It was a small, dimly lit, twisted frame building, weather-warped, dirty, and sandwiched tight by a couple of flanking stone factories like a meek 120-pound commuter caught in between two fat ladies in the rush hour. And the man who answered my knock and admitted that he was Rupert Semblin in a pleasant voice was maybe 50. Looked like an underfed toad.
Can I be of some assistance, sir?
Yeah, I hope so. My name is Marlowe, Mr. Semblin. I'm an investigator for the San Pedro Port Authority.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we're looking for a sailor in trouble named Lash Louderback. Do you know him?
Why, yes, I do.
No?
Haven't seen him for months, though. Not since Honolulu, I believe. Now, Mr. Marlowe, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'm quite busy. A load of invoices, you know. But if you'll call tomorrow, I'll be only too glad to go into this further. Good night, sir.
Semblin had invoices to attend to, like I had to spend the night mounting butterflies. I knew that as well as I knew that the take he had done had been at somebody behind me. So when I turned and started away from the place, I slipped my right hand around the .38 in my pocket and thought of Daphne McGregor's remark about Brother Rupert's little dagger man. But just then it came. A knife a foot long that splintered into the wooden porch behind me. Before I could get back to my feet, the small, shadowy figure with raised arm I glimpsed behind a step-down Hudson was across the street near to an alley. And when I was there and after him, I found only moonlight and the empty, cracked pavement and a long, long line of loading ramps. I knew I was licked. But it wasn't until I turned back toward the man with the invoices that I knew just how badly. Number 21 Harbor Road was lights out and one parked Hudson missing. Obviously, Mr. Rupert Semblin hadn't wanted to be followed. Well, Ted Peterson's rooming house on North 3rd Street was my only chance of picking up a lead on Lash Louderback.
Oh, now, Mr. Riley, here's the filthy money you were so afraid you'd never see. All of it, $11.28 due and coming. Look, Mr. Riley, $5 in interest.
Abbey players in San Pedro?
Oh, that surprises you, does it? Well, Mr. Liquor Merchant, it shouldn't. 8 oxes flicked me only keep a rooming house, but he's a gentleman of means this day, and hello.
Hello.
Yes, I just practiced enough of it. I guess the screen doors is only good for keeping the flies out.
Or in. Mr. Flickett, I'd like to see Ted Peterson.
Peterson, is it?
Yeah.
Do you have a message, like that bellhop? Something
I'd like to see Mr. Peterson.
Oh, very well now. I'll call him. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson.
It's a great PA system.
Coming up, sir. Now, more talk about it.
Oh, sorry. Didn't know you had company.
He doesn't. I'm here to see you, Ted. My name is Marlowe. I'm a private detective working for Daphne, and, thanks, Mr. Flickett. He's here now.
Hey? Yes, of course he is. There's no need for me any longer now, is there? Good night, gentlemen. Good night.
Now, look, Ted, in a tight bundle, it's this. Lash is still missing, was last seen at a joint called the Pirate's Cove, where he was in a brawl. You, of course, know he has a map on him.
Yeah.
Now, have you run into him at all in the last few hours?
No, Marla. I've been right here.
Oh?
But you know, this isn't the first time old Lash has gone out and got
Yeah,
himself.
but this time it may be different. Rupert Semblin is on Louderback's trail, I'm sure.
Semblin? Well, it does make it different.
Peterson, I think you better get over to the San Pedro Biltmore and stay next to Daphne, huh?
Oh, but why? We got to find Lash.
And keep everybody alive doing it. Semblin already has his knife throwers out. If he finds Lash and gets the map, he'll start eliminating everybody. Oh, tell me, is there anything, no matter what, anything that Lash usually does at the tail end of a bender?
Well, yeah, Marlo, yeah, there is.
What?
And it never fails. Once Lash is through drinking and fighting, he goes for the deck of anything that's surrounded by water, stretches out on his back, looks at the stars, and sings until he either sobers up or falls asleep.
That might do it, Ted.
I'm going to head back to the Pirates' Cove and work toward the water from there. You go to Daphne in a hurry,
Yeah,
huh?
all right, Marlowe, but I still think we're going to be okay. Lash has done this sort of thing 1,000 times.
Yeah, well, let's hope this makes it 1,001. I'll be in touch, Ted. Wasn't much to go on, but as I walked from the rooming house to my car, I tried to tell myself that Lash's kind, like the cows, always come home. There was no reason for me to worry. But in the next second, I changed my mind.
No, don't!
It was Peterson back at the house. When I got there, he was hugging the floor and trembling like he had every right to, but he hadn't been scratched. The shaky finger he pointed behind him and in a line with the open screen door said someone else had been and then some. H. Oxwell Flickett was crumpled in a corner, dead. A long, mean knife deep in his back.
Marlowe, there was one semblance then, I'm sure. It was after me. Marlowe, what can we do?
Well, not much more than we were going to. Only first, Ted, you call the police, give them my name, and say I'll explain later. And get to Daphne fast.
Well, you look for Lash.
Yeah, Lash. A guy someplace under a wide and starry sky. Should be a cinch. Ted Peterson was still staring at the knife between the landlord's shoulders as I went down the stairs and out on the clammy waterfront street again. It was 2 o'clock. That left me with less than a couple of hours to find Lash Louderback, the giant from Borneo, who was full to his ears with rum and probably flat on his back, singing to the stars somewhere in the jackstraw jumble of greasy pilings, tottering tacked-together buildings and bobbing masts that were San Pedro Harbor. I decided to push my luck and head for the Pirates' Cove bar again, since that remained as his last known contact with civilization. I parked on a side street away from the place and walked to the corner. Bucket, the owner, was just closing up. I watched as the last of his seamy clientele staggered off down the street, and then, while he fought with the stubborn lock on the door, I moved up behind him.
Some of these days...
Hey, Bucket.
The joint's closed. Don't you jerks ever get tired? Shove off. Go on. Beat it.
Keep your shirt on. We've got a conversation to finish. I'm still looking for Lash Louderback.
Oh, sure. Now I remember. You was in earlier, wasn't you, Bo?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Me and my memories.
I guess you didn't learn much.
I learned just this much. This time, let's have a straight pitch. Stand up, Heavy. Stand up and listen to what I want out of you. It's very simple. I'll make it hard on us. How drunk was Lash when you finally got him out the door? Come on, talk it up.
Well, that guy don't get drunk. He just gets thick-skulled.
Yeah?
But he put away enough to stagger an elephant.
You watched him when he left. Where was he headed?
Down the street.
That way? What's of interest down there?
Nothing. A few empty warehouses, a beat-up salvage yard, and a backwash. That's all.
Thanks. Now, wasn't that easy? The street narrowed to a dark, silent alley that tunneled for 4 blocks between hulking warehouses. Finally opened on a sagging, rusty graveyard for old ships and ended abruptly at the brink of a stagnant backwash marked dead end. So I stopped and turned around, and that's when my headlights picked up a woman. She'd been leaning against a piling at the water's edge. She looked into my headlights for a minute, then flipped the cigarette away and sauntered toward the car.
This ain't private property, honey. I got a right to be here.
Who says different?
You cops. Always. Every time.
Oh, wait a minute, sister. I'm no cop.
Uh-huh. So I'm taking the night off anyway.
You picked a swell spot for us. Been here long?
Why? Maybe I like all these old dead folks. Maybe I get a friendly feeling from them.
Yeah, it could be. Also, maybe you saw an oversized sailor with a full head of steam boil out this way, huh?
No, afraid not, honey.
What did you hear him then? If his singing voice compares with the rest of them, you couldn't have missed. Look, baby, it's worth $10.
Keep it. I heard somebody singing. I'm out there on the hulk someplace. Spooked me. Gave me the blues. I was glad when it stopped.
How long ago was it?
Oh, quite a while. Sure to be gone by now, honey. How about a lift back to the light?
No, I'm sorry, but I'm going out and have a look for the sailor. Thanks for the information.
Okay, so I'll walk. Ain't the first time.
I got a flashlight from my glove compartment and started out over the mass of rotten but still floating hulks. Finally, I found a catwalk of greasy planks that wormed its way through the deserted jumble of twisted steel
apparently to the farthest point, which was where I wanted to go. I was halfway out when I got an uncomfortable hunch that I was being watched. I stopped and listened. But there was no sound except the slow grinding of metal as the black water below surged softly. So I went on. The last ship was a squat, ugly barge. Beyond it was the open harbor. I played my light over the deck through a hatch and saw that the cover had made new scratches in the rust. I got it open and stabbed my light down inside. 8 feet below, at the foot of an iron ladder, was the body of a big man, face down. On the back of his coat, dead center, was a large red stain where a knife had been. I had 1 foot on the ladder when that hunch came again. This time, with plenty to back it up. I shot my light along the catwalk and for an instant caught a glistening yellow face. It was Rupert Semberlin. He ducked and ran. His head start got him almost to shore, but after barking both shins and turning an ankle, I got close enough to grab him by the shoulder and spin him around.
Get back. I'll kill you.
Not tonight, Slimy. You've done all you're going to do. Yeah.
You're breaking it.
Good. I thought knives were your specialty. You're a regular little arsehole. Come on, drop it. Drop it.
Yeah, let me go. Please. I'm through.
You don't know how true you are. This won't exactly get questions answered, Semberlin, but it'll save a lot of time in the long run. Believe me. I tied Semberlin's wrist to a 1.5 tons of rusty anchor chain with a long piece of wire, which I figured would hold him just in case he woke up before I got back. After that, I found an outside phone near the salvage yard office shack and called my client, Ted Peterson. They made it to where I was waiting in less than 10 minutes. I brought him up to date, then with Daphne behind me and Peterson doing his best to bring up the rear with his cane slipping on the greasy planks. I led them on out along the catwalk toward the barge at the end. I hadn't told them yet that I'd found Lash dead, but I didn't need to. Daphne sensed what was coming.
You're good, Marlowe. Even better than I expected. How'd you ever find this place?
Brakes, Daphne.
It's exactly the kind of place Lash would have ended up in. He was really a derelict, too. Like all these little saltwater towns. He is dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dead. Nice, the way it looks.
I'm going to miss him. He had the kind of rowdy power it takes to keep a native diving crew in line.
Yeah?
I'll find somebody else. Ted, I'm worried about it. It'll be tough on him. Coming, Ted.
I'm okay. I'll make it. You two go on.
Yeah, this is it, Daphne, the barge.
Where is he, Marlowe? Take it. That hatch is open.
Yeah, I opened it.
Then that's where Lash is, down inside?
That's right. Whoever put the knife in him. Hey, Daphne, wait a minute.
The map, Marlowe. I've got to get the map.
Marlowe, why's she going down there? Where's Lash? Where is he? What's happened to him?
He's dead.
Lash?
Somebody stabbed him.
Dead? Who did it? Semberlin?
I don't know. Well, there's a good chance, except that a couple of things don't figure that way.
Must have been Semberlin, the lizard. I'll kill him for this, Marlowe. What things don't figure this? Lash was stabbed, you said, just like Flickett.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that. Also about the fact that Semberlin followed me out here and ran when I spotted him. That's out of character for a guy who...
What is it, Marlowe?
See over there where my light is? That puddle of oil, do you see it? Footprints. Somebody made these who was out here earlier tonight. Semberlin didn't get this far, and they're too small to be Lashes,
And something else, Marlowe?
Yeah, beside each one
Never
is
mind,
little...
I'll finish it for you. A little round mark made by a cane. This cane. Don't you try for your gun, Marlowe.
Okay, Peterson. But you must have had a good reason. Lash was your best friend.
Friend? Yeah, the one thing I always needed, Marlowe, strength. Strength. Enough to take anything he saw, from a beautiful woman to a fortune in black pearls. I wanted to kill him. And tonight I got the perfect chance. The giant was drunk. Followed him out here from that bar. It was easy. Would have stayed easy if Daphne hadn't decided to hide the map on him.
Yeah, the way it worked out, you killed him before you knew he had the map on him.
Yeah, and then I couldn't risk coming out here alone a second time. Only chance was to steer you toward his body. But I didn't want you to find too much, Marlowe. I didn't want you to get too nosy.
Too nosy like your landlord Flickett, maybe?
Exactly. He knew I lied to you about being home all night. Wanted to find out why, so I had to kill him as well. And that makes you next, Marlowe.
What about Daphne? She's heard every word of this, you know, and you got your back to her, Peterson.
I can depend on Daphne, Marlowe. I love her. Now with Lash out of the way, she'll love me. And anyway, we're going to be together a long time because she wants those pearls more than anything else in the world.
That's what you think, you idiot.
Baby, if you got a gun, for Pete's sake, use
I
it.
don't have a gun, Marlowe.
Daphne, that map, did you find it?
Sure, I found it. I have it right here.
Fine. Now you go on ashore, darling. You wait for me there.
I wouldn't cross the street with you now.
Well, what do you mean? Don't you move, Marlowe.
I mean, you're a killer, Ted, and I'd rather those souls stay on the bottom of the ocean and see you get your hands on them now. Put on your gun, Ted.
Now, look, Daphne, don't be a fool. It's ours now, all of it, darling.
It's nobody's. It's not worth it, Ted. I'm burning this map right now.
Burning it? Daphne, listen.
Here it goes. Look, sucker. A fortune
No.
of flames.
No, stop it. Put it
no,
out.
No, Marlowe, quick, you got
No,
to...
put it out.
I'm sorry, baby, but thanks. An awful lot.
Okay, now. Honest. Maybe it's even better this way. Just the little fire I started is all out now.
I'm afraid it is.
Yeah. Not enough left to bother with. And both my partners are gone, too. Well, that's that. It's better I found out all this here tonight instead of someplace off the Malay coast. I'd like to be alone for a while now. You mind?
I watched her walk away and thought about what she just said. Then I took a long last look at the forlorn little pile of ashes left on the rusty deck. Important ashes that had saved my life. Then I looked closer and saw exactly what I expected. Daphne McGregor was walking fast when I caught up with her. I took her arm and turned her around.
Hello, Mr. Marlowe.
Where's that map?
Oh, out on the barge. Burned to a crisp.
What you burned out there was a couple of paper napkins in your purse.
I said you were good, mister. You really are.
Sure. You'd rather burn both feet off than lose that map, wouldn't you?
Naturally. By the way, Marlowe, what are you doing for the next year or so? Like to spend them at a gorgeous spot off the Malay coast?
Hey, take it easy, Tondaleo.
I mean it. Phil, have you ever gazed into a whole handful of black pearls as big as golf balls? They take your breath away. And they're priceless.
Would you also make tiffin for me?
No, I think I would.
But there is one thing, Daphne. Some of my best friends are oysters. Good night, baby. A beautiful green-eyed girl on a tropical island, surrounded by a bed of black pearls. Something to think about. Well, when 4 o'clock came and Daphne's ship sailed out of the harbor with her and a map and a parrot all safely aboard, Marlowe, the jerk, was standing on the pier waving goodbye. Waving goodbye and goodbye. Waving goodbye and goodbye. Waving goodbye and goodbye.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Quiet Magpie.
That's a lie. A deliberate, dirty lie.
Counsel, will you restrain the defendant, Mr. Calloway, from making another such outburst? Proceed, Mr. Deaton.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, in further proof that Vincent Calloway murdered his father, Homer Calloway, in cold blood, the state has established that a violent hatred existed between them. A hatred that crystallized through the years as Vincent Calloway grew from a pampered, coddled, only child into an indolent wastrel of a man, content to lavish on himself the profits from the Calloway Oil Company, his father's business, without once lifting so much as a finger in the firm's behalf.
That's not true. I worked in the...
Counsel for the defense will advise his client that the court will not countenance another interruption of this sort.
Thank you, Your Honor. A hatred, ladies and gentlemen, that reached explosive proportions when Vincent Calloway recently took as his bride an ex-showgirl. A woman with a long and tarnished history of flagrant fortune hunting. A woman whom he flaunted in the face of his father's expressed wishes and deep desires to the contrary. Further, the state has proved that just 2 days prior to his murder, Homer Calloway had decided definitely to change his will. Why? Why, other than to eliminate his son from its benefits?
The court requests that the prosecution confine itself to the facts. Continue, Mr. Deety.
Very well, Your Honor. The facts are eloquent enough. Homer Calloway was murdered before his desired changes in his will could be executed. Next, we learned that on the night of the murder, a desperate effort was made by the killer to cloud the real circumstances of the crime by setting the scene to look as though Homer Calloway had surprised a common thief, robbing his private office. This clumsy attempt was at once proved by police officers to be completely faked. The motive was robbery, all right, but on a grand scale. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to tighten this web of proof around Mr. Vincent Calloway. Let us show beyond any doubt that it was he.
There was no doubt about it. Vincent Calloway was losing the fight for his life. Deety, the crisp, tab-colored assistant DA, was cutting him to ribbons. When they called Felix Loman to the stand, I turned around and took a good look. Because it was Felix Loman who had telephoned me earlier and hired me to come to the trial and be on hand when he testified. He was a tired little man with a jaded cherub face who got up and walked unsteadily down the aisle to the bailiff's table. He acted like a man on the verge of collapse.
Are you all right, Mr. Loman?
Yes. Yes, I believe so.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name.
Felix Loman.
Take the stand.
Now, Mr. Loman, will you please tell this court what your association with the late Homer Calloway was?
Why, yes, sir. I was Homer's best friend for many years. I was his personal advisor and confidant until I...
Mr. Loman, the man's ill. Get a doctor.
No, that won't be necessary, sir. It's nothing. Really, I have a friend here. Mr. Marlowe. Philip Marlowe. He'll help me.
Is there Mr. Marlowe here?
That's the way it played. My client was helped to his feet, and as I half carried him out of the room, I heard the judge adjourning court for the day. All the way down to my car, Felix Loman stayed as limp as a damp bedsheet. But the minute we drove away, he began a recovery that couldn't be credited to the fresh air alone. When we got a few blocks west on Wilshire Boulevard, a smile spread over his Cupid doll face like warm syrup over a waffle.
That's a good restaurant. Pull in there, Marlowe.
All right.
I feel like a piece of pie.
Now, look, Mr. Loman, not 10 minutes ago you were dropping dead in a courtroom. Now you feel like a piece of pie. What is this?
Come on, let's go inside where we can talk.
All right.
My performance at the trial was a fake, a delaying action, Marlowe. A bit for time.
Oh?
And believe me, we need all the time we can get.
To do what?
To save young Vincent Calloway's life. How about this booth?
Oh, yeah, sure. So you think he's innocent, is that it? Why?
I've known Vince since he was just a boy. He's no killer. Couldn't be. It's completely alien to his nature.
Oh, from what I heard in that hard-boiled court today, you'll need a little something more tangible than that, Mr. Loman.
I've got something.
Care to see the dinner menu, gentlemen?
No, just a big piece of cherry pie and a glass of milk for me.
Just coffee, thanks. Now, Mr. Loman, sell me. According to the DA, Vincent had plenty of motive.
Oh, he hated his father, all right. We all did, one time or another, Marlowe. And got hated right back, too. Homer was that kind. Dry, hard, lonely, lived on work and nothing else. But the rest of that motive stuff...
You mean about the will?
Exactly. Vince expected several years ago to be cut out of his father's will. He was resigned to it. So that's out as a motive for Vince.
Well, aren't you forgetting that was before Vince married a very expensive little plaything? Here. Maybe she changed his economic philosophy.
Uh-huh. Now you're getting warm, Marlowe. But you're still a little off.
How do you mean?
The girl's name is Joyce.
Yeah.
I'm sure she couldn't change Vince that much, not drive him to murder. But I'm also sure that Joyce herself would try anything. Well, that's where you come in, Marlowe. Something's fishy, my boy. Extremely fishy.
Yeah, well...
Oh. That's fine, thank you.
Now, tell me, what's fishy, Felix? Are you trying to say you think Joyce is a killer?
I don't know. I don't know, but I do know that, item one, Vince was worried about her for some reason a few days before his father's death. So, when this mess broke, I checked up on her myself.
Mm-hmm.
Followed her home a few times. That's at 2313 North Ogden. And item two, I saw a man hanging around the place. A fellow with 2 gold teeth right in front. And dark, 5 o'clock shadow, kind of whiskers. I followed him once. Know where Angel's Flight is?
Sure.
That's where I lost him. But I learned that his name is Stoner.
Stoner, huh? Mm-hmm. What about item 3?
Blackmail. I don't know how or where, Marlowe, but it's there.
Oh. And Vincent's caught in the middle, and good and tight.
Yes. We've got to find out about this fast. I wish I could go along, but Joyce knows me too well, and that Stoner has spotted me also, I'm afraid. So I guess it's up to you.
Okay, I'll get started. I can reach you where?
Home. Gladstone 3962.
3962.
And Marlowe, I'm just an old fuddy-duddy. But that boy Vince means a lot to me. And time is awfully short. Give us your best, will you?
I left little Felix Loman ordering a big piece of cherry pie and went outside. It was almost dark. I decided to try Joyce Calloway on the North Ogden Drive sector first. I finally located number 2313, which was neatly hidden in a series of obtuse redwood angles surrounding the rose-tinted glass front door to an extravagant duplex. I was about to push the buzzer when the door closed at the side of the house. So instead, I stepped back into a dense clump of handy landscaping and waited. It was a man. And enough light filtered along the walk from the street lamp to show his heavy dark beard even after a fresh shave. The light also glittered off a pair of gold teeth front and center that he whistled through as he passed. Whatever had happened inside obviously hadn't worried Mr. Stoner much. But it began to worry me. I decided to take my chances on picking him up later. After he'd gone, I went up to the door again, and the girl who walked through the entrance hall and taught me looked as soft and as glossy as a well-brushed kitten. Maybe it was her yellow shoulder-length hair or the flowing folds of the black velvet hostess gown. In either case, it was even better with the rose-colored glass door out of the way and the unmistakable scent of taboo in its place.
Yes? What do you want?
You're Joyce Calloway?
That's right.
I'm Marlowe, Mrs. Calloway, Phil Marlowe. I'd like to come in and talk to you a minute about your husband.
Vince? What about him?
Well, it'll keep long enough for us to go inside, huh?
Well, all right. Come on in. This is my apartment. Now, what is it?
Well, first, I'd like to congratulate you. The moral support you didn't give him today was real great. Too busy shopping to drop in at your husband's murder trial?
Why, you... Oh.
Okay, baby, I asked for it.
I didn't go because Vince said that he didn't want me to. Now get out. And the next time your lousy district attorney's office wants to find out something, you can tell him...
Just a minute. I'm not from the DA. I'm strictly freelance. At the moment, I'm interested in a small matter of blackmail and how a man named Stoner ties in.
I don't know what you're talking about. You'd better get out of here.
Now, listen, baby. I'm tired and it's late. I want to know about Stoner.
I don't know any Stoner.
Okay, let's make it easy. He's a bird with a heavy beard and 2 gold choppers, and I just saw him leave by your side door about 5 minutes ago. Does that help?
You're crazy. There's been nobody else in here tonight. Now, get out of here.
Sure. You know, Joyce, you're either awfully dumb or awfully scared. I don't know which. But neither one is going to pay off for you. I promise. Starting at Angel's Flight and working west, it took 3 solid hours of scraping through the scum on Bunker Hill before I got a lead on a guy named Stoner. And another hour went by before I actually found the sway-back 3-story rooming house he called home. The scaly front porch was a clutter of big, rusty bird cages, and the mangy inmates of which complained as I eased the rickety front door open and pushed my way into a moldy smell thick enough to chew. A ragged row of tin mailboxes said Stoner's room was second floor rear. So I started up. I got as far as the landing when I heard a voice in the hall above. I went on slowly until I could see. It was Stoner. His back to me, talking on the whole phone. I got my .38 in hand and listened.
Yeah, listen, Joyce, don't worry. I'll take care of him. Yeah, I'll be watching for him. Yeah, I'll meet you just like I said, only remember, it's not good for us to be seen together now. So be careful. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye, Joyce.
You didn't start watching fast enough, Stoner.
Who are you?
I'm Marlowe. The guy little cutie pie just tipped you off about. Don't move those hands, Stoner. I just left to collect that mouthful of old gold you're wearing.
You're no cop. What are you going to do with me? What's your angle?
I'm going to spill the truth out of you, Goldine. To keep an innocent guy from taking the rap for a murder you and his own charming wife cooked up.
What makes you think I'm connected with that?
Maybe I've got eyes in the back of my head.
That's so? You ain't got eyes in the back of your head. Because if you did, you'd duck. Oh! See what I mean, Marlowe? Thanks, pal. Let's get out.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, although the intention of the entire world is now focused on the critical situation in the Far East, there are still tragic remnants of another war in Europe. There are still hungry people, children who need clothes. There is still sickness and the ever-present misery and poverty. Now, as before, it is your job to help these people. Help them through your generosity, through care. One $10 care package can feed and clothe an entire family in France, in Italy, in Germany. Send hope to these destitute peoples of Europe by showing you care through care. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Quiet Magpie.
The feeling of being hit from behind becomes more or less routine. There's an explosion against the back of your head. Your backbone is suddenly electrified and your legs melt. And a chunk of the floor rushes at you from a cockeyed angle. Where it connects, there's a second explosion and you start down that long black corridor. Very sick to your stomach. Yeah, it's routine, all right. But that doesn't make it any easier every time it happens. I rolled over onto my back in that musty hallway at Stoner's rooming house and forced my eyes open. As I did, I felt a stinging pain like a pinprick in the center of my spine. Then as things started back into focus, I saw a beer bottle gripped in a fat, freckled hand that belonged to a fat, freckled face that peered into mine. It started a conversation just before I could get the pinprick in my back.
Well. Look what the cat has dragged in. And who are you, chum?
The Jewel T-Man. You need... Oh, my back.
Well, what's the matter, chum?
The little gold ornament.
Well, you must have rolled onto it, chum.
Yeah. Whoever slugged me must have dropped it.
What is it? It looks like a bird or something.
Yeah. A magpie in flight.
Looks like it broke off or something. Probably a pin from some babe's handbag or bracelet or...
Or it's yours, maybe, huh?
Well, if it was alive, it might be. Birds are my speciality, or ain't you noticed?
Oh? You the landlord here?
That's right. So now back to you. Who are you, chum? And how come you're folded up in my hallway?
Well, it's a long story, and I won't keep you from your birds with it.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, don't let the Audubon pitch throw you, chum. I've got a couple of hobbies.
Like sticking your nose in other people's business?
Like bending noses that get stuck into my business. So clear out, chum, and stay out or you'll see what I mean.
Okay, sure. Whatever you say, bird lover. After all, this is your nest. So long. I figured it would play smoother if I left my tail between my legs and waited for him to return to his birds and beer. So outside, I let 10 precious minutes go by before I made my move. Then it was around to the back up a lopsided rusted fire escape and in through an open window to Stoner's room. There I hoped something would tell me where he was going to meet Joyce Calloway. But after wasting another 10 minutes, it turned up nothing more than the 2 words Gate L scribbled on the back of an old envelope, which could have meant airport, train station, or bus depot if they meant anything. I went for the hall phone I'd overheard Stoner use and put through a call to my client, Felix Lohman, to bring him up to date.
Marlowe, this is splendid. Why, from what you say, Vincent Calloway is practically a free man. Now, so I understand. Stoner and Joyce Calloway were going to blackmail Vincent, kill Vincent's father, so that Vincent would inherit a fortune, and thus be a more profitable target for blackmail. Is that it?
Yeah, more or less, with, of course, everything backfiring when Vincent was arrested for the murder. But look, Mr. Lohman, we'll add and subtract later, huh? Right now, we got to catch up to him.
Yes, but where? You said Stoner got away.
Yeah, that he was heading for a meeting with Joyce Calloway. See, I got one thing to go on. I found the words Gate L scribbled on an envelope. Do you have any idea if it would mean a train depot or a bus?
Gate L?
Yeah.
Marlowe, is that what you said, Gate L?
Yeah. Does it mean anything to you?
Of course, Gate L, Marlowe. This is at the oil refinery, the side entrance on Lafayette Street.
Holy smoke. Say, Lohman, what's the address of that place? It's East L.A., isn't it?
Yes, 1100 South Cooper between Kendall and Lafayette Streets. Covers the square block.
Uh-huh. Now, look, Lohman, do you have a gun there in your place, I mean?
A gun?
Yeah.
Why, yes, I do, Marlowe.
Well, good. Get it and go over to the refinery right away. I may need someone who knows the inside, the names and numbers of all doors, windows, and pipes. You got that?
Yes, but why not the police?
Because they come with bells on. We can't take a chance.
All right, just as you say. I'll be waiting for you.
Good.
I'm closer than you are there at Angel Flight. Goodbye, Marlowe, and a million thanks for what you've done already. Why, without you...
Yeah, we'll talk about it later, Mr. Lohman. Goodbye.
And for me, hello.
Oh, fine.
Now, don't move an inch, chum. You'll get this beer served, bottle and all. Now, Nosy, what made you come back?
Buried treasure. You see, it's up here, I know. One of your little birds
Now,
told me.
shut up. Remember, smart bloke, you're an housebreaker. And anything I do to you is okay with the law. Now, what's with you and Stoner?
Why, do you keep a diary?
Now, a neat bank balance. And all of it comes from cutting in on the right thing at the right time. So once more, chum, what's with you and Stoner?
Well, you see, we went to the same prep school, and I promised the headmaster I'd always keep an eye on...
Okay, Snooper, you asked for it.
The light got. I figured right, bird boy. Bum aim goes with a bum temper.
It's only just beginning, sweetheart. It's black in here like a pit. When I get my hands on you, you're going to be sorry. You hear that? Well, talk up. Talk up. Come on, Yellow Belly. Let's hear from you. Come on. Okay. So it's hide and seek, huh?
No.
Take the game, bird boy, and you're it.
Now listen to the birdies sing, chum. It was a 20-minute drive from Angel's Flight to the Callaway Oil Refinery in East L.A. and all the way through the wide, deserted streets of the city's heavy industries called home. After 3 tries, I found the sliding gate marked L. On one side of it, and folded up like a marionette on his day off, was the night watchman, unconscious, blood oozing from a small cut on the side of his head. And inside, thousands of square feet of pavement dotted with a dozen different kinds of massive black metal oil tanks that were ringed with fat pipes and skinny ladders. And in the pale glow of a half moon looked like the kind of distorted stuff bad dreams are made of. I slipped my .38 out of its shoulder holster, moved into the narrow shadow of a long, low building, and slid a careful step at a time toward a center structure. It was shaped like a giant fishbowl on stilts. And then I heard it. It had come from someplace just under the fishbowl. And as I ran toward it, I was ready for what would be left of Felix Lohman. And I started to curse myself for ever letting him come on ahead on his own. But when I was close enough to where I could see, I quit calling myself names. Felix Loman was there, all right, but very much alive. Alive and holding on tight to a smoking revolver that was still pointing down at the crumpled form of Stoner at his feet. Stoner, who was very dead.
Marlowe! She's up there. She has a gun, Marlowe. Look, up on that platform behind those pipes.
Hold it, Loman. Get down.
But, Marlowe, you must...
Get down. She's got cover up there. We haven't.
I don't care. You rotten, scheming woman. You are going to pay for all this. You're going to die even as you killed Vincent's father.
No, please, I didn't.
Yes, Mrs. Calloway. There's no other way out for you. It's too late for you and your lies. It's your end, Joyce Calloway. An end you deserve.
Oh, fool, she'll get you, Loman. You louse.
My shoulder.
It'll be your life, Loman, if you don't drop that gun. Well, dear client, what's your answer? Do you drop it or do I shoot again?
No. I'll drop it. I'll do as you say.
Okay, Joyce, come on down. Get a good look at your husband's benefactor, who incidentally murdered Homer Calloway, murdered his accomplice Stoner here, and tried to murder you.
My shoulder.
You know, for a smart guy, you're pretty stupid, Loman. You should take better care of your cufflinks. That gold magpie shines in the moonlight, especially when you extend your arm to shoot people.
Marlowe.
Here, Loman's the mate, the one that broke off in the hallway at Stoner's place. That much of you can still be patched up.
All right, Mr. Marlowe. Now that Vincent's lawyer has heard it and the police have written it down, the press have printed it, how about me? I don't follow it.
For instance?
Well, Felix Loman killed Homer because Homer no longer had any use for him. But with Homer out of the way...
And Vincent in his place, Felix would be set. Your husband he could fool.
Yes, but the way the whole thing boomeranged...
Oh, that was just bad luck. You see, he staged a robbery at Homer's office just to throw the law off. Oh. Well, it didn't. But more than that, it almost nailed Vincent. Still with me?
Uh-huh. Oh, the second house over there.
Oh, I see it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what was the blackmail? How come?
Well, that was Felix again. And out of whole cloth. You see, if Vincent lost his trial, Felix lost everything he killed for. So using Stoner, he had me playing follow the leader.
Like Stoner pretending to have just left my place when you arrived.
That's right.
Oh.
That and Stoner setting everything up nice and neat. You see, he was on the phone all right, but when he knew that I was there, he pulled a switch. And very carefully planted the name Joyce.
He did?
Uh-huh. And last of all, Stoner being killed by Felix and no longer had any use for him and had a lot of reasons to fear him in what was supposed to be self-defense. Get it?
Get it.
Ah.
He gives you a little to go on and then a lot more each time you get there.
Yeah. At the right moment, he brings you in with a phone call that tells you to come at once to the refinery.
Oh, if you want to help Vincent. Ooh, how close I came.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Marlowe.
Correction. Thank Mr. Magpie. He told me that Felix was the one who dropped me in the hallway at Stoner's, remember?
Oh, yes.
That made adding the rest easy.
Yes, but how fast you add when it counts. Well, good night, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks again.
By the time I pulled up in front of my apartment on Franklin, the black in the sky had started to melt into a slate gray. And my eyes ached for the long sleep that they had coming. Well, I sat there for a minute. I lit a cigarette and I thought about birds. Did you ever stop to think how some people remind you of birds? For instance, the landlord. If ever I saw a vulture in pants, he was it. And my client, Loman. A hawk with horn rims. And Joyce. A pouter pigeon. And then there's Marlowe. I wonder what kind of a bird I am. A dead pigeon.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the transcribed cast were Harold Deerenforth, Lynn Allen, Wilms Herbert, Charles Lung, Bill Johnstone, and Ralph Moody. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, an eager young kid took a beating in an alley. A lobster face began to boil, and a pair of month-old corpses got together. All because a woman in a dark tunnel kept a secret that didn't belong to her.
Most of us approve of saving for a rainy day, but these days it's hard to have enough left over to save. It's easy to put off the saving until tomorrow, and that tomorrow never seems to come. The best way to make yourself save a little every payday is to join the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Money invested in United States savings bonds today will make possible many dreams for tomorrow. So arrange to save with United States savings bonds. Remember, automatic saving is sure saving. Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states with only the names changed. These stories give in detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show, and you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you find songs for sale every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Dark Tunnel. Being hitched 1 month, Marlowe, 30 days, where am I?
I don't know. Where are you?
Out in the cold, and with enough unpaid bills, Marlowe, to choke an elephant. Fur coat, hats, shoes, dresses, the works. Furthermore, she tells me it's only the beginning, sweetie pie.
Yeah, well, that's tough, Louie. I'll see you, huh?
Hey, hold on. How about another scotch, Marlowe?
Oh, no.
It's only 10 o'clock. One for the road on me, huh?
Now, listen,
Hey, Mike, Johnny Walker twice. Okay. Unless, of course, I'm bending your ear too much, Phil.
Oh, how could you say a thing like that? Look, Louie, I've had a long day. I want to go home. Fair enough. I'm glad I bumped into you. I'll see.
You drive west, don't you?
Yeah.
Would you mind dropping me off, huh?
No, Louie, it'll be a pleasure.
Well, skip the drinks, Mike.
Make up your mind, will you?
Like I was saying, Phil, first it's her mother moving in on us, then it's both of them drinking my special stuff like it was water, then these clothes I already mentioned. So I asked myself, what'll it be next, Louie? What do I get for an answer?
All right, Louie, what do you get?
A divorce, my only out. You get my point, huh, Marlowe?
Yeah, I get you. My car's around here in the alley, Louie.
Check. Well, now, divorce is something a guy wants to think about. Thinking guy, that is. And you know, Marlowe...
Hey, wait a minute. That's a cute little exhibition, huh?
Hey, quite a scrap.
Scrap nothing. It's a few inches short of murder and closing fast. You better break it up, Louie. Hey, Heavy. Yeah? Kind of a hot night for this, isn't it?
All right, mister. Right now he's all yours, if you can bring him to. So long, hero. Hey, Marlowe, this kid's pleaded all right.
Yeah, come on, give me a hand, Louie. We'll get him out of here.
No. Okay, fella. Come on. Up we go. Up on your feet.
Oh, thanks, mister.
It's all right. You live near here?
A couple of blocks away. The DeWitt Arms Hotel on Western near Sunset. Oh,
Take it easy. Take it easy. Put your arm over my shoulder. We'll get you there.
Thanks.
Come on, Louie. Over to my car, huh?
Yeah, sure, Marlowe. But maybe I better skip the lift, huh? I mean, my problem, the discussion we were having, we better postpone it for a while, huh?
I know what you mean, Louie. Yeah, it'll keep. All right, kid, come on. Let's go. The DeWitt Arms on Weston was one of those cheap stucco and neon sign little hotels where the lobby floor is threadbare carpet and cigarette butts. The furniture is chained in place, and there are always the usual number of John Smiths on the register. By the time we were there and in the dingy, cramped room, number 111, it was no bigger than a cell. I knew that the boy with the swollen face who leaned heavy on my shoulder was 25. Answered to Ira Clausen, and he knew that I was a private detective without a job on my hands. Then I began to learn a little more.
That slick guy in the alley, Mr. Marlowe, his name's Link. Austin Link. He runs the New Blossom Dance Land on North Hoover.
Well, what has he to do with this Julia Thayer?
Oh, I'm not sure. It was the last place she worked just before she dropped out of sight a month ago. I don't think I'll need this towel anymore. I feel...
Take it easy. Take it easy. You better stay on your back, kid.
Oh, yeah. Anyhow, Mr. Marley, I went to the New Blossom Dance Land tonight to see if I could pick up any kind of a lead on Julia. Where she went or why, anything at all.
And you found out what?
In Austin Link's office, in a desk drawer, this newspaper clipping.
Mm-hmm.
It's a month old, like Julia's disappearance. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to me. It was stapled to this picture of Julia. Here. Guess it was used in an ad for the dance hall or something.
Hey, she's a pretty girl, isn't she? That clipping, what's it all about?
Well, I'll read it to you. You mind closing the window first, Mr. Marlowe? I think I'd rather have it hot in here.
Yeah, I know I would. Every jerk thinks he's Valley. All right, go ahead, kid.
The headline is Faye Patillo killed in car wreck, and then mystery surrounds death of famed gangland woman.
Faye Patillo. Hollywood's glamorous first lady of crime in the rackets.
Yeah. Says she was killed late last night when her car plunged from Lookout Mountain Road at a hairpin turn. However, the police are puzzled by the fact that although the 40-year-old redhead was in her own car, she was not found at the wheel, but in the back seat where, according to the condition of the wreck, she could not have been thrown. Furthermore,
no sign of any driver dead, injured, or otherwise was or has been found. I know all about that one. Now, look, is that all you have to go on?
Well, not quite, Mr. Marlowe. There's one thing more.
What?
Just before Link caught me in his office and I ran and hid, as far as the alley where you found me.
Yeah.
I overheard him talking to someone on the phone about Julia. I have no idea who it was, but Link was very respectful, and he was given a private telephone number. A number he was to remember, not write down.
You know what it was?
Yeah. Washington 7017.
7017.
That's it, Mr. Marlowe.
It's not quite, Ira. That's only half of it.
What do you mean?
You and Julia, why you want to find her, what she means to you, why you haven't gone to the police. Well?
I'd rather not say, Mr. Marlowe. If you don't mind.
Okay. Suit yourself. Well, good luck, kid. When you're on your feet again, play it a little neater, huh? You'll stay on your feet a lot longer that way.
Mr. Marlowe, wait. Please. I want you to work for me. I'll tell you everything.
That's better. May help, kid. Anyway, it can't hurt.
No. Not any more than it has already. Began back home, Mr. Marlowe, a couple of years ago.
The story Ira Clausen told me I'd heard before. So had anybody who'd spent more than a weekend in Hollywood. Only the names were different. Julia Thayer had left Ira left Julia all this in Cedarville, Oregon. Then the snapper. Someone says Julia is not only beautiful, but has talent. She's wasting her time in Cedarville. Julia believes this, packs her bags, scrambles for movie land, where she falls flat on her face, which isn't quite as gorgeous in Hollywood as it was in Cedarville. And it's no dough, lots of pride. You got to eat to live, so you get a job. That was where the New Blossom Dance Land came in. And when the letters quit coming on the home front, Ira started to worry. He knew that Julia needed help.
Mr. Marlowe, and followed one lead after another.
Got as far as the alley where I collected you. Okay, kid, I think I've heard enough.
Then you'll help me?
Yeah, I'll try. Call you later.
So, your problem's a phone number, huh, Marlowe? Washington, what was it?
7017. Hey, Callahan, that's a handy book.
Newspapers need handy books, Marlowe. People clam up too much these days. I blame the movies myself. Hey, no such animal.
It could be a new number. Didn't I mention that?
You didn't?
All right.
We'll try the supplements. Get one from the phone company every month, like a bill. Let's see. Wallace, Washington, 5,000, 6, 7, 7,000. Yep, here it is. 7017.
Good.
Address 1622 Ramona Boulevard, which would be East L.A. and Industrial. Listing Southern City's warehouse.
Ring a bell?
A cannon. Southern City's warehouse is just one of the interest of L.A.'s answer to whatever became of the big bootleggers. I mean Joe Stapp, a very smooth, very nasty man.
Yeah, this I've heard. Now tell me, Callahan, does he also happen to own the New Blossom Dance Land over on North Hoover?
He does? Now you tell me, Phil. There's a story I could use here?
Oh, no story.
Uh-huh. You know, Marlowe, it's just like I said.
People clam up.
Too much these days.
Yes, all right. Good night, Callahan. If the good gray reporter hadn't mentioned Stapp's prohibition background, I would have chalked the warehouse off as the kind of 9-to-5 place that couldn't possibly help. But on the hunch that Stapp might live in a lush penthouse atop a stockpile a la Chicago 1929 style, I pointed my car for East L.A. and the Southern City's warehouse. 20 minutes later, when I was there and saw a step-down Hudson outside and soft light oozing over the edges of the roof, I didn't regret my move. Not at least until I'd found a flat metal door and had pushed the button attached there, too. Then I began to wonder because Aladdin himself couldn't have gotten a quicker response. Nor could his genie have been any more of a mountain than the item I drew. Out of a nearby shadow, not the door.
Okay, Charlie. Lay it out nice and neat. Who are you and what do you want?
Joe Stapp. Name's Marlowe, occupation private detective, now you.
The handle's Pork. I work for Stapp. Hey, now wait a minute. What's it to you who I am? Hey, now wait a minute. What's it to you who I am? Shamus is close enough to cop this stink. And I'll beat it before I start thumping on your boy wonder and turn you into something vest pocket size.
Steady, Pork. Seems to be the trouble. Who are you, mister?
His name's Marlowe, Mr. Stapp. He's a private...
He'll answer for himself, Pork. Go ahead, Marlowe. What do you want with me? What's it about?
Faye Patilio.
Faye Patilio? Shut up, Pork. Faye Patilio is dead, Marlowe. So is conversation about her. Anything else?
Yeah, something else. Girl who used to work over at the New Blossom Dance Land, Julia Thayer. Know where she is? Why she disappeared?
No. And I don't care. Why should I?
Because you used to go places with her.
I've gone with 100 girls, Marlowe.
Oh.
Julia was no different, except for one thing. She gave me the brush. Well, good night, Marlowe. Sorry I couldn't have been more help. I won't be long.
One more thing, Joe. You mind telling me who Julia dropped you for?
Not at all. A pretty boy, Dean Coty. Julia thought he was better looking than a mink coat.
Where can I find him? Can you throw that in?
Surely. Forest Grove Cemetery, Marlowe.
Oh?
He was burned to death in an accident at some cottage, poor boy. Well, good night, Marlowe. Pork here will walk with you as far as your car.
That's real friendly.
Let's go, Charlie, and no funny business.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Pork. You got height, weight, reach, and artillery on me.
Yeah, and I'll gladly use them all. That's your buggy there?
Yeah, that's it. Well, it's been a nice stroll, Porky.
Charming. Just so it stays that way, Charlie, remember to keep away from here, huh? Here, the dance land, and the Silver Lake spot.
The Silver Lake, huh? Yeah, Porky, I remember. Every word of it.
City desk. Callahan, go ahead.
Marlowe again, Callahan. Now, listen on Joe Stapp. Does the Silver Lake spot mean anything to you?
It does.
Yeah?
It's on the north end of Silver Lake Road, Marlowe, overlooks the reservoir. Stapp built it as a nightclub, mountain lodge style, about, 10 years ago.
Uh-huh.
When it didn't go, he converted it into a private home. Or I should say, a cozy place to take the cuties for that one drink.
I know what you mean. Good night, Callahan. The Silver Lake Reservoir was only a mile off Lower Sunset Boulevard, but the setting could have been a street in Switzerland. The lodge Callahan told me about stood out among the neat little chalets that skirted the water's edge like a Sherman tank in Toyland. Also, it was showing light from a screened-in porch. But when I was out of my car across a shaky rustic bridge that spanned the promise of a creek and moving up close, I didn't have any trouble spotting the girl I saw inside talking earnestly into a telephone as Julia Thayer, by build, size, and color of hair. About the face, I couldn't say. It wore a hat that sported enough veil and mosquito-proof twin beds.
Oh, that's different. The tunnel. All right, I'll wait there. Yes, as soon as possible. Goodbye.
Hello, Julia.
Who are you? What do you want?
Quite a bit, honey. But for a starter, let's say that I'm a private detective named Marlowe, working for a guy who's worried sick about you. Ira Clausen.
Ira Clausen? Well, who's that?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure, but maybe he's the world's greatest sucker. Now, let's level, baby. It's getting late for guessing games, huh?
I'll say it is. Oh, what's the use? What do you want to know, Mr. Marlowe?
Too much to chat about here. The owner's no friend of mine. Come on, we'll take my car.
All right, what do you say? I'm tired of running.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Will you take my arm, please? This darn bridge scares me silly.
Oh, sure. Just watch your heels on those loose planks, huh? You okay?
Uh-huh. I think I'm going to be just fine, Mr. Marlowe.
It was all the lead she needed because by the time I'd crawled out of the inch-deep, inch-wide river and was back up on the road, Julia Thayer was in her car away fast as far as Sunset Boulevard. So I went to the phone back in the lodge and got through to my client at the Wood Arms Hotel and brought him up to date in a hurry, including the latest question mark.
The tunnel? Well, of course I've heard of it, Mr. Marlowe. Matter of fact, I've been there. Why?
Well, it's where Julia's heading right now. Now, what's the location of it, Ira? Ira!
I'm still here, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah. Hey, you sound real different. I don't get it. What's up?
Very personal business, Mr. Marlowe. You see, I'm Ira Cody, not Clausen.
Dean Cody's
brother, Mr. Marlowe. Brother who's out to get the girl responsible for his burning to death. Julia Thayer, the cheap scum.
So Marlowe played Patsy. Oregon, the boy-girl pitch. You made it all up.
Every bit of it. Mr. Marlowe, before I needed your help. Now I don't anymore. Get lost.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, there will be 4 more amateur songwriters on hand, and one of them will sell his songs for nationwide plugging and distribution when Songs for Sale comes along tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Songs for Sale gives these new songwriters a great chance. Their songs are judged by a panel of experts. Their music is sung by Rosemary Clooney and Richard Hayes. They're made to feel at home under the guidance of the experienced showman Jan Murray. For an hour of fascinating fun behind the scenes of Tin Pan Alley, here's Songs for Sale tonight and every Friday on CBS. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Dark Tunnel.
I stood there for a minute after Ira Cody hung up and tried to figure my next move, while the phone in my hand quietly buzzed sucker. A pair of haywire lives was scheduled for a smash-up, and I'd let myself get mixed up right in the middle. Now my only chance to do something about it was to find out fast what was meant by the tunnel. I started out of the place, but only got as far as the front door.
You going somewheres, cutie?
That rod makes you 6 feet taller, doesn't it, Porky, huh?
I don't like you, Charlie. You played a dirty trick on me.
Trick? What are you talking about?
When I slipped and mentioned Silver Lake, it made Mr. Stapp mad at me, and I don't want Mr. Stapp mad at me.
That I can understand. Now, look, you feel like talking this out?
No.
Oh, listen, you dumb ape. It's for your own good. Something's going to happen tonight that'll make your boss a lot madder than he is now. I'm the only one who...
You're just trying to trick me again, but it won't work. Not this time. First, we lift your gun. Now, get going. We'll take your car.
Porky, you're going to hate yourself for this in the morning when Stapp finds out?
I doubt it. You see, Charlie, it's his idea. Now get going. Over there, Marlowe, the big door.
I don't suppose Stapp would bother to tell you why he wanted to see me, would he, Porky, huh?
No. That's none of my business. Yet.
What do you mean by yet?
Oh, he might want you to tell him something you might not want to. Then it's my business, Charlie. Go on, open it up. That's enough. Inside.
Well, real genuine warehouse, huh? Chains, tackle, even a hand truck. Well oiled, too. Don't tell me your boss is going legit.
Never mind that junk. Just stand right there till I get this crazy door locked.
Here, Pork, try something heavier. Like this truck.
Ow! My leg, why you...
Now it's your chin. Good night, Charlie. I fished my own gun out of Pork's pocket, tossed his .45 off in a dark corner, and rolled the Hulk himself out of sight behind a stack of crates. Then I went over to an elevator in the corner. On the way into the warehouse, the light I'd seen earlier from the roof was still there, so I decided to try the penthouse. I walked quietly down a thick carpeted hall to the only door. When I knocked, it was with the barrel of my .38.
Come in. Well, hello, Marlowe. I've been waiting for you. A gun? Hey, how come... Pork? Pork!
Save it, Joe.
Oh, that dumb cluck.
Yeah, big wheel like Joe Stapp ought to afford better help. Now, I'm holding the gun, so I'll ask the questions. What and where is the tunnel?
A tunnel is a hole, Marlowe, usually in the ground.
Delivered, Joe. It's got a lot to do with your girlfriend, Julia.
Julia? Oh, that's a hot one. I went to all this trouble to haul you in here for the same reason. Then I'll put down the gun and let's talk. It makes me nervous.
I'm not interested in your nerves. I'm interested in your talk.
All right. Now, you've got a long nose, Marlowe, and poking it around, you might find out enough to get real curious and call in the cops. That I can't afford.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to level with you. Tell you what you want to know, just so you'll lay off. Got a deal?
I'll let you know.
All right. You wanted to know about Julia. Yeah. Nothing like Julia Thayer ever happened in my life before. Most beautiful thing I ever saw. Sweet and soft, made me ashamed of myself.
Somehow I don't hear violins.
Marlowe, I'd have done anything Julia asked me to. And all she ever asked of me was to give her up.
The Dean Cody?
Yeah, Dean Cody. Young physique. It wasn't all wasteland like this. A handsome face that of a boiled lobster like mine is. She was crazy about him, fascinated, and I didn't blame her. Until I found out he had the morals of a rattlesnake.
Keep talking.
Cody was rotten, Marlowe. Dirty, clear through. Cheating on Julia every time she turned around. I couldn't stand it. I tried to tell her.
I made her hate you, huh? Look, Stapp, so far this is no better than a serial and tired romances. The point.
I'm getting to it, Marlowe. One night I thought I could convince her, because Cody had a date with Faye Patillo. I don't have to tell you, she was the lowest thing in town. They were going to a spot up on Lookout Mountain, so I told Julia. She went up there and waited. They showed, all right. Both loaded. She saw him take that dive off that hairpin turn. When she got down to him, they were both dead.
Wait a minute. You told me Dean Cody was burned in the cottage.
Sure. That's what I'm still telling you. Julia was so far gone over that louse, she pulled his body out of that wreck, hauled it all the way down to that cottage at Malibu, and then set fire to the place.
So the world would never know he's going with a tramp like Faye Patillo, huh?
Yes. How'd you like to have that kind of loyalty on your side, Father, huh? Anyway, after Cody was gone...
Cody's young brother's in town, Stapp. He thinks Julia's responsible for Dean's death, and he's going to kill her.
What?
They're scheduled to meet at that tunnel I asked you about. Now, where is it? Stapp, I asked you.
I heard you. Tunnel's an old abandoned underpass in back of the New Blossom. But we're not going there, Marlowe. We're going to sit tight and let it play as is.
Are you nuts?
Not anymore. Julia was out of her head that night. Something went wrong when she started that fire. She got caught in it herself, Marlowe.
You mean she was burned?
Yeah. Her face. It's bad. She'll never be right again, no matter how much plastic surgery.
Yeah, but there's no reason to let her be murdered.
That's a matter of definition. You see, Julia's still in love with the memory of Dean Cody, Marlowe, so we'll just forget it and let it play itself out.
We'll forget nothing. I got the gun, Stapp.
But you're going to drop it, aren't you? Otherwise, I'll have to drop you.
Oh, fine. I remember you, Austin Link, Knuckles in an alley.
Drop it. That's right, Nosy. What's the word, Joe?
Get him out of here, Link. Get him out of my sight. I don't care where you go.
Come on, Slick. Let's go.
Just sit on him for a few hours. We'll talk it over then.
Link was a professional. He stayed exactly far enough behind me to be always out of reach, but always close enough to keep me under control. All the way down in the elevator, I watched for a chance that never turned up. And as I rounded the corner and headed for the big door again, I glanced at the stack of crates. Pork had come, too. He was on his feet behind them, a heavy steel pulley block in one hand, his face a stupid mask of blind hate. He slammed that block at me with everything he had.
I'll kill you!
I dropped to the floor and heard the thing connect behind me. It caught Link dead center. He fell like a bag of sand. Before Pork realized what had happened, I charged the stack of crates through my shoulder against it. Made it to the door and out in one dash. My car was sitting where I'd left it. I heaved a sigh of relief and piled in. 10 minutes later, I pulled up at the New Blossom Dance Land. It was just closing. I ran along the side of the building to the back where a yellow light above the rear door cast an out-of-place halo over. Oh, no.
Hey, you. What are you doing back here? This is for employees only.
Yeah, well, I'm employed. Listen, do you know where the tunnel is?
The which?
I can see what you mean. The tunnel. It's an old underpass. There's an entrance to it back here someplace.
Oh, that, sure. See the light over there?
Yeah.
And that little cement house?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Steps lead down inside. But why? Nobody ever uses that anymore.
Well, I tell you, I got a date in there with a couple of screwballs.
Oh, well, you'll be right at home. Good night, dearie.
A baker's dozen steps led down into the thick darkness littered with newspapers, weeds, and wine bottles, all long dead. As I eased down inside, I heard voices, low and tense, amplified by the rolling, hollow echo in the tunnel. At least I'd made it in time. When I got to the bottom, I could see the two of them silhouetted against the dim glow at the far end. I pressed my back against the wall, thought about my empty shoulder holster, and moved toward them.
And you killed him, didn't you?
You're making a mistake, Ira. A terrible mistake.
No, you killed him, all right. You and that beautiful face of yours that he couldn't resist. Why are you hiding it behind a veil? You used to be so proud of it. You killed Dean just the same as if you'd shot him. But you're not getting away with it, Julia. I'm going to square it up for him right now.
Ira.
What? Marlowe, how did you find this place?
I found plenty beside that, Ira. Give me that gun.
No, you're not going to stop me. Even if you shoot, I'll kill her first.
I don't have a gun, Ira, but I got facts. Before you shoot anybody, you better listen. Julia wasn't responsible for Dean's death. He was. Everything she's done since then has been to protect what little good there was left of his crummy reputation.
You're a liar.
I can prove it. Dean went bad, Ira, all bad. He was a low, double-crossing cheat.
You're lying.
The night he died, he was two-timing Julia. But in spite of that, she risked everything to move his body from a smashed-up car. So nobody would ever find out what really happened to him.
It's too late. Stop it. You liars, both of you. I won't let you say things like that about my brother. You don't care if he's dead, Julia. You'll do all right. You've got the kind of beauty all the men go for. And you, Marlowe...
Shut up, you crazy punk.
Stay back. Admit you're a liar, Marlowe. Admit it or I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you along with Julia.
You'll be doing me a favor. You haven't seen my face lately, have you, Ira?
I never want to see it.
I think you better, kid.
Got a match, Marlowe?
Sure. Here.
Look, Ira.
You can't be Julia.
I was burned, Ira. It happened to me when I tried to hide the
kind of rotten trash that Dean had been mixed up with. The only reason she did it was because she loved him, maybe more than you did. Now, come on, kid, let's have that gun. You don't want to kill anybody.
No. I don't want to kill anybody. Julia, I'm sorry.
Ira!
Let him go, Julia. The hard part's over now. He'll be all right. I'll look in on him after a while just to be sure. But, what about you, huh?
What about me? I'll be okay, Marlowe. After I've done some thinking. This shock, I think it's what I needed. Goodbye.
It's a dark tunnel, honey. Think you can find your way out alone?
Yeah? Yeah, I'll find a way out alone. One of these days.
She was gone. And I went back and climbed the stairs. Out of the tunnel and into the night again. As I drove slowly home, I thought of Julia. Alone in a dark, blind tunnel with no end to it. And then I thought of all the dark, blind tunnels that men stumble into. Tunnels of blind love and blind hate. Of blind submission that lets empty suits of armor conquer cities and men's minds. Tunnels of blind worry and blind greed, of blind ambition, of blind... But then I stopped because I was getting no place. Except into a blind alley.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore. are produced and directed by Richard Sanville and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lorene Tuttle, Bob Sweeney, Paul Dubov, David Ellis, Barney Phillips, and Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, Greed in a green suede dress, a diehard from Dixie and a cuckoo coin collector, added up to violent death for two, and all over a $50 in Confederate money.
Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states. With only the names changed, these stories give in complete detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show. And you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you play Sing It Again every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Collector's Item.
Hey, turn the corner, cabby. Don't lose them.
Don't worry, mister. There they are up ahead of that new nest.
Uh-huh.
And a white Panama hat shows up through the back window of that cab like a signboard. Besides, I've been doing okay so far, ain't I? We stayed in this tail for 20 minutes now.
Yeah, but I've been tagging the guy under that hat for 6 hours.
6 hours?
For a movie, a Turkish bath, 3 bars, a restaurant, and 2 museums. Close the gap a little, huh?
Whatever you say, mister. They're liable to spot us. How much longer you going to keep this up?
What difference does it make as long as your flag's down?
Big difference. My old lady'd be awful sore if I don't get home tonight. And this follow-the-leader routine looks like an endurance contest.
Take it easy, cabby. At 10 o'clock tonight, a certain big deal will be closed, and then we can both forget about that guy up there and go home.
Big deal? What kind of big deal? I ain't nosy. I just don't want no trouble.
You'll get no trouble.
It's approximately legal, ain't it?
Legal is Confederate money.
Nah, just a minute. I got a living to earn. I'm serious.
So am I. Serious is a rare coin dealer.
Oh, a numismatist.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you know? I collect Indian pennies myself.
Small world.
And the guy up there in the hat's trying to louse up for sale, huh? That it?
Roughly, yeah. Keeping an eye on him till the deal goes through at 10. He's a screwball from the deep south.
Hey, the light's changing. He's going to be caught. You want I should slow down?
No. Pull up behind him. It's okay.
Right. Hey, mister, look. You see that?
Yeah. Panama hat, it's gone.
Yeah, when I drive, it hit his brakes, it disappeared.
Pull up beside him, quick.
Can you see?
Yeah, the seat's empty. Ooh, what a pair of chumps. They've been chasing nothing but a hat propped up in the back of that seat.
No kidding. Gee, it sure looked natural, didn't it, mister?
Nuts. Let me out. Now, look, you get to the other driver. Find out where he dropped his passenger off and anything else you can. Yeah. Here's $30 for your trouble.
Wow, for that kind of dough, my wife can go ahead and get some. Call me at the office, mister. Just ask for Joe Joplin. Keep your shirts on, you get there!
Be there, be there. You'll go off like a Roman candle. Come on, be there.
Hello.
Ah.
Hello, Leon Rialdi speaking here.
Marlowe, Rayardi, I got bad news for you.
Oh?
Our boy, Seth Appleboro, pulled a backwoods gag on me, and I fell for it, flat on my face. He shook me. I don't know how long it happened, but...
But I do. Huh? I know exactly how long ago. Appleboro was here.
He was?
He was in my shop. He's a madman, that madman. Swore he would kill me, but he didn't.
What happened?
He was after the coin, of course. He got tough. But I got more tough. I'm not born the day before yesterday. I was forced to ruin a beautiful Renaissance vase on his stupid skull, but at least I got rid of him. So I say phooey on Seth Appleboro.
Oh.
I beat him up myself, you hear? And I throw him out. It's finished. So at 10, I shall sell the coin to Pierre Bowman as arranged, and that will be that.
Well, glad to hear it, Rayardi. Just send the check to...
Just a minute, Mr. Marlowe.
Huh?
Who's there? Who's back there? Who is it?
Rayardi. Hey, Rayardi, what's the matter?
No, wait. No, listen, dog!
Rayardi!
Marlowe, you...
Rayardi! 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 I ran out of the phone booth, hailed the first cab that came along, and headed for 113 Marion Avenue. Leon Riardi's shop was a narrow cell with tattered green shades drawn over dingy windows. The front door was locked, so I went around to the alley where I'd left my car earlier. The back door to Riardi's was half open. Riardi sat on the floor, his legs spraddled out, his head slumped against the bottom drawer of his desk like a drunk too tired to look for the way home. Beside him on the floor was all that was left of the reason for it. A small open box lined with blue velvet and labeled Unique, Confederate States of America, $50. One of 4 struck at New Orleans Mint, 1861. Only piece of this series now in existence. Source, Colonel J.J. Appleboro Collection, 1880. But the box was empty. The 4 bits worth of Confederate money was gone. I picked the phone up in my handkerchief and called the cab company office. A few minutes later, I had Joe Joplin.
Yeah, I got that other driver okay, mister, but I couldn't pry much out of him. Even the hard way, I tried. He left that southern drawl off at the Wilshire Gardens, Villa 9, and he got orders to take the Panama hat on a $10 drive around town.
That's all?
That's all he knows. He thought it was some kind of joke.
Wilshire Gardens, number 9. Okay, Joe,
Yeah.
thanks. I called Homicide, told Lieutenant Matthews where he could pick up the body, and before he could order me to stick around, promised to fill in the details later and hung up. After that, I got in my own car and drove to the Wilshire Gardens Hotel, Villa 9. What finally came to the door and eased it open a cautious 2 inches had a mop of renegade hair the color and shape of tumbleweed, a body as gaunt as a piece of barbed wire, and 2 sick gray eyes that tried hard to hide under a pair of scrub brush eyebrows. Seth Appleboro wasn't glad to see me.
State your business, sir. What's more, I'm a busy man. I'm not well, so be brief.
Okay, we'll start off with murder.
Murder? Now, see here,
We'll
sir.
follow that with a missing Confederate $50. Now, do I come in peaceful like, or do I knock the door down?
Don't go riling me up, Yankee, or you won't get in at all. What's your name?
Philip Marlowe. My business at the moment is trying to square things with a client I let down very badly.
Client? Then you must be referring to that low-down, unscrupulous carpetbagger, Leon Riardi.
You're a little confused, aren't you? Riardi's from Italy.
From northern Italy, sir. And a crooked, unprincipled carpetbagger.
You said that.
The kind who strips the South of her treasures, who pillages and loots and... What? A gun? Well, what's the meaning of that firearm in your hand, sir?
I haven't got time for another civil war. Now get away from that door. I'm coming in.
You carpetbagger.
Now, let's knock off the nonsense, Appleboro. Where's the $50?
Where, indeed. My poor old fool of a grandpappy, the colonel, sold it. Sold it for practically face value, sir. Just to keep body and soul together on the plantation back in 1880. And what he was give for it wasn't worth dirt compared to what that fine old piece of Confederate money's really worth.
All right. Where is it? Come on, hand it over.
Oh, I don't have it, sir.
Oh.
Not yet. But by ginger, I'm going to get it. And when I do, it's going home where it belongs, you hear? To the South. Oh.
You better go to the couch and take another pull on your mint julep, Buster. You look bad.
My head.
And then I want that coin. I'm not kidding.
That Riardi crowned me with an iron pot. Oh. But that won't stop me, sir. I'm not going to stand by and let that rare old $50 be desecrated any farther. I'll prevent it being sold to any rich, dawdling oaf of a collector who has the audacity to live in Sherman Oaks, if it's the last thing I do. And you, sir, you won't stop me either.
Sit down, I told you. You crackpot.
Oh, my head.
I should have known. Win, lose, or draw, I'm turning you over to the police right now, Appleboro. Charge is murder and larceny, and it's too bad, but you're a cinch to beat both raps on a goofball plea.
You, big boy, put down the phone and drop your gun.
Oh, rebel reinforcements.
Drop it, I said.
Oh, friend indeed. Providence is still smiling, sir.
Yeah, sure. She's hilarious, Mr. Appleboro. Right, big boy? Or don't you see the humor of the situation? Oh!
The stranger had a flat, saucer face. A sour grin in the left hand like a trip hammer. I'd done my best to roll with a punch, but I'd still caught enough of it to jar my brains loose. When I finally got up again, Villa 9 was empty. It took a while for that to soak in, along with another fact. I was up against a team. Appleboro and Saucerface. Also, it was now 9:30, which gave me just half an hour to get to Sherman Oaks for what had to be the next scheduled meeting. The Boneman Mansion on Clooney Drive, from giant iron gate out front through overgrown grounds and up to the entrance, looked a lot more like the prop room at the Metropolitan Opera than anybody's residence. When I lifted the brass ring in the brass lion's mouth and let it fall, I got another surprise. She had deep hazel eyes with long lashes, close-cropped copper-colored hair, and packed full green suede dress that put no strain on the imagination. Her bare shoulders made you think of toasted marshmallows.
Hello.
Hello. You wouldn't be Pierpont Bowman, huh?
And you must have had some reason for knocking, other than window shopping.
Yeah. My name's Marlowe. I used to work for Leon Rayardi before he was murdered tonight.
Murder?
Mm-hmm.
Is this supposed to concern my Uncle Pierpont?
Yeah, I think it does. From the fuss that's being kicked up about 4 bits worth of Confederate money, you'd think that it was a chest of Easterling sterling silver.
Only 4 bits, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid he is vitally interested. Come in, Marlowe. Wait here.
All right.
Uncle Pierpont, come here.
Huh? What's the matter, Christine?
There's a man here to see you, a Mr. Marlowe. You'd better talk to him.
Oh, what do you want? Huh? Oh, you. What is it, Marlowe?
Well, it's about the $50, the one you intend to buy from Leon Rayardi, Mr. Bowman.
Oh, yeah. Well, what about it, man?
Rayardi was murdered tonight.
Hmm? That murdered, you say?
Mm-hmm.
If that's true, he hasn't had time to hit the ground yet. What's your game, Sonny? You must have some kind of a game. What is it?
No games. I'm telling you, Rayardi was shot and the coin stolen.
You're real sure about that, are you? Positive? No mistake?
Are you certain, Marlowe?
I couldn't be more certain if it was tattooed on my forehead. I heard it happen and saw his body over an hour ago.
What do you think of that, Uncle Pierpont? Marlowe looks at dead bodies, too.
I think it's poppycock. Yep. What do you think, Chris?
Wait a minute. Let me tell you what I think. It's more to the point. I came here because I'm also certain that the man who killed Rayardi is the man who took the coin. And that he'll show up here in the next few minutes posing as Rayardi and try to sell you that $50 as planned. I want you two to help me get him.
You know, Marlowe, I think you're bombing.
Now, look, baby, I've had quite enough...
Hold on now. There's just one teensy thing wrong with your little scheme, Marlowe. You see, 10 minutes ago, Leon Rayardi, or someone who said he was Leon Rayardi, was here. I gave him $37,000 cash as agreed, and he gave me this. The only one of its kind in the world. The 1861 Confederate $50.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, there are songs for sale, and one of them may turn into the nation's newest hit as you listen in to CBS on Friday nights. This hour-long program of melody is called Songs for Sale, and during the hour, you hear 4 songwriters with unpublished music as they present their tunes to a panel of veteran, top-flight songwriters. At the end, the panel picks out one song to be published and plugged, and you'll hear the reasons they give for their choice. Be listening to Songs for Sale tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Collector's Item.
When the wobbly screwball collector clinked the $37,000 50-cent piece on the tabletop in front of me, his eyes flashed on like a pair of unfrosted light bulbs. And something close to froth started to collect in the upturned corners of his mouth that smiled like the cat that had just eaten the canary, cage, birdseed, and all. There was little doubt about it. Septuagenarian Pierpont Bowman was what an eccentric would call eccentric. And he was very unconcerned with the murder of Leon Rayardi, and very fuzzy about what Rayardi's impersonator had looked and sounded like.
I'm afraid I can help little on that score, Mr. Marlowe. Only had eyes for the coin. And what a coin she is. Why, son,
Mr. Bowman, you've got to remember something. Height, build, color of eyes, hair, voice. Yeah, voice. Was it a southern accent? Think, Mr. Bowman.
Southern accent?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, Mr. Marlowe can't say if it was or not. My hearing isn't all it used to be, you know. But Christine here, now maybe she could... No. Christine wasn't in the room. Answered the door myself.
But I did see him come up the walk, Mr. Marlowe, from my room upstairs. He was tall, about your height. Oh, no, perhaps a mite shorter. And he wore a gray suit. No, darker than gray. Sort of light blue shade.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, thanks a lot. And before I start reaching for a butterfly net myself, I think I better get back to Seth Appleborough's place on Wilshire.
Why there? Surely if he's the guilty one, Mr. Marlowe, he won't wait to be apprehended.
Not on purpose, no. But when I last ran into him and his buddy with a saucer face, he was fighting an acute case of vertigo. Might have collapsed since. And besides, I don't know where else to go.
Oh, but, sir, why must you go any place? The police will attend to that Mr. Appleborough. Now, look, Mr. Marlowe, here on the rim of the
Mr.
coin...
Bowman, this may mean nothing in the numismatic league. But I went to work for Leon Rayardi to protect him, a job I didn't do. Also, losing clients this way is bad for my business and conscience. Good night, and happy gathering coins in May.
Mr. Marlowe, wait, please. Please, Mr. Marlowe, let me see you out and explain something. Be just a minute, Uncle.
Well, what is it?
I'll pay you $500, Mr. Marlowe, not Confederate dollars either, to see that Uncle gets his money back and that the coin is returned to that Mr. Rayardi's estate.
What? You're against the deal? Why?
Because it's the 100th one in the past 2 years.
You hate to see the money you'll one day inherit go to a bunch of screwballs, huh?
Why, you foul-minded, no good... I've got news for you, Mr. Marlowe. It's not my inheritance I'm concerned with, it's my uncle. In spite of this mansion and all the junk in it, that $37,000 was every cent he had left.
Okay, kid. In that case, 2 points.
1?
I had the slap coming. 2, I'll do my best to back up everything to where I came in. Good night.
Good night. And, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah?
I didn't enjoy slapping you.
She said it like she meant it. 20 minutes later, I was back at the Wilshire Gardens, where I found Villa 9 as dark and quiet as the bottom of a well. I had just about decided to quit playing long shots labeled I Hope He passed out on his front doorstep when, from a nearby clump of pepper trees, I caught a glimpse of a shadowed figure moving toward me, one slow step at a time. I knew that I was spotted and strictly sitting duck, so I tried the only possible out. General nonchalance, my back to the pepper trees long enough for the not-so-stealthy hunter to get within hunting distance. And a good evening to you, Brother Appleborough. Now, sir, get up and start talking. What? Well, saucer face. Thought I had your partner.
Hey, not wrong, Hasty, and you're still doing it. Appleborough's my partner like you look good in tights. The name is Locke, Fred Locke, Treasury Department.
Treasure? You mean you're after Appleborough?
Uh-huh. I sapped you because from the gab I overheard, I figured you were nothing but a lone wolf shooting for the coin.
Oh.
Appleborough, friend, is big game. He's wanted on half a dozen counts, a lot more important than this Confederate $50.
Yeah, but he must have gotten away from you because
He did. Jumped out of my car a couple of blocks from here. But how do you know about that? Who are you?
Oh,
Well, name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective, license included. Wait a minute. Here. I know that Appleboro got away because he's already been up to the Boneman place where he posed as my client, Leon Riotti, who, incidentally, he killed so he could sell the Confederate lucky piece up there for $37,000.
Quite a hunk of change.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sorry we crossed our wires, Marlowe, and thanks for the word.
Oh.
But don't worry, he won't get far. Us T-men will see to that. Keep in touch with the department if you find out anything, will you?
Sure. Oh, say, Locke.
Yeah?
Just a hunch.
Oh, like what?
Like you're a cockeyed liar. Like Treasury men don't call themselves T-men. Any more than private detectives call themselves private eyes.
Great.
Now, Locke, let's try inside your jacket. One, get rid of this non-Treasury Department Luger. And two, check the wallet and see if at least Fred Locke is your real name.
All right, it's my name.
Yeah, surprise it is. And out of imagination, T-man. Come on, get up and start working on a few other questions like where Seth Appleboro is at the moment and exactly what your tie-in is with Bluff. Well, do we keep this up all night?
No. I'll tell you everything.
Okay. Now, first the setup. Come on.
Yeah. There were two of us. Me and Adam. No!
It had come from the street that was just beyond the pepper trees and slammed into Locke, front and center, folded him up like it was built on hinges. By the time I was out of the impact area and had my .38 in hand, the only target I had was a pair of taillights blinking out of sight in a funnel of dust. Fred Locke was blood-smeared, dead, and made an ugly centerpiece for the little ring of startled faces that began to converge. I stepped back and became just another sightseer. When a small, bald man with a large white eyebrow and lots of worry stamped on his face began to do his lamenting out loud. He was the Wilshire Gardens hotel manager and didn't care much for public spectacles on the home grounds.
Oh, my goodness. 1 minute that Mr. Appleboro unconscious in his car, and the next this man is shot to death.
Hey, wait a minute. Appleboro's unconscious in his car? Where?
At the other end of the grounds. There's a nasty cut in his forehead. One of the guests just found him there. I was just about to call a doctor.
Never mind the doctor. Show me the way. Come on. Come on, Dixie boy. Breathe deep.
Who? Oh, you again?
Yeah, me again. And you're up to your drawl in a couple of untidy murders. Now snap out of it.
Oh, my. It's no use. He doesn't even hear you.
That's so right. While it's this peaceful, I think I'll check on this drooping flower of the Old South. His wallet should do it.
Do what?
Prove whether or not he gave me a straight pitch. Yeah. What do you know? Membership card, Sons of the Confederacy, New Orleans chapter.
Here, let me see.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's his picture, all right.
Sure is. Well, when the police get here, they, Hey, look.
Yeah, what is it?
His wristwatch was smashed against the dashboard.
So it is. He must have held his hand up to protect his head when he fell forward.
Yeah, now look, friend, the name's Marlowe. When the law gets here, tell them they can find me at Sherman Oaks, the Pierpont Bowman residence.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't leave me here with all this on my hands. The police are going to want to know what this is all about.
I'll try and have an answer for them. But first, I got to ask a crazy collector a not-so-crazy question.
Well, hello, Mr. Marlowe. I was hoping you'd come back.
No flowers and candy, honey. This isn't a social call.
Then what brings you here?
Your uncle, is he still up?
Yes, but he asked not to be disturbed. Why?
I got a picture I want him to look at.
What kind of a picture?
A man. Possibly the man who sold him the coin tonight. Now, where is he?
In the gun room. Oh, but he'll scream bloody murder if we bother him.
That's the subject on hand.
You mean you found out who killed Leon Riotti?
No. I found out someone else has been killed. Come on, huh?
Over that coin? Who was it, Marlowe?
Guy named Locke. We'll get to the fine print later. Is this the room?
Yes, but
He's
I'm...
just the man I want to see. Oh, Mr. Bowman, I hear you. Well, it's quite a blunderbuss. Look, point that somewhere else.
So it is. But don't let it worry you, Mr. Marlowe. This harquebus hasn't been fired in 300 years.
That's great. Let's not spoil its record tonight, shall we?
Here, have a look. Fine workmanship.
Later on. Right now, Mr. Bowman, I want you to have a look. This picture, it's Seth Appleboro. Huh? Is this the man who sold you the coin, the one you couldn't remember?
No, not the party. Now, on this gun, Mr. Marlowe...
Uncle, We've had another murder.
Huh? Oh, my, that's too bad. But what's all that got to do with me?
I'm not sure. But, Mr. Bowman, if Appleboro wasn't the one who sold you that hot half a buck, it must have been an item named Locke.
Huh?
The saucer-faced buddy I told you about before. Oh. The one who sapped me at Wilshire Gardens.
Oh, very interesting. And perhaps tomorrow,
Uncle, please. Go on, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, there isn't much more. When I left here and I went back for Appleboro, I ran into Locke. We mixed it up, and I was just about to get him to talk when he was shot out from under me.
What? Appleboro did it? He shot Locke?
No, he couldn't have.
Oh, why not?
Because Appleboro was out cold in his car at the time.
Then all you really know is that Appleboro didn't kill this Locke.
Oh, I know a little more. I also know now that there's a third interested party mixed in.
Who?
You, maybe.
Uncle?
What? Me?
Sure. You could have killed Rayardi via a hired flunky like Locke. Sold yourself the coin. After all, you're broke. It's been done before.
You're mad.
It's insane, Marlowe, the idea. To think that Uncle would hire the likes of Fred Locke. Why, it's...
Slips, Christine? You shouldn't have known Locke's front name was Fred, should you? I never mentioned it.
What? Christine, you mean that...
I mean that nobody moves.
Christine.
Oh, fine.
This is one gun in here that's no relic. It's been fired something less than 300 years ago.
Yeah, to be exact, less than an hour ago at the Wilshire Gardens when you used it to keep Locke quiet, huh?
You, Christine, you're the third party Marlowe was talking about. You hired Fred Locke and Appleboro.
Had nothing to do with it, Mr. Bowman. It was your niece's partner, Fred Locke, who killed Rayardi in his shop and stole the half a buck. After that, he followed me to Appleboro's place in Wilshire Gardens. There he KO'd me and Appleboro both. Then came out here and sold you the coin.
Posing as Rayardi.
Correct. You can both go to the head of the class.
Not yet. One question, teacher. Why did Locke go back to Appleboro's? Couldn't have been just luck that I found him there.
It wasn't. He was afraid Appleboro had seen him kill Rayardi at the shop. He had to know for sure. Your turn, Uncle.
Why did you do it, Christine?
I was sentimental, Uncle. I wanted at least the last of your money as a keepsake. And now that I've got it, I want one thing more before I leave. That $50 in your pocket. Hand it over. Come on.
The $50, but...
It's worthless to you, Christine. You can never sell it again. Every collector in the world will be on the lookout for it.
Don't you think I know that?
Then what do you want with it?
The pleasure of getting rid of it. I hate it. Like I hate every piece of junk you've squandered your fortune on. The fortune I'd have inherited someday. I'm going to throw it in the first deep river I come to. Hand it over.
No, you don't, Christine. Drop it. Drop it. Now, sit in that chair while you can. You may end up in another one. The police arrived. They always do. And after a long hour of questions and answers, there were only two of us left. Pierpont Bowman, standing close to a window, tears crowding his eyes. The fingers of his right hand nervously toying with a Confederate coin. And me, thinking about Leon Rayardi and Fred Locke and Christine. It was the old man who finally broke it up.
A rotten thing.
I left after that. So I don't know if Appleboro got the coin or not. You might check if you're ever running through the New Orleans Museum.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Richard Sanville and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Anthony Barrett, Shepard Menken, Tom Tully, and Jack Crucian. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time an old man dead in a flophouse, a sot who carved wood, a fallen lady with an eye for gold lockets, and a snake with big ears. all led me to a soft spot in a killer's hard heart.
Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states. With only the names changed, these stories give in detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show. And you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you play Sing It Again every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The White Carnation.
I can't understand it. Ben Reynolds is a wonderful guy with a really great future, intelligent, handsome. Well, you've seen his picture.
Yeah. You said he's a doctor, didn't you, Casey, an MD?
That's right. He's already known as one of the best young medical men in town. Turn left at the next corner, Marlowe.
Okay. You also said he's to be married soon.
Soon. Tomorrow.
Oh.
And to the swellest girl in the world, Margaret Vanderveer.
Vanderveer. As in Beverly Hills, huh?
Yes, you know them?
Oh, just the name.
Marlowe, we've got to locate Ben Reynolds fast and find out what's wrong.
Well, you sure it's not just a last-minute case of cold feet?
Cold feet?
Yeah.
Oh, Marlowe, he's in love with the girl. I'm his best man, I know. Besides, this marriage means a lot to the guy's career. He wouldn't run out.
It happens, Casey.
Oh, not to Ben. Why, he was fine, happy, full of laughs, right up to the minute we went into that flower shop.
Flower shop?
Yeah, some small place called Steiner's Flowers on Temple Street.
Oh.
Ben and I were driving along there this afternoon when I remember the one thing I'd overlooked was a white carnation for the groom. We stopped and went in.
And came the switch.
I'll say so. While I talked to the florist, Ben browsed around the shop. Then all at once, he grabbed me by the arm and said, "Let's get out of here." He was white as a sheet. We left in a hurry, and all the way up here to his place, he kept looking back like he was afraid of being followed.
What'd he say about it?
Oh, he wouldn't tell me a thing. When we got to his apartment, he gave me a real brush-off. I went on home. Then at 7 tonight, I got a call from him.
Give me that call word for word if you can, Casey.
Well, he said, "Tom, listen to me. There's a man named Gregory Toledo. I thought he was dead, but he's come back to life. I can't go on until he's dead again, this time for sure. Please don't interfere or say anything. You'll hear from me." Then he hung up.
Gregory Toledo, huh? Was Ben at home then?
No. I tried to call him back, got no answer. I thought it over for a while, then called you. See, I'm not only his best man, I'm his best friend, too.
Oh.
That's his place there.
Okay, kid. I think you've done right so far, but brace yourself.
For what?
For something ugly. It says all the earmarks. You might wind up needing lilies, not white carnations. Let's go. The apartment was ground floor, rear, and dark. Inside, from walnut paneling to the sweet, nutty smell of good pipe tobacco, Dr. Ben Reynolds' place was neat, clean, and cozy until we got to the kitchen. There, the air was thick with a strong disinfectant. The doctor's kit was open on the sink. Beside it was a heap of blood-soaked gauze topped by a pair of forceps. And still clamped in the chromium jaws was what looked like a .38 slug.
He must have performed this just before he left.
Yeah, possibly on himself. This bottle of 100-proof bourbon here is the anesthetic he used.
Hey, Marlowe. The cigarette case here. I've never seen that here before. Marlowe, look.
What?
The name on this thing.
Toledo?
Yeah, as in Gregory Toledo. He was here, Marlowe.
Yeah, but now 2 plus 2 doesn't quite make 4. Look, you say Ben told you on the phone that he couldn't go on until Gregory Toledo was dead. And yet apparently...
Apparently, Ben pulled a bullet out of that Toledo guy right here in this kitchen. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's check the other rooms again, huh? See if we can get a lead on where he went.
Right. I'll look in the bedroom.
All right. I'll start on the desk. See if his clothes are still there, will you?
Everything seems okay in here.
Good. Oh. Say, Casey, did Ben like Armenian or Hungarian food a lot?
No. Not that I know of. Why?
Well, because his phone book is open to restaurants, and every one of that kind is checked off. Even the gypsy tea rooms.
Well, that's funny. You never went to those places. What's it mean?
Nothing, maybe. Let's see. Got through them as far as Sarkessian's Gypsy Cellar, 3rd Street. Ring any bell?
Not a one. What are we going to do, Marlowe?
You're going to go home and get some rest.
Oh, we've got to find him.
That's what you hired me for, isn't it? I'll call you when I've got something.
Where are you going now?
Steiner's Flower Shop. See what else he stocks beside White Carnations. I'll call you, Casey. I unsnapped the front door lock, went out to my car, and drove down Temple Street almost to Alvarado. I still had a block to go when I saw the red spotlights on a pair of prowl cars parked up ahead. It was too close to be coincidence. The little store marked Steiner's Flowers was crawling with law. I pushed through the whispering circle of morbidly curious, keeping a respectful distance outside, and went up to the door. There, Detective Lieutenant Matthews spotted me and motioned me in.
Hey, Marlowe. What brings you here?
Business. Stop for a bachelor button.
Uh-huh. Well, you're a bit late. The joint's closed. Proprietor's been murdered or so, I think.
You think? Can't you tell?
All right, let's put it this way. He's dead under suspicious circumstances.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
You know there's not a mark on him? Nothing. Here, take a look. The back room.
All right.
There you are. That's him. One Harlan Steiner. There was a gun beside him on the floor, been fired once, very recently.
What caliber, Matthews?
Oh, 38. And no bullet holes in here, so he might have scored. Hey, why?
Just curious.
Uh-huh.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this?
Motive, maybe. List of currency denominations and amounts sent over from his bank and dated today adds up to $40,000.
Hey, that guy had $40,000 cash delivered here?
That's right.
I didn't realize a small flower business could be that good even on a big day.
Oh, at your age, it can't. And there's no sign of that cash around now.
Well, maybe he was robbed, huh?
Mm-hmm. By a handsome, well-dressed guy was seen running out of here earlier tonight, Phil. Steiner probably died of heart failure from the excitement, so that's that. But why did he have so much dough brought in here in the first place? And how did this get here in the back room?
What? Oh, cigarette with lipstick.
Yeah.
Well, Matthews, even florists are human, you know.
So are cops.
I've heard.
Yeah. Now, give me a straight answer, Phil, huh? Of all the places in town, how come you show up here, this dumpy, out-of-the-way flower shop?
I was driving by on my way home, saw your car, so I stopped. Easy as that.
Could have done that well all by myself. Mooney.
Yeah?
You can have it now. Tell him at the morgue I want a fast job. We've seen all we can here.
Okay.
All except that at the front door, Matthews. Get a load of it. Maybe she's your lipstick.
Oh.
Steiner here now?
Are you a friend of Steiner's, miss?
Not exactly, sir. Sometimes buy flowers from him.
I see. Were you in here earlier today?
No, I haven't been here for several days. What's wrong?
Mm-hmm. You'll find out soon enough, miss. Better move along now. Go on.
Yeah, okay.
No, she's too dark. Your lipstick's awful blonde.
Yes, I know.
Well, I guess I'll shove off, too. Take it easy, Lieutenant.
Sure, boy. Hey, Phil.
What?
Look, if you should happen to stumble over 40 grand on your way home, get in touch, will you?
Don't I always? Good night, Matthews. I drove down Alvarado to 3rd Street and turned right. In a few minutes, I was parked in front of a gaudy doorway at the foot of a half a dozen steps dimly lit by a rusty hanging lantern under a sign. Said Sarkessian's Gypsy Cellar. Armenian dishes are specialty, Alex Sarkessian, proprietor. Inside, the place was a stone floor, imitation oak booths, all empty. The 5 feet high that hustled toward me out of a dark corner was Sarkessian himself. The welcome smile dribbled off his face like spilled beer when I said all I wanted was some information.
Why you come here for it, huh? What kind of information do you want?
On some people, Mr. Sarkessian. Do you know a man named Gregory Toledo?
No.
Oh, well, how about Reynolds, Ben Reynolds?
No.
Okay. Try, Never mind, that girl on the billboard there. Who's she?
Madame Vadena, just like it says, she's on the billboard.
What's her real name?
Ruby Vadena. She works here. Works. If somebody wants to call looking at tea leaves in a cup, work. But the customer expects it. The customer is always right. So Ruby Vadena works here, but not tonight.
All right, where can I find her?
Why?
Because I saw her a few minutes ago in a certain flower shop.
Oh, that's a very good reason. Now, look, mister, I run a restaurant, not a lonely heart.
You look, Sarkessi, and your little gypsy's in a murder right up to her big brass earrings. I gotta talk to her right now.
A murder? I knew it's that fake. Oh, that no good. She ruins my business. What kind of appetite can murder give anybody, I ask you?
I ask you for the last time, where does Ruby live?
In Villa Garibaldi on the end of Reposa Street.
Thanks.
When you find her, tell Sarkasian says she's fired. She don't come in my place again, you hear? She's washed out.
Reposa Street turned out to be a narrow, block-long tunnel under dark, matted cypress trees, at the end of which Villa Garibaldi squatted like an ancient yellow toad, 2 stories high. I'd gone far enough with my headlights to pick up the clutter on the stairs when Ruby herself stepped out from the trees and headed for the front door. She had enough head start that she was upstairs and at the door before I caught her.
Leave me alone. I haven't done anything, Copper. Leave me be.
I'm no cop, Ruby.
Oh, no. Lisa and I saw you at the flower shop. You're not kidding anybody.
Is this your door here?
Maybe, but you can't get in there without a warrant, Copper. So keep it out here and keep it short. What do you want?
Who is Gregory Toledo?
I don't know.
All right, let's try an easier one. What was that florist Harlan Steiner to you?
If you're not a cop, what do you care?
I'm a private detective, honey, and I care plenty. You know what happened to him, don't you?
I think he's dead, if that's what you mean. He was just a friend, that's all.
Oh, no. You're not the type for just friends, Doc. Hey, wait a minute, sugar. Somebody's in your room.
Oh, no. The money.
Open the door. Hurry up, will you?
I'm trying
Well,
to.
come on. Get out of my way. Reynolds! Ben, stop!
Stay back, you!
For an instant, I'd seen Ben Reynolds, his face twisted in fear, a package wrapped in green oil paper clenched in one hand. Then he grabbed up the only lamp and smashed it at me. In the dark, I heard him run through the kitchen and out the back door. By the time I got outside, he was gone. I started for my car to follow him, but stopped again at the sudden sight of a gun barrel shoved out from the shadows between 2 trees and pointed straight at me.
Don't move, fella. Not 1 inch or I'll kill you.
You sound like you mean it.
I do. You're not going any farther, fella. Don't try. And whoever you are, forget about the green package. You'll live longer.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Just tell me one thing, baby. Are you and the doctor a team?
That all depends. Now go on. Back the way you came. I've got an appointment with the doc, and I wouldn't want to keep him waiting. Start walking.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, with the outbreak of conflict in the Far East, Care stockpile in South Korea has fallen into the hands of the invaders. But orders are being accepted so that the moment the conflict ceases, Care will be able to move in with badly needed food and clothing for the distressed men and women of Korea. By cooperating with Care today, you can help bring hope to Korea tomorrow. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The White Carnation.
When the lady in the dark left for her appointment with the doctor, I knew that my next move should be a tight huddle with the good gray heads at Homicide. But I also knew that first there was the matter of Ruby Vadena. I could tell by the way she was coming for me. The kind of enthusiasm you see only at feeding time at the zoo.
Where is it? The money. Where did it go?
How do I know? You're the fortune teller. Now, what'll it be? Cards, teacup, crystal ball? Or should we just try some plain old-fashioned conversation, Ruby, huh?
Now about what?
Well, for one thing, $40,000 that won't sit still. For another, your connection with Steiner's murder. The law's just itching to hear about that one.
Not the police. I don't want to tangle with them again. I mean...
Oh. Could be embarrassing talking over the good old days, Ruby. Is that it?
What given?
You and Steiner and the 40,000. What's the story?
Steiner and I were supposed to go away together to be married. He loved me.
You love the 40 grand. Go on.
The money came from the sale of his flower shop. He brought it over here tonight, said he'd be back. When he didn't show up, I went to find him. That's all I know.
Not enough, Ruby. That shop wouldn't bring $40,000 like you could pass for a school mom. Where'd he get the money?
I haven't the slightest idea. But I do have a suggestion.
Oh?
If you can get your hands on the money, which is really mine now, I'll split it with you, and...
And we could even take a long, long trip, huh?
Mm-hmm.
No dice, baby. I wouldn't sleep nights worrying about my traveler's checks. So long, clairvoyant. When I left the Piano Shoal Beauty with the $sign heart, I stopped at a mobile gas station, and while they filled my tank, I made a call back to the flower shop. Learned that Detective Lieutenant Matthews had gone down to the morgue. But 20 minutes later, when I was there, I was still a step behind, because Matthews had since gone on to headquarters. However, I was also a step ahead. They had just learned why Steiner had died. Connor, the attendant, was pleased as punch to tell me all about it.
Hey, see, Marlowe? Right here, the back of the neck. Got slap of the hypodermic needle. Holds no bigger than a mosquito bite. Real hard to find.
Mm-hmm. And it was an injection that killed him, Connor, huh? Some kind of poison?
We'll have it tagged in a couple of hours. Want me to let you know what it is?
No, never mind. I'll be in touch with Lieutenant Matthews anyway. By the way, Connor, mind if I use your phone?
Why should I? They don't send me the bill. Over on the wall there.
Thanks.
But, Marlowe, no long distance, huh?
Oh, no. Downtown, Connor. Not another inch.
That case, help yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Marlowe, one night some news hawk got on the tube here and talked to his girl in Long Beach for 40 minutes. It was 2 weeks later we found out it was Long Beach, Long Island, not Long Beach, California.
Thomas, I'm Lieutenant Matthews.
Marlowe Matthews, I'm down at the morgue.
Oh, what is it, Marlowe? Steiner, or are you still just a wayfaring stranger?
No, it's Steiner. Look, Matthews, I found out a couple of things that might help.
I figured you would. Who is it, Marlowe?
Well, so far it could be a Dr. Reynolds, but there's more to it.
There always is. Wait there, Phil. I'll be over.
Okay, but one thing first, Matthews. Does the name Gregory Toledo is in Ohio mean anything to you?
Offhand, no. Why? Where does it fit in?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. When I started, Dr. Reynolds was out to kill Toledo again. It seems he's come back to life.
Come back to what? It sounded like you said...
I did, yeah. Well, we'll talk about it when you get here. So long, Matthews.
Hey, pardon me for butting in, Mr. Marlowe, but that's kind of funny. What you said, I mean.
Why?
It was the name you threw at Matthews, Toledo. You see, No, it couldn't count. Well,
wait a minute, Connor. Huh? What's funny about the name Toledo? Come on, it can count plenty.
Oh, it's just a coincidence, that's all.
That can be enough. Let's have it.
Okay, Marlowe. About 6 or 7 years ago, we had a dead one in here named Toledo.
Yeah?
The front part I don't recall, but it wasn't that Gregory. Anyhow, the cops shot him full of holes for resisting arrest.
What's the kind of funny part?
Oh, not much, Marlowe. Only you just tied somebody named Toledo to this Steiner here who was killed with a hypo.
And?
And the Toledo bird I'm talking about was a dope peddler. Dope peddlers, Marlowe, are sometimes real handy with hypo needles. Nothing, huh?
No. Not unless it fits tighter. Hey, look, Connor, you keep files here, don't you?
Yeah.
You could get me an address on the Toledo you're talking about, a first name, next of kin, so on, couldn't you?
Sure I could. What's more, I'd be glad to, Marlowe. Why, if this meant something, it'd be...
Yeah, well, let's get to the files, huh, Connor?
Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
sure,
boy.
this way. Morgue attendant cracks case. Gosh, it'll be... right over here. Here we are. Bias, Toledo. Yeah, Toledo. Here it is, Marlowe.
Let me see that. Toledo, John Edward, August 18th, 1943. Shot to death by police officers Celestes and Hogenberg. Resisting arrest. Address, 31 Juniper Place, Ocean City, California. Next of kin. Holy smoke. Gregory Toledo, a son. Connie, you're a genius.
Oh.
Now, do one more thing for me, will you, please?
Yeah, sure.
When Lieutenant Matthews gets here, tell him I'm sorry to stand him up, but that if I'm real lucky, he won't be mad at all.
Yeah, but Marlowe, this address at Ocean City's 7 years old.
I know, Connor. That's why I said real lucky. I'll see you. The gentleman who answered the door at 31 Juniper Place was about 60. Wore a spotted torn bathrobe that read like a menu and needed a shave, a haircut, and Peeping through his torn slippers, I saw a Blue Jay corn plaster. However, his spirit was bright. Seems he liked having visitors.
Yes, sir?
You're the manager?
Oh, I am indeed. Have been for 18 years. Albert A. Keyline. You looking for a room, sir?
No, just some information, Mr. Keyline. My name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective, and
A private detective? Well, come right in, sir. My goodness, don't often get to chat with a man in your profession.
No,
I welcome
I
the opportunity. I usually keep the living room closed except on Sunday, but tonight I think we can forget that regulation.
Yeah, well, look,
The Morris chair there is the best one. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. Mr. Keyline, did you know John Toledo?
Toledo? I most certainly did. He stayed here for 5 years, I'm unhappy to inform you. He was killed on my front lawn there in 1943. It was good riddance to... Oh, I see why you're here, Mr. Marlowe, but frankly, I expected the police, not a private detective.
Well, why should you expect the police?
Because not 2 hours ago, Emma Mallory, my neighbor, saw Greta Toledo over at the amusement pier.
Greta Toledo? You mean Gregory Toledo, don't you?
I don't think so. I would have said Gregory if I meant Gregory.
Oh, I don't doubt that for a minute.
Besides, that boy'd know better than to come back to Ocean City. It's done him enough harm. I said Greta Toledo, John Toledo's daughter, Gregory's twin.
Twin? Wait a minute, Mr. Keyline, this is important. Greta and Gregory Toledo are twins and the children of John Toledo?
That's right, sir. All three lived here for 5 years, like I said, and a more different brother and sister you never heard of.
Well, different like what?
Like heaven above
Careful.
And that other place below, that's what. The boy was 5. The girl a terror. At 13, she was tormenting Alleycats, and at 18, when she left here, she was a brazen hussy. Both went their separate ways from here a week after John was buried.
You haven't seen him since?
No, except one night about a month later when the boy, Gregory, came here to visit me and asked for all the pictures I had of him and his father and sister. I used to be an amateur photographer, you know. I got a medal one time at a...
Pictures, Mr. Keyline, why did he want them?
Sentiment, I guess. He was kind of soft-hearted. I gave him the whole batch except one of Greta, and I only saved it because the lighting was so good. I've got it right here. I took it a couple of weeks before they got John. Look, see how the sunlight behind her head gives a soft feeling to the whole picture?
Yeah, it's practically a halo.
Yes, sir. Very professional. I'll just take that now, Mr. Marlowe. I might try and improve it someday.
Yeah, the best of luck. Keyline, don't move your finger.
My finger? Well, why not? Mr. Marlowe, are you sure you feel all right?
Frankly, no. But I hope to get better as I go along. Listen, Keyline, that neighbor of yours, that Emma, who said she saw Greta Toledo at the amusement pier, was it the big one off the foot of Surf Street?
Oh, sure was. Emma saw her go behind one of the concessions and take a flight of stairs down to the beach.
Which flight of stairs? There's a half a dozen of them, Keyline. Think, will you?
You don't have to. I know, because Emma said it was the flight by the cotton candy concession. You know, that fuzzy stuff. And he's near the merry-go-round. I'm sure of that because Emma mentioned the merry-go-round. She never leaves out any details, you know. Emma's a thorough...
The steps that led down from the cotton candy concession took me to a fairyland graveyard under the amusement pier. Dead carousel animals, horses, sea serpents, dragons that smiled, all broken and bent and piled any side up. Some rusted brown, some of the bilious green discolor of old brass. Then a lot of steel and stone dwarfs who must have belonged to some long ago winter wonderland, also broken and rusted. But beyond that, the people were real, both of them. One was Greta Toledo. She was the same lady in the dark who had stopped me outside of the gypsy's place. The other was the man I had started out to find. The man who was out to re-kill Gregory Toledo. Dr. Ben Reynolds.
Wait a minute, Gregory. What? There's one thing we still have to talk about. Or should I call you Dr. Reynolds?
All right, get to the point, Greta.
I am. So I asked you to meet me here. It's a safe place to talk.
What did it talk about? You were shot and I gave you medical attention. You demanded that I get $40,000 that was yours, and I did?
You did, hero. But only to keep me from letting everyone know that the fine Doc Reynolds is really Gregory Toledo, the son of a dope peddler.
All right, sister mine. What do you want?
Just this. You're really on my hook, brother. I got a big news flash for you. I wasn't shot in self-defense tonight. It was while I was committing a murder in a flower shop, some filth named Harlan Steiner.
What?
Yeah, a murder with a hypodermic needle. I murdered a man who was double-crossing me. Tried to take this $40,000 here. We got it from the sale of opium. He was trying to take this money and run with it in a gypsy lady
Now,
love.
listen. How tight do you think you can squeeze me? There's an end to everything, even blackmail. Don't you see that? I'd be much worse off as a murder accomplice than exposed as a doctor with a very unsavory family background. Also, Greta, I've got a few moral compunctions. A doctor's supposed to save lives, not destroy them.
Then see what you can do about yours, Doctor.
Don't try it, Greta.
Oh.
Lousy aim, sister.
She's dead.
Yeah. And so is Gregory Toledo, finally. We better get to the police, Dr. Reynolds.
Well, Marlowe, you stepped out of turn all right, but you happened to step in the right direction. How? I still don't know.
Yes, that picture Keyline showed you out in Ocean City, Mr. Marlowe. It was Greta, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Oh, this coffee's hot. Didn't mean a thing, though, Tom. I'd only seen Greta in the dark at the Gypsies.
Yeah, then how did it help? More coffee here, please.
Huh?
Coffee.
Oh, sure.
Well, it helped, actually, when Keyline added his finger. That covered the girl's hair. And when I could only see the face...
It looked like a man, and you saw not Greta, but her twin brother, Gregory.
Wait a minute. Who you knew as Dr. Reynolds from a picture you'd seen earlier? Good work, Marlowe.
No. Good luck, Matthews. There was Connor in the morgue, a Gabby woman named Emma Mallory, Keyline's hobby as a photographer, and, lots of little things.
Pardon me, Lieutenant. I don't quite know how to say this, but what about the publicity, the newspapers, and what it'll do to, Dr. Reynolds being Gregory Toledo.
Dr. Reynolds being who? Hey, miss, I'd like that coffee tonight.
You know, I always did like you, Matthews. Good night, fellas. When I got outside, it was pushing 4 o'clock in the morning. And I was tired of a long night that had been crowded with a lot of death and a lot of people. But I was also looking forward to a lot of life. Good life. For Dr. Ben Reynolds and his bride. So, thinking about them, I drove slowly through the quiet city streets until the black melting into gray in the corners of the sky said it was almost tomorrow. And then I went home. Found a telegram. It was from the groom.
Tom Casey and the bride-to-be joined me in saying that there's no doubt as to who the best man really is. Please do us the honor tomorrow at 5 o'clock sharp.
Oh, that's nice. Now, all I need is one White Carnation and, I wonder where that gypsy girl is.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Paul Dubov, Virginia Gregg, Fritz Feld, Georgia Ellis, Tom Tully, Parley Bear, and John Daner. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a Skid Row suicide changed into murder. A cobbler with an accent was afraid to call the police. And a hard-boiled Hollywood agent broke into tears. All because one woman kept her whole life between the covers of a big leather book.
There's a very charming, very amusing young couple to be found at CBS, the Star's address every Saturday evening. They're Liz and George Cooper, and Liz is played by the glamorous Hollywood comedian Lucille Ball. It's wonderfully hilarious. It's comedy at its best. My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball, every Saturday night on most of these same CBS stations.
THESTARESSADDRESSISCBS. The star's address is CBS.
This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you dance to the music of Vaughn Monroe, Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's story, The Big Book.
Well, Marlowe, that winds it up. Boys got him in the wagon without any trouble, thanks to you. Well, you don't have your car here, do you, Phil?
No, Lieutenant, and I haven't had lunch either. Maybe the police department feels obligated on both counts, huh?
Maybe. Get in, Phil. Mooney, some good restaurant before headquarters, huh?
Okay, Lieutenant. How are you, Mr. Marlowe?
Hungry, Mooney.
Okay, Mr. Marlowe. I know a good spaghetti place.
Unit 18A, a dead body at number 11 West Main Street. Reported as suicide. Investigate.
Your call, Matthew?
Unit 18A,
No, that's a specific
a
unit.
dead body at number 11 West Main Street.
11 West
Reported
Main.
as suicide.
It's only around the corner, isn't it, Mooney?
Investigate.
That's right, Lieutenant. Might save us a trip back here later, huh?
Yeah. Marlowe, lunch will be a little late. Let's go, Mooney.
At number 11 West Main Street, a Skid Row rooming house, a middle-aged woman who had been the ground floor rear apartment was now dead of a bullet that had passed directly through her heart. A shabby, cramped room was packed tight with a dozen different stale smells, and a naked light bulb dangled from a cracked plaster ceiling. The dead woman lay in the middle of the floor. She looked about 45, had gray-black hair, and wore a cheap cotton dress under a faded, moth-eaten man's sweater. Up to there, she belonged to the backdrop. But beyond that, someplace in the deeply etched beauty of her face, the studied neatness of her hairdo, there was something vague and disturbing that made the whole picture slightly lopsided, like a cheerful tie on an undertaker. 10 minutes later, when I was out in the hall listening to Mooney run down the routine facts for Lieutenant Matthews, that something was still with me, bothering me, the way a half-remembered dream does when you're shaving the next morning.
Yeah. Lived here 5 years now. Came from the east, and according to the landlord, has no close friends or relatives in the city. Also, the bullet was fired at point-blank range.
Uh-huh. Anything on the gun that was next to her?
Not yet, Lieutenant. It was her fingerprints only. Looks like it's strictly pawn shop stuff. Serial numbers filed off, cheap make, etc.
Yeah. Deputy coroner says she died about 10 or 10:30 this morning.
Yeah. Along about that same time, the landlord says he saw a flashy black car parked in the alley outside, where people never park. Spiffy convertible. Was gone after he heard the shot, he thinks.
Did you get the license number, Mooney?
I know, Mr. Marlowe. He got nothing.
Oh.
All we have on it so far is a fresh tire tread in the mud. It's a 750-15. Pretty good shape.
Uh-huh. And that is it, huh?
Just about. The landlord thinks that the deceased was an actress way back from little remarks she made. That's about all. I still got one neighbor to check, though.
Okay, Mooney. Let me know.
Right, Lieutenant.
Now, Marlowe looks like I have to stand you up on that lunch date. Sorry.
I'm not so hungry anymore. I'll see you around, Matthews. On the way out, I told myself three things. One, aside from the fact that we belonged to the same fraternity laughingly called mankind, Jane Temple was nothing to me. 2, a lot of beautiful girls turn out to be beautiful women, and 3, if the black convertible meant anything at all, the police would figure it out by themselves. They came well equipped for the job. Well, by the time I was out on the street and the sharp autumn air had chopped away the stale smells of the dead woman's apartment, I was beginning to forget the name Jane Temple entirely. I might have kept going that way if he hadn't appeared just then.
Hey,
Huh?
mister, over here, quick. Mister, you're not a policeman. You're a reporter for the newspaper, no?
What makes you say that?
Well, I see you go in there with the police, the plainclothes detective man, and nobody salute to you. The ones in uniform, I mean. So maybe you're a reporter, huh?
Maybe. Why?
Well, I cannot tell you here. Come to my shop in 15 minutes. I don't want people to see us together now. Come to the shoemaker place across the street and down the stairs. Andrew Nodell.
Yeah, but why, Mr. Nodella? What do you want a reporter for? What's it about?
The fine lady who used to die, Mrs. Jane Temple. Goodbye, mister.
Look, my friend, it cost me $1.50 for the letter alone. How can I give it to you for...
Now, look, you, I've been...
Okay. Andrew Nodell changed his mind. He won't argue with a customer. Here, $1.25, just like you want my cash.
Yeah, it's more like it. I wasn't born just the other day. I can tell value.
Sure. My mistake, Mr. Now, excuse me, please.
Okay.
Hey. Che ladrone, the chisel. I only gave in to get rid of him, you see. Now, I'll put the out to lunch sign on and lock up the door so we won't be disturbed. The police and nobody.
Okay.
There. Now, Mr...
Marlowe.
Mr. Marlowe, we go in the back room. This way, please.
Now, wait a minute. Before we go any place, Nodella, one question. Why are you so worried about the police?
Well, because down in this neighborhood, Mr. Marlowe, every time I do a good thing and I call the police when it's right, I get in some kind of trouble. These people are my customers. They don't like you should be
stool pigeon?
A stool pigeon.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. Nodella. Now about Jane Temple.
Wonderful woman, Mr. Marlowe. Come in the back room, huh?
All right.
Mr. Marlowe, fine, a cultured lady. I know. I was not always a shoemaker. In the old country, I was a student. And before that, I was an artist.
I wouldn't doubt it. You and Jane Temple were really good friends, is that it?
See, good friends. That's why I'm in a position to say I don't think she killed herself. She was not the kind of a lady, Mr. Marlowe. She was not moody, or she liked to be alone with her memories, but that's all. Look, come here at the table, Mr. Marlowe. Look at this. That was hers.
Scrapbook, huh?
Yeah. She left it with me. The leather on the front was worn. I was repairing it for her. She trusted only me with it. But open it up, Mr. Marlowe. I say no more. You just look for yourself.
It was the usual setup. Between the big covers of a big book, a little life story in tattered yellow clippings and faded photographs. 25 years ago, Jane Temple had been exquisite. The fragile, haunting kind of beauty that never goes out of style. The kind of universal beauty that makes style. The book itself came in 2 parts. The first told in rave reviews and letters from select admirers. It was the rocket-fast rise of Jane Temple, who, as one critic put it, was inspirational beauty and the inspired actress. Both. Yet on that level, the first part ended abruptly in 1928, with no explanation. The second part was another success story, but it ran right up to the present. The career of one Jerome Larkey, from obscure London stagehand to top Hollywood theatrical agent. A healthy, giant step. But no place did I see anything to connect the two. Nodella must have read my mind.
You wonder, Mr. Marlowe, what one got to do with the other, huh?
Yeah. Do you know?
No. Maybe this can help you find out. It's another clipping that was not pasted in the book.
Where'd it come from?
Inside the back cover. I was only to repair the front, Mr. Marlowe. But as a surprise for Miss Temple, I went ahead to do it all, see.
I found this clipping hidden in the lining of the back of cover. It tells of a man named John Gordon being sent to jail in London, England in 1928 for embezzlement of a theater's money. There's a picture of him, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, so Hey, this John Gordon
Jerome
is...
Malachi, see?
Yeah.
The big agent man, Mr. Marlowe. There's still one more thing. Last night, I surprised somebody, a thief, in this shop, and when I scared him away, he was looking at this book, but nothing else was touched.
You didn't tell anybody about it?
No. I was going to tell Mr. Temple, but, well, Mr. Marlowe, everything I say to you, everything I show you here, am I crazy or does it mean only one thing? Jerome Malachi killed the wonderful Mr. Temple to keep a secret.
Well, it's possible. But also, Nodella, Miss Temple may not be so wonderful at that. You know, people don't kill to keep secrets. They kill to keep secrets from getting out. That's called blackmail.
No, Mr. Marlowe, not to Mr. Temple. I don't believe that. And I don't believe that you do either.
I don't want to. Well, I'll see what I can find out.
Mr. Marlowe, you tell me before you tell your paper.
Mr. Nodella, I don't have a paper, just curiosity. I'm a private detective, not a reporter, and the initial mistake was yours, not mine. So don't get mad about it.
What? A private detective? Mr. Marlowe, who you working for?
Right now, Mr. Nodella? I'd say the late Jane Temple. Goodbye. The Jerome Lockey agency on the Sunset Strip was big, brassy, and busy, and sported a blonde receptionist to match. After I gave her my card and we exchanged frosty smiles, she waved me into a seat. I tried it for 15 minutes, and then I began to get itchy. But compared to the dapper gray of the Temple's gentleman sitting next to me, that was a mild reaction. He was one of those heavy-handed character actors you remember by face, never by name.
Jerome Lockey's office? No, he's not in them.
Mr. Jerome Lockey certainly has an exaggerated impression of his own importance.
Been here a while, huh?
Quite a while, sir. Much too long a while. Young lady, please tell Mr. Lockey that Elliot Monroe could wait no longer. I'll see him at his home this evening. I have several studio calls to make this afternoon. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Monroe. Studio calls.
Yes?
Mr. Monroe couldn't wait, Mr. Lockey. He said he'd see you at your home tonight, sir.
My tough luck. Anyone else, Madge?
Only that New York call, sir. I'm still trying to get it. I'll put it right through the moment it comes in. Oh, yes. Mr. Philip Marlowe, a private investigator.
A private investigator? Is it important?
I think so, Mr. Lockey. It's as important as Jane Temple.
Jane? What about Jane Temple?
She's dead, Mr. Lockey. A bullet through her heart.
Madge.
Yes, sir?
Bring Mr. Marlowe right in.
Yes, sir. Right this way, Miss Marlowe.
Thank you.
Well, Marlowe, why are you here? I mean, how did you know I had anything to do with Jane Temple?
I didn't. But since she was an actress once and you're about the biggest agent in Hollywood, I thought I'd start with you.
Start what, Mr. Marlowe?
Start finding out why she committed suicide, Mr. Lockey. Tell me, do you own a black convertible?
Yes. One of those step-down Hudsons.
Tire size, do you happen to know it?
Yes, 750-15. Why? What's all that got to do with Jane Temple's suicide?
Quite a bit. Might even change it to murder.
Jane Temple murdered? By whom?
Someone who'd profit, Mr. Lockey. Any idea who that could be?
Not the slightest.
Okay. Thanks for your trouble. And, good afternoon.
Wait. Hold it, Mr. Marlowe.
Huh?
I'd like to talk with you some more. But not here.
You name the spot, Mr. Lockey.
All right. My house tonight, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. I'll be there.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, our armed forces are mighty busy these days. They're conducting the United Nations police action in Korea. They're patrolling the occupied countries. They're standing ready for national defense. And at the same time, they're doing important scientific research. With so many varied duties, the armed forces need more men. Men with brains and ability who can be trained as highly efficient specialists. Men who want to be the leaders of tomorrow. Inquire at your nearest recruiting office about the opportunities open to you in America's armed forces, the world's greatest power for peace. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Big Book.
When I walked out of Jerome Lockheed's sleek private office, I was satisfied that in spite of the efficient air conditioner, the atmosphere in there would stay charged, with enough high-voltage implications so that sooner or later he'd have to make another move. Outside it was dark. I drove back downtown and finally located Lieutenant Matthews at a lunch counter, wrapping up the short end of a quick blue plate special. My story didn't affect his appetite a bit.
Have a piece of pie, Marlowe. The cherry is great.
Matthews, I've been trying to tell
And
you
I've been
that
listening, Phil, to all of it. All of it, from that crackpot shoemaker to a leather-bound scrapbook, right on up to a weird-looking Jerome Lockheed's kiss. And now what do you want me to do, get an ulcer?
Matthews, maybe Jane Temple didn't kill herself. Maybe she was murdered.
Go on.
Now, look, there was an old clipping and some pictures in that scrapbook that identified our Jerome Lockheed as one John Gordon, who did time a few years ago for embezzlement, which, if revealed, would ruin the great Jerome Lockheed of today. Now, look, it looks like...
Oh, nuts.
What's the matter?
What's the matter? Look, Marlowe, I haven't been to bed for 24 hours. I'm dog-tired. I thought I finally got a break. A clean-cut case of obvious suicide. A nice old doll, disillusioned, broke, did herself in. Too bad, yeah, but just that simple. So what happens? You run into some jerk of a shoemaker with an imagination, and now it's all mixed up with ex-cons, blackmails, and murder.
It's not my fault. I didn't do it, you know.
I'm sorry, Phil.
All right.
A little fed up, I guess. Oh, nothing that a week or so of hearing wind in pine trees wouldn't cure. So you went out to see Lockie, huh?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you leave it?
Hanging in midair. Made a date with him for later tonight at his house.
You think he did it?
Who knows? I saved my Sunday punch, his real name being Gordon, that is. Maybe when I spring that, it'll jar something loose, huh?
Maybe. Oh, by the way, did you meet Mrs. Lockie?
Not yet. Why?
Nothing in particular. Good-looking blonde I saw once in the Beverly Hills station. Some beef about collision. She impressed me as being a pretty tough fighter in the clinches, that's all. Just a thought.
Yeah, finish your pie, Matthews.
Yeah. You want to follow this through on your own, Phil?
Yeah, if you don't mind. You see, I've gone this far, and, well, there was something about Jane Temple that, I don't know, it showed, even down there in that dump.
Yeah. That's what I mean, Phil. I got to get out under the pine trees for a spell, so. Keep me posted, huh?
I drove out to Beverly Hills again and found the Jerome Lockheed place. It was a close-to-the-ground model that at first glance looked like a cozy little cottage. Second glance, however, showed the other two wings, 15 or 20 ultra-modern rooms that rambled over 2 acres of gently rolling real estate. The door was answered by a close-cropped blonde and tailored black, who already today had the tapered, taut look of tomorrow.
Yes?
I'm Philip Marlowe. Is Mr. Lockheed here?
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Marlowe. I'm Vivian, Jerry's wife.
Oh?
Jerry's expecting you. He'll be right out. He asked me to look after you for a few minutes. Do you mind?
On the contrary.
I was in the middle of a whiskey and water. Johnny Walker. Like one?
Thanks. Too bad about Jerry's old friend, Jane Temple, huh?
Yes. Yes, it was a perfectly horrible thing. Jerry's very upset about it, you know. It must be awful to fall so far.
Yeah. The top is awful high. Did you know her?
Only by reputation. What do you suppose happens to a person like that? I mean, you'd think they'd try to climb back out of the squalor.
Yeah, you'd think so. Like, Jerry did.
That's right.
He deserves a lot of credit. Things must have been tough after he got out.
Yes. Yes, they were. Why, when he got out of the production end of show business, he was flat broke. He lost a fortune that way. He's told me about it, how he had to start all over again from the bottom.
So I understand.
Here's your drink, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, thanks, Vivian. Thanks a lot.
You know, Mr. Marlowe, it really is a long, hard struggle to make it up from the bottom, especially a second time. The third time, it might be impossible, don't you think?
Yeah. And when you're up there, the fight's even rougher, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Sometimes a person would... Oh, looks like you have another visitor.
What?
Coming up the walk outside.
Oh, Oh, that's Elliot Monroe. He's always popping in here at odd times, usually to borrow something. He may want anything from a clean shirt to a cup of vinegar. We never know.
Well, this time he wants to see your husband. I ran into him at the office this afternoon, heard him say so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'll make my business with Jerry as short and as to the point as possible.
Well, that's very considerate of you, Mr. Marlowe. Excuse me.
I heard Mrs. Vivian Lockie receive the load of ham at the front door, and a second later I heard my name called from the hall behind me. It was Jerome, all smiles, doing his suave and determined best to bury the end of the world look he'd acquired in his office. But it peeked out around his eyes and at the twitching corner of his mouth. As he led me into the library and pointed me into a deep leather chair, I decided to let him lead off. I also decided to bait a trap and set it out.
Now, how about a drink, Marlowe?
I have one, thanks. Mrs. Lockie anticipated you.
Anticipated? Oh, yes, of course. Well, let's see. Where did we leave off this afternoon?
Oh, we talked about a lot of things, like tire sizes, suicide.
Oh, yes. Now, let me get something straight, Mr. Marlowe. You seem to believe that there's a little more to poor Jane Temple's death than a simple suicide.
Considerably more, Mr. Lockie.
Yes. And you've come to me with this problem. Why?
Because you may be able to fill in some blanks.
How?
It's up to you. Let's say first that I think a prominent and wealthy man is connected, a man who's saddled with a messy past that he can't afford either to keep secret or have revealed.
Now, just a minute, Marlowe. I don't know what you're driving at with this double talk, but it sounds to me as if you're accusing Jane Temple of blackmail, and I don't believe it. She'd have starved to death first.
I'd like to agree, believe me. But unfortunately, I can still add.
What do you mean?
For instance, to what I said before, add the name John Gordon.
Who is John Gordon?
I'm not quite sure. But I do know this. Somehow the key to who he is ties into a basement shoe shop in the 100 block on West Main Street. Does that mean anything to you?
No, why should it? Marlowe, why exactly did you come here? Please tell me.
I just did. Well, that's that. Chances are I'll see you again sometime. Good night, Mr. Lockie.
Marlowe, wait. Now, listen. In my business, bad publicity counts. And I've worked awfully hard to...
I know. I went all through that with Mrs. Lockie. Don't worry about me. This time I'm more than willing to let somebody else do the talking. When I walked out on Lockie for the second time, things still didn't add up right. Something was missing. In the hall, I passed Elliot Monroe, hanging onto a glass of scotch like it was a streetcar strap. And at the door, Mrs. Lockie ushered me out with a frigid, unsmiling nod. I drove slowly all the way to Main Street, and when I was parked and walking toward Nadella's shoe shop, I began to doubt that the trap I'd set was going to catch anything. Until a long black convertible turned the corner behind me. I ducked into a doorway and waited. It was Jerome Lockie's car, all right. He almost stopped in front of the shoe shop, but suddenly lurched ahead and disappeared around the corner, away from what turned out to be a cop, pounding the beat. I was convinced he'd be back, so when the cop passed me, I ran around to the rear of the shoe shop and down the stairs to a window where I could keep out of sight and still see anything that went on inside. I just settled down for a wait when it came.
Stand still, my fine fellow. Don't move or I'll kill you.
Mr. Elliot Monroe. What do you know about that? Looks like the wrong sucker rose to the bait. Or is this just coincidence?
It's no coincidence, my friend, believe me. While you were in talking to dear Jerry tonight, Vivian was called to the phone. That gave me a chance to listen outside the library door and overhear everything you said. That's why I am here, to protect my interests.
No wonder things didn't add. You're the missing link, typecast at that.
Keep those hands up.
Sure, I couldn't see Jane Temple as a blackmailer, now Jerome Lockie as a killer, but you're playing both parts. For you, that's a cinch.
Aye, but our detective is clever now, isn't he? But just a little late, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. No switches in a one-track mind. Yeah, it's my own fault. Have your fun, Monroe. But tell me one thing. How'd you worm your way into this setup? That was a well-kept secret.
Not to a man with an experienced eye for drama, my good fellow. It started very simply when I recognized Jane Temple on the street one afternoon and befriended her.
Befriended her?
Yes. We reminisced about the good old days in the theater and finally went through her scrapbook together. But there was one clipping that she tried desperately to hide in the binding. Oh, the
Clumsy old fool.
So when she sent the book here to be repaired, it was you who broke in and found that clipping, huh?
Yes, and read it, and put it back before the stupid cobbler discovered me. But I had found the skeleton in the closet, and knew that I could make it rattle long, loud, and lucratively.
Sure. Jane Temple would do the dirty work, put the bite on Lockie.
It would have been perfect, an ideal escape for both of us from the constant humiliation of poverty. There was nothing of woman left in her. All that remained of the great Jane Temple was dusty yesterday in a book bound in leather. Mr. Marlowe, are you afraid to die?
No more than most people?
Oh, well, I'm glad you said that. I had to kill you anyway, but at least you understand. He who kills cuts off so many days of fearing death. Then is death a benefit.
It's the last benefit you'll ever play.
Poor crazy clown.
You know all the answers now, don't you, Marlowe? The whole story.
Yes, Vivian. All except how you showed up here when you did.
I had to. You see, I've always known about Jerry's past. He told me about it before we were married. I knew that was why you came to see him tonight, and when I saw Elliot there listening at the library door, I realized that he must have known, too. When he left the house, I followed him.
Got here in time to save my life.
To be honest, Marlowe, that was incidental. I got here in time to save my life. I hope.
Well, just the same, I'm going to return the favor when the police get here.
You mean you...
I mean there are a lot of things that belong in a dead woman's leather-bound book of memories. No place else. I'm going to do my best to help you and Jerry keep him there.
Oh. Thanks, mister.
Well, that's the way it worked out. One policeman named Matthews got the whole story, but only half of what he found out was entered in the police records. And only as much of that as necessary ever got into the papers. 2 days later, when Jane Temple's funeral was held, it didn't even make the back page. After all, what's news about one Italian cobbler, one private detective, and one hard-boiled agent standing bareheaded before a fresh grave? Even though the cobbler had worked all night, binding a big book in the finest of Morocco leather. Even though the agent, with blinking, moist eyes, closed that book for the last time. And the private detective laid it in the coffin to be buried with her. Yeah. What's news about that?
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Jack Crucian, Bud Whittam, Jay Novello, Lynn Allen, John Daner, and Ted Von Eltz. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
we delay the start of our scheduled program. We have delayed the start of our scheduled program to bring you a bulletin from CBS News. 2 helicopters carrying the United Nations ceasefire team left Kaesong shortly before 9 o'clock Sunday morning Korean time. Communist officers are already in Kaesong to participate in the preliminary ceasefire talks. This bulletin has come to you from CBS News. We now resume our scheduled program.
Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero number 1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 11 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, A Seaside Sabatical.
Wire in my hand said it all. Need your help, urgent. Meet me at 8:30 tonight, Ship's Galley Cafe, Long Beach. Signed, Dale Higgins. The time and the place were known factors, the need for help, the urgency, and most of all, Dale Higgins were unknown. And my hazy recollection of algebra told me that 3 unknowns are mathematically impossible to find. Call it a challenge, call it money, call it a chance for a shore dinner, call it anything you like. But 8:15 found me pulling into a parking lot on Ocean Boulevard, not far from the amusement pier.
Just leave it there. I'll be right with you. Oh, hello, Mr. Marlowe.
Hiya, Red. How's it going?
Oh, great, thanks. What brings you to the capital of Iowa?
Corn. My aim's getting bad, Red. I thought I'd come down to the Pike and try for my limit at a shooting gallery.
Gee, really?
Yeah. Greatest practice in the world. Is it still 35 cents and no questions asked?
Huh? Oh, to park the car. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, kid, keep it.
Oh, thanks. Hey, mind if I recommend the Quick Quack?
How's that again?
Used to be the Dead Duck. Best shooting gallery on the Pike from Idaho.
Oh, that Quick Quack. Oh, sure. Anybody be a fool to go anywhere else,
Yeah,
huh?
my sentiments exactly.
See you, Red.
You bet, Mr. Marlowe.
Red's a nice kid. His name was a natural. He was blonde. I bobbed along Ocean Boulevard in a direction that instinct and a blaring blue neon sign indicated would lead me on course to the ship's galley. The night was muggy and close. You wore it like an extra coat. And the ocean breeze I'd anticipated had retired in favor of alternate waves of fog that rolled in, engulfed you for a moment, and as suddenly rolled out again. I was very nearly on time for my 8:30 appointment with Dale Higgins as I turned blue beneath the ship's galley neon and stepped inside to be greeted by tight little groups of faces that opened and closed to admit food, drink, and talk, all indigo. The door behind me closed on 2 thoughts. My dreams of a shore dinner were blasted, and the ship's galley emerged as the last place in the world for anyone in need of urgent help to discuss his problems. But then, I didn't know Dale Higgins.
Are you Philip Marlowe by any chance?
That's right.
Yeah, it looked like you were looking for someone. I'm Higgins.
Oh, how are you, Higgins? Do we talk here?
Probably not very well.
No.
Walk along the beach?
Oh, fine. Oh. Say, Higgins, did you ever wonder why people pack into hot little rooms on a night like this?
Oh, you mean the ship's galley?
Yeah.
Well, philosophy is not my business, Marlowe.
What is?
Well, I don't quite know how to tell you, I guess.
Well, your wire said urgent. That's good enough for openers.
Yes, well, the truth is, I was a little quick sending that wire.
Oh?
I was pretty upset about a situation at the time, but things have resolved themselves now, and I won't require any help.
Uh-huh. Well, you ought to know.
I expect to pay you, of course, the trip down and your customary fee.
That'll be $25 a day in expenses. 7 cents a mile for 23 miles, and, oh, yeah, 35 cents for parking my car.
7 times 23, $1.60, 61, $35.
$1.96. $26.96 altogether.
Is cash all right, I suppose?
It always has been.
Marlowe, I am sorry about this. I didn't set out to bring you on a wild goose chase. Yes, looks like I've got the right amount.
Thanks. Don't worry about it, Higgins. Anybody can change his mind.
Yes, I guess that's right. Well, thanks for your trouble.
Not at all. Yeah, well. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Marlowe! Mr. Marlowe, wait!
I turned in the direction of her voice, but the fog has a cute way of diffusing sound as well as sight. And I realized I wasn't closing in on anything, that the fog was circling me and I was circling it. So I stopped and waited. I listened and heard nothing but the sound of the sea and the faint wheezing of the pike calliope. Then suddenly it hit me. Somewhere along the fog-swept beach, a girl had called my name. And nobody knew I was in Long Beach except Red at the parking lot and Dale Higgins. Yeah, the choice was obvious.
Did she find you okay, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, Red, she did. You tell her where I was?
Oh, I sure. I told her you and me always did our shooting at the Quick Quack.
Good boy. Now tell me who she is.
Who she is?
Yeah.
You mean you don't know her, Mr. Marlowe?
That's the general idea, Red.
Well, I guess she's my age.
This I know. Who is she?
She's...
Yeah.
She's... You want your car, Mr. Marlowe?
No, Red, not now. I think I left something back at the Quick Quack. Everything that was young and pretty along the pike was hanging onto a sailor's arm. Around Gene Arno's Quick Quack, the nearest thing to youth and beauty were the neatly lined 22s poised across the counter.
Try your luck, mister?
No, thanks.
Just lucky, now, not buying.
Yeah. See, I just lost my girl.
Well, don't blow your brains out here. These guns is for shooting ducks.
I see what you mean. We said we'd meet here if we got separated. Have you seen her by any chance?
She's 7-8 feet tall, glandular case. She's 3 stalls down, billed with toothpick.
Thanks so much.
Still just looking, not buying.
Still just look...
Try it from a distance. It looks even better. Go on, bud. Beat it.
I spotted her. At least I'd spotted a frightened fawn of a thing who caught my eye as if we were the only two on the pike. And there was something about her that made me wish we were. I followed her away from the crowded amusement section up the ramp toward Ocean Boulevard. Suddenly, she broke into a run, darted into an alleyway. I wasn't far behind her.
No one saw you, did they? Follow me.
Like who?
He might have. And there may be others. I don't know.
That makes 2 of us. Now, wait a minute. Let's talk, huh?
I saw you meet him. I thought it was you at the parking lot. I saw you meet him, the ship's galley.
Something like you lost in a mob.
I'll kill you, you know. If you're with them, I'll kill you. I've got to before someone kills me. I don't know about
Now, listen,
you.
baby, I'm with you.
Don't come any nearer.
All right.
I can't be seen with you. I can't walk out of here with you. He's around somewhere. I know he is. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you'll help me. You'll have to. There isn't anyone else.
Of course I will.
Well, then look. As soon as you can, get your car. Don't let Val see you now.
Val?
You know Val. Listen, in your car. Meet me at 7th and Anaheim. I'll get there. I'll have to. And then we can talk.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
7th
Hold it.
and Anaheim, Mr. Marlowe. Oh, I'm Dale Higgins.
It was a study in contrast all the way. The din and kaleidoscope of Rainbow Pier against the lonely sound of a foghorn. The gray feel of fog and the dank gray-black of the warehouse district at 7th and Anaheim. An urgent wire signed Dale Higgins. Dale Higgins. And a guy who called himself Higgins. Husband? Lover? What? Well, here we go again, Marlowe. I parked the car and waited. The fog hugged the streetlight, but the sign was intermittently visible. I had the right place. I don't know how long it was before I heard the footsteps, but it was long enough for me to stretch my legs out along the car seat, lean my head back against the door, and feel the damp touch of fog sweep against my face from an open window. I remember starting to turn my head toward the direction of the steps and thinking that Dale had made it in good time.
Oh!
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, just as systematic exercise builds a strong body, so does systematic saving build a strong future. Save systematically for your future and for your country's future with United States defense bonds. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, A Seaside Sabatical.
I could almost hear the chain pulleys clanking the first time I opened my eyes. And it took another game try before the fuzz faded away and the room slowed down to a Lambeth walk. Off somewhere, the faint sound of breakers. And I did the ceiling, the walls, and one corner of an expensively furnished room before I centered on the fuzzy, indeterminate face at my bedside. A kind face, motherly and pleasant. It talked.
I'm Mrs. Higgins.
Oh no.
Yes, I am.
Is everybody in Long Beach named Higgins?
You don't really feel a bit well, do you?
No, not really.
Oh, we're awfully sorry, Mr. Marlowe. I know when Dale realizes what she's done, she'll be sorry, too.
Yeah, I suppose. Dale beaned me? What, with a pier?
She's often violent, I'm afraid. Such a high-strung girl. Gives way so easily, you know.
Yeah.
Imagines all sorts of things and then, well, just gives way.
Yeah.
But I won't worry you with that. Dale's my problem.
Uh-huh.
I won't worry you with anything, Mr. Marlowe. Just you get a nice rest.
I'm a cinch.
We'll pay whatever damages there are, of course. But I won't hear of you leaving now until you're much better.
Oh. Hey. The mother of the Higgins clan had locked the door and walked away. My head felt big and woozy and rammed down into my neck. I was not in the pink. Mother Higgins had ordered a nice rest, and it looked like I'd need it. But I don't like strange rooms and locked doors and high-strung girls who give way. I was still trying to get out of bed when another door clicked slowly open on the other side of the room. My little frightened fawn was back, and my head hurt.
I heard Marie with you. That's how I knew you were here. Oh, poor Mr. Marlowe. Did they hurt you?
They sure did.
It wouldn't do, you know, if they found me talking to you. I feel better now that you're here.
I wish I did.
What happened to you, do you know?
I have a rough idea. Say, honey, how much do you weigh?
105 when I left the convent, but that's not important. Listen, I can't stay long.
You know, a romance with you would be rough.
Please, Mr. Marlowe. They're going to kill me. Val and Marie,
All right. Now settle down.
They are, and I don't know why. Maybe if I knew why, I'd understand.
Yeah, but listen,
I didn't even know Val then.
Val?
Val Nichols, a friend of Marie's. She sent him to the boat to meet me, and ever since then I just know they are going to kill me.
Dale, listen to me. I don't know Val. As a matter of fact, until you told me, I thought his name was Higgins, and I don't know Marie. What makes you think they're going to kill you?
You met Val last night. The ship's galley. You talked to him. And Marie was just here. Oh, don't try to confuse me. You're all I have.
All right, honey, but tell me, isn't Marie your mother?
My stepmother. Daddy's dead. And when I got off the Orange Coast the other night, whenever it was, there was Val.
The Orange Coast?
That's how I came back. Mr. Marlowe, you're not trying to understand. If you won't help me, he's coming. Don't let him.
I hope that you're not bothering Mr. Marlowe, Dale.
No, I'm not. He asked me to come in. He likes me.
Well, of course he does, dear. We all do.
No.
Feeling better, Mr. Marlowe?
The worst way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come, Dale. Let's let Mr. Marlowe rest. Oh, you could use a little rest yourself, my dear.
No. He wants me to stay. I'm not bothering.
Well, you're not bothering at all, honey, but maybe it would be better if you come back a little later.
Yes, of course it would, dear. Now, come along now.
I can come back, though, Mr. Marlowe. You promise?
Sure.
Well, if you promise, I know you'll keep it. Never mind, Val. I came in alone, you know. I can find my way out.
She's sweet.
She's sick. A very sick young lady, Marlowe. Troubled, confused.
She's got nothing on me. Now, look, what is this all about? I don't know what day it is, what I'm doing here, who you are, anything.
Well, it should all have ended with our meeting at the ship's galley last evening, Marlowe.
You're not clearing anything up for me, you know.
You've seen her, talked to her. You must realize that she imagines things. Right now, she imagines that she's been away from here a long time, that she came back a few days ago upon a ship, that her mother and I want to kill her.
She did send me the wire,
Oh,
though.
yes. Well, we had no idea one of her spells was coming on. We left her for a short time yesterday. The switchboard has its instructions, of course, and they reported it to Mrs. Higgins when we returned. So we thought it best if I met you and...
Called me off.
It's not in your line, Marlowe.
You're right. I'm going to keep it that way, too.
Mrs. Higgins realizes that she's going to have to do something about Dale. Institution, perhaps, some long-range treatment at any rate. Dale was in no condition to be running around last night playing mysteries. Taking up your time.
Whoever hit me in the head last night was in pretty good condition.
Well, if I had gotten there 2 minutes sooner, I could have spared you all that.
You were following her?
No. I was coming back from my boat. I had gone down to the harbor after I left you.
Oh.
Yes, on the way back, I just happened to see Dale, and knowing the state she was in, I followed her, of course.
I see. She doesn't know she hit me, does she?
I don't believe that she has the slightest idea what happened.
Things started swimming again. Val Nichols became part of the draperies. I was trying to think, but it hurt. Everything hurt. The chain pulleys were lowering my eyelids again. And that was all for a while. The next time I tried, I was more successful. The sunlight was streaming in the room. The clock on the night table, visible for the first time, said it was almost noon. So I got up. It was still pretty fuzzy on the edges, but I found my clothes hung neatly in the closet. Managed to get them on in the right order and made it to the door that had been locked before, but it wasn't this time.
Mr. Marlowe, you shouldn't be up.
Well, I'm always flying in the face of great odds, Mrs. Higgins. Bill's character.
Even so, you should stay in bed a while.
Oh, really, I'm fine, thanks.
But you're not leaving. I won't think of it. You'll lunch with us at least.
No, really. I've got to go, but I'd like to see Dale first. I sort of promised her I would.
Oh, my. She's sleeping, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh?
We gave her a sedative. Doctor's orders, of course. She's had such a trying time, you know.
I wouldn't want to disturb her, no. But maybe I can call later,
Oh,
huh?
that would be so thoughtful of you. I know she'll be disappointed at not seeing you, but Oh, Val,
Up and about so soon, Marlowe?
Yes,
Was she sleeping, isn't she, Val? The sedative and all. I mean, I was just telling Mr. Marlowe that...
Yes. She's resting very well, Marie. Now, don't fret about her. Well, I'll take you to your car, Marlowe.
Oh, yes. Well, Mrs. Higgins, it's been...
It's been downright dreadful, and I know it, Mr. Marlowe. If I can do anything to right this terrible wrong, please let me know.
Well, if I can think of anything, I'll let you know. Goodbye, Mrs. Higgins. Tell Dale goodbye for me, will you?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I will. Well, it looks like another lovely day, doesn't it?
I followed Val Nichols' lead to an elevator, and for the first time discovered that I was in an apartment hotel on a different stretch of Ocean Boulevard than the one I'd grown to loathe the night before. Val filled in a few last details as he walked me to my car in the underground garage. Seems he'd driven Dale and me to the apartment from 7th and Anaheim in my car and sent a lackey back for his. It fit. We shook hands, and that hurt my head, too. I drove off. Somewhere in the harbor district, the need for coffee and a few lungful of ocean air forced my hand. I parked the car and found both in a ship-shaped spot with a clear view of the docks. The first cup cleared my head, and the second one down near cleared the counter.
Hey, watch it.
I am. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It'll wipe up. How about you? Get any on you?
No, I don't think so. You know anything about ship schedules?
Like what?
Like that first one out there at anchor.
The Orange Coast?
Yeah.
Well, seems to me she landed 3 or 4 nights ago. Don't know how long she'll be tied up. She's a fruit boat, though. Their office is just a block from here.
Oh?
More than likely, they're booked solid, but if you want to check...
Yes, Mr. Marlowe, there was
was a passenger Higgins on the Orange Coast when it docked Tuesday. Miss Higgins it was. Miss Dale Higgins, according to our records.
Any record of where she boarded the boat?
Let's see now. Oh, yes, at Macapa.
Macapa?
Brazil.
Macapa, Brazil. Was she traveling alone by any chance?
I really don't know. There's nothing here to
Any other Higginses aboard?
No.
How about a passenger named Nichols? Any chance of that?
No Nichols either.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks very much. It was my turn to send a wire, only it was a cable this time. And it was going to be a while between answers, so I checked into a nice, clean, inconspicuous hotel. Had some food and a half bottle of aspirin and placed 2 phone calls. Dale Higgins was still resting comfortably, according to her stepmother. But Muff Benjamin was still willing to do anything for a buck. He was there in no time.
I heard you were here, Ma. Something big?
Could be. You tell me. You're the guy who hears things.
About you being here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know how it goes. People see people tell people. It's nothing.
Yeah, I know. It happens all the time. Now, look, Muff, I gotta know things quick.
Well, I...
For money.
Who and what?
All right. I get this. The name is Higgins. Man old enough to have an 18-year-old daughter. I don't know his first name. He's dead, I think. But the daughter's name is Dale. You got that? And the wife that's surviving is called Marie. They have an apartment on Ocean Boulevard, the Shore, I think it is.
I got it.
Okay. Now, a guy named Val Nichols, check on him, too. And if Higgins is dead, find out about a will.
I'm ahead of you.
Good. Get back as soon as you can, huh?
You double the dough, I'll double the speed.
You're double. Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please.
Speaking.
I have a reply to your cable to Macapa, Brazil.
Oh, good. Give it to me slow, huh?
Dale Higgins, accompanied to boat by nun.
None?
Order of the Holy Cross has convent near here. Suggest you check there. Signed Emerson Ward, Macapa Fruit Exporting Company.
Did you say Order of the Holy Cross?
That's right. Do you wish to send a reply?
No. Well, not yet, anyway. Thanks. So you see, Father, if you could help me contact the convent in Brazil, I could find out how long Dale was a student there. That might shed some light on the situation, huh?
I see. I'm not schooled in your ways, Mr. Marlowe. Still, we're both seekers after truth, aren't we? In this case, a very specific truth.
That's right, Father.
I want to help, of course. Your cable said this was a Sisters of the Holy Cross convent?
Yes. If there were any way we could call down there, you see, Father, time's pretty important.
If it's possible, we shall call, my son. Meanwhile, our prayers are with Miss Higgins. Come, Mr. Marlowe.
My prayers were with the phone company, too, and with Muff, and, of course, Dale. Because if her version of things were true, she was in real trouble. And until I knew what it was for, there was very little I could do for her.
Was the information from the sisters helpful, Mr. Marlowe?
Well, they were very cooperative, Father. Dale's been a student there for almost 7 years, winter and summer. Her stepmother visited her every day, but Dale never left the convent until 2 weeks ago. Maybe it all fits, huh?
I'll bless her, my son.
Thank you, Father. And thank the Sisters of the Holy Cross. Muff Benjamin was waiting at my hotel when I got back. It was another study in contrasts. So far, I dealt with a priest, an informer, and a sister superior. And together, we were all coming close to an answer.
His name was Dale Higgins, too, the doll's father. Died 7 years ago, loaded.
Yeah?
Left his second wife, Maria, good income. But the big load went to the kid.
All right, what'd you get on Val Nichols?
Oh, he's a bad one.
Yeah?
Specialty is knocking down rich widows. Currently fraternizing with this Marie Higgins thing.
Bless you, Muff.
Huh?
I mean, here's your dough.
You do look so much better than when you left, Mr. Marlowe.
Really? Is Dale still sleeping?
Why, yes.
I think I'll look in on her, huh?
No, I mean, I'd rather you didn't.
Where is she, Mrs. Higgins?
Mr. Marlowe, you have no...
I wonder if she liked it at the convent.
What?
7 years is a long time to be away from home. A lot of things can happen in 7 years, you know, Mrs. Higgins. You can even end up legally dead.
Why, I'm sure I don't have any idea.
Dale's dad must have thought a lot of her. I'll bet she was pretty close to him, too.
She was. Mr. Marlowe, what are you...
You tell me, Mrs. Higgins.
There's nothing to tell.
Dale seems to think there is. Which room is hers?
She isn't here. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, don't ask any more.
Oh, she's with Val, huh?
On his boat. Oh, how did this ever happen? I didn't want it this way. I thought if she could have been declared legally dead, I'd have taken care of her. I mean, kept her there in the convent. No one knew she was there but Val.
Val had to have her really dead. Is that expensive, Mrs. Higgins?
Oh, help her, Mr. Marlowe. He'll do it this time. He'll kill her, I know. Believe me, I don't want
How long have they been gone?
Not long. Half an hour, maybe, but no longer. I'll go with you.
Marie really cracked on the way to the harbor. It was going to be a fishing accident in the channel. And Val would get away with it, too, unless we found something that could outpower his 30-footer. It was called the Queen Marie, one guess who had given it to him. I found the boat I needed, all right, but the skipper seemed reluctant to go for it.
Wildest thing I ever heard of.
I tell you, it's a matter of life and death.
The Coast Guard can't go on every...
Look, a month ago we needed you off Balboa when our motor conked out and you came.
But we've received no distress call from the Queen Marie.
What do you think this is I'm giving you?
Please, don't waste time talking.
All right, come on, how about it?
Okay, but if this isn't on the level, you're in some trouble, Marlowe.
By the time we'd cleared the harbor, I knew Val didn't have a chance. Every boat in the area had been alerted. I didn't know about Dale, though. I just hoped the sedative Val had given her was merciful. The Coast Guard took care of Val once we came alongside the Queen Marie, and I took care of Dale. She was in the galley, tied securely. Still dopey, but she came around after a while.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you...
Take it easy, baby. You're okay.
I was afraid you'd forgotten your promise.
No.
But you didn't, did you?
It was night now, and the lights that stretched out along the shore looked friendly and warm. Friendly and warm. I wonder when people are going to realize that the only happiness there is in the world is what they can give each other. Happiness, that is. Not a stab in the back. But you know, there's one thing about me. Yeah, I have to admit it. I'm an optimistic fella.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, John Daner, Irene Tedrow, and Lee Millar, with Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, Lou Krugman, Donna Hayner, and Stan Waxman. Gerald Moore may soon be seen in the Santana production Sirocco. The special music is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time an old lady got taken for a new kind of ride by a new kind of chauffeur. And I got involved up to a gun in my ribs. All because I decided to spend a quiet day at home.
Don't miss Broadway's My Beat, featuring Detective Danny Clovers, the cop who knows every character, every star, every crook frequenting the Great White Way. It's tomorrow night at the Star's address. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS. Hear Horace Hyde every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero #1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 9 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Dear Dead Days.
I stood at the window and looked down at the Saturday morning traffic. 1,000 inchworms playing follow the leader to the beach, to the mountains, to Aunt Millie's, to any place. I had time, a book. There was food in the refrigerator and a coffee cup in my hand. Across the room, there was an easy chair, cigarettes on the table beside it. The clock said it was 9:15. I hadn't shaved, and I wasn't going to. It was Saturday all day, and it was mine. Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yeah, here it is. She was the most breathtaking thing he'd ever seen. She lay back on the divan, stretched, smiled languorously up at it. Oh, no. Okay. Hello.
Mr. Marlowe? Mr. Philip Marlowe?
Speaking.
You don't know me, Mr. Marlowe. My name is Phoebe Cardwell. Mrs. Phoebe Cardwell.
Yeah?
Well, I thought perhaps the name would mean something to you.
Cardwell? No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, well, no matter. You do help people, don't you? I mean, if someone is missing, you find them.
Well, sometimes, Mrs. Cardwell. It all depends. Have you checked the police?
Oh, no, my dear, no, I wouldn't think of that.
Oh?
You see, it's Stevens, my chauffeur. Oh, well, now I mustn't mislead you. Strictly speaking, he is not my chauffeur.
But strictly speaking, he is missing.
Yes, at least he seems to be, and I don't trust phones entirely, Mr. Marlowe. I couldn't even have called you except Matilda went to a friend's, and I do need your help.
Yeah, I see.
If
Well,
you could come out right away. It's most important to me. I live in Venice, Mr. Marlowe. If you drive down Sepulveda to Washington Boulevard.
Well, what do you do? Maybe I thought about my grandmother. Maybe I thought of $25 a day. I don't know. Whatever it was, I joined the inchworm anonymity that was the traffic line to the beach cities. Now, Venice is not a spot to which I normally gravitate, but there was something in Mrs. Phoebe Cardwell's distinguished old voice that told me this was not a Saturday for normalcy. The house was what used to be called a bungalow, and the ramrod little figure waiting for me in the doorway was what used to be called beautiful. Phoebe Cardwell, for all her 75 years, had worn well and knew it.
It's just possible that I didn't make myself entirely clear on the phone, Mr. Marlowe, about Stevens.
Well, he's your chauffeur and he's missing, huh?
He was my chauffeur. It seems like a very long time ago since I've seen him. You see, after Horace died in 1948, Horace was my husband.
Oh.
You see, after Horace died, Stephen stayed on to drive for the family who took our Pasadena house. Oh, he did this with my blessing, of course. Horace, rest him, left me very little, really. I say this with no malice, Mr. Marlowe. Merely to point out that for me to retain Stevens was quite out of the question.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So I moved in with my younger sister, Matilda. She's visiting a friend at the moment. I wouldn't want Matilda to share my concern over Stevens, and I'm sure you'll respect that.
Oh, of course, Mrs. Cardwell.
Thank you.
Now, look, so far as you know, is Stevens still driving for the family who took your house?
Oh, I'm sure he is. He must be. It's just that, well, on Thursdays, his day off, he always brought the limousine over to take me for rides and run my little errands. Oh, understand now. The Brants are fully aware of it.
That's the family he works for.
Who have my home in Pasadena.
And Stevens hasn't been to see you in some time.
In weeks, and not a word, you understand. I find it difficult to tell you precisely how I feel about this, Mr. Marlowe. Stevens is like a son to me. Perhaps he's ill or troubled. Oh, I'd want to know that. I might be able to help.
You phoned, I suppose?
Oh, I'm embarrassed to say how many times. But no answer, none at all. I've a writing desk in my room, Mr. Marlowe. I'll write the Pasadena address and phone number for you. My number, too. Oh, I shan't be a moment now.
I'd seen the ring when I first sat down opposite her. First because it was big, almost massive, on her tiny right hand. Then because it didn't fit the rest of the lavender and old lace picture that she presented. A mass of jade and gold carved with oriental figures. A foreboding thing that reeked quality of its kind and value. After she left, the vases jumped out at me from the mantel. Small, gold, and jade again. And as incongruously out of place as Phoebe Cardwell in Sister Matilda's bungalow.
There. Now, that didn't take long, did it?
Oh, not long at all.
Oh, I like you, Mr. Marlowe. You'll find Stevens for me, I know.
Well, I hope so, Mrs. Cardwell. And if I do, what'll I tell him?
That I want to see him or hear from him. Stevens will understand.
Yeah, well,
Oh, dear.
Huh?
That's Matilda.
Steve, I'm home, dearie.
So I see, my dear. Mr. Marlowe, may I present my sister, Miss Reed?
Miss Reed?
With an eye like Wallace Reed. I'm sure, Mr. Oh, but maybe you don't remember Wally?
Well, I tell you,
Matilda dabbled in theatricals at one time, Mr. Marlowe.
Dabbled in theatricals. I was in pictures in the golden era, Mr. Marlowe, when silence was golden.
Oh, that Wallace Reed, yeah.
Mr. Marlowe's in insurance, my dear, and some younger than we are.
Did you see the covered wagon, Ernst Torrance? I had a big scene with him on the prairie, right by one of the wagon wheels.
No, not first run. I'm waiting for it to come to my neighborhood theater. Matilda was a doll. Real live Cupid doll, but her role in this thing was strictly comedy relief. The drama, if there was any, was Phoebe Cardwell. A missing chauffeur that wasn't hers anymore, and the glaring memory of jade and gold that didn't seem to fit anywhere. Well, I missed the house on Orange Grove Avenue by 2 numbers, parked the car, and walked back. The old Cardwell place was set well back from the street, and its solid red brick looked big, important, and empty.
Nobody home. Nobody home.
At first, I thought there were 3 honey-colored Afghans on the lawn next door. But the one in the middle was talking to me. And as I walked closer, I could see she was by far the prettiest. And undoubtedly something more than man's best friend.
The Brants are at Emerald Bay for the summer. I thought I'd told everyone.
Yeah, well, I'm the one who forgot to ask you. My name's Marlowe.
I'm Kip Harcourt. Margaret Really. Kip's for the reserve section.
Hello, Kip.
I've never seen you before.
Yeah, well, believe me, I'm sorry.
I believe you, Marlowe.
Yeah, I got a first name.
I like Marlowe.
Oh.
Forget about the Brants. Come on and play on this side of the hedge.
I don't know the Pasadena rules.
Same as Texas.
No. Looks like we're going to have to move over.
I'll give Stevens a raise for this.
Thought you said nobody was home.
Stevens doesn't count.
He does with me. Don't move. I want to remember you like this always.
You'll be back, Marlowe?
This you know. Hey, Stevens. Stevens, wait a minute. I'd like to see you.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to talk to you about Mrs. Cardwell.
Is something wrong, sir?
Oh, no. She's fine. I'm Philip Marlowe, Stevens. Is there someplace we can have a visit?
They're upstairs over the garage in my quarters, sir. Come along. Mrs. Cardwell isn't ailing, she said.
Oh, no, looked fine when I left it less than an hour ago.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, here we are. Come inside, sir.
Hey, nice place you've got here, Stevens.
It's a bit stuffy in here, I'm afraid. I've been closed up a few days.
Oh.
There now. Sit down, sir.
Thanks. Say, Stevens, Mrs. Cardwell misses you, and you can drop the sir with me. Marlowe will do, huh?
Well, I'll try, sir, Mr. Marlowe. But a habit of 20 years or so, you know.
Sure.
Now, Mrs. Cardwell misses me? Is that what you've come to tell me?
Well, that's about all she told me, Stevens. I understand you skipped a few of your regular Thursday visits with her, and, well, she's concerned about you.
Well, I must say that's generous of her. Of course, it's not been a few visits at all, Mr. Marlowe. I've missed the last 2 Thursdays, and for a quite legitimate reason. My employers, the Brants, have opened their Emerald Bay place.
Yeah, so Kip told me. Miss Harcourt, I mean.
Mrs. Harcourt, sir.
Oh, really? That's too bad.
Is it, sir?
Yeah.
Well, look, Mrs. Cardwell seems like a nice old lady. You know what you mean to her. It's not just you she misses, you understand? It's a way of life, something she was part of and enjoyed. Status, I think they call it. You know, it can be pretty important, Stephen.
I understand that, sir.
Sure you do. You'll give her a break, I know. Call her now that you're back in town. You know, keep in touch, huh?
Yes, Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Don't leave, sir, please. There's something I'd like to ask you.
Stephen seemed like a right guy. Anyway, I was wondering about Kip, Mrs. Harcourt. I had her figured all right, but not for married. I dismissed it at the back of my mind and started casing Stephen's little palace. It was nice enough in the brown to gray motif, neat, tidy, like Stephen's, except for a bunch of packing boxes grouped in the corner behind the divan. And on top of them, 3 items that stopped me cold. A large bowl, a smaller one, and a long oblong box. All a mass of jade and gold carved with oriental figures.
You admire oriental art, Mr. Marlowe?
Not specially. Do you, Stephen?
Not specially, sir.
You said you'd like to ask me something.
Yes, and if I may, sir, I'd appreciate a straight answer.
All my answers are straight, Stevens. It's my questions that get tricky.
I'll remember that, sir. Are you certain you've told me everything Mrs. Cardwell said about me?
Very certain.
Does it strike you as odd, sir, that she'd hire a man of your particular capabilities to deliver the simple message that she misses me?
Matter of fact, it does, Stevens. Strikes me as very odd. I couldn't tell Stevens anymore because I didn't know anymore. It was my turn to ask questions, but I didn't have any yet. I was closing in on a pretty good one as I started down the drive again, but it got lost in the shuffle.
I knew you'd be back, Marlowe.
You always arrive unannounced, don't you, Mrs. Harcourt?
Henry's in Balboa. You're here.
Henry's out of his mind.
Don't you want a drink or something?
Yes, Kip. There is something I want.
Well, come on.
At the moment, a telephone.
Come on anyway. You know, Marlowe, you're an odd one.
Yeah, everybody says so. Yeah.
You're really coming into the house to use the phone, aren't you?
Well, like I said, I'm an odd one. Yeah. Where is it?
To the right in the library.
Thanks.
Are you a friend of Stevens?
Why?
Because you're not a friend of the Brants.
Yeah, well, I'm really a friend of Mrs. Cardwell's.
Phoebe's? Why didn't you say so?
Would it have mattered?
Well, little. I lived next door to Phoebe and Horace for years.
Here?
Here. It's my house. Henry married my money. Poor Phoebe. Horace didn't leave her a thing. No one understood it. Leans against the estate as big as a house.
Big as the Cardwell house?
That's how the Brants got it.
Mm-hmm.
Is she still interested in art, or do you know?
Oh, I think so, only on maybe not such big scale.
Beautiful wings she donated to the museum. I guess she never gets over here anymore.
No, not much. Say, you know, I forgot the name of that museum. She mentioned it.
Live Oak Museum on California Street.
Oh, yeah.
I liked Phoebe. Tell her Kip says hi when you see her.
Yeah, I will.
You still want to use the phone, Marlowe?
I used the phone. I called Phoebe Cardwell, explained Stephen's absence, and gave her Kip's bet. And the case was closed. All I had to do was wait for a check. But all of a sudden, I didn't feel very good about any of it. It was like a hangover. You know, I felt something should make sense, but nothing did. The jade and gold at Phoebe's, the stuff in Stephen's quarters that looked just like it. Was it hers? Did she give it to him? Did he take it? Questions I had, but no answers. I stood there at the window in Kip's library and watched the car pull to a stop in front of the old Cardwell place. Watched a thick little man get out and start to walk up the gravel driveway. I wasn't sure until he walked right past the library window. Then I knew I had the beginnings of all the answers. The thick little man was Fritzy Ott, one of the better fencers around town. And he was on his way to see Stevens. A minute later, Kip told me of empty servants' quarters over her garage. Another minute later, and I was there. The two garages weren't 6 feet apart. And there was lots to hear if you listened. I listened.
But look, Stevie boy, you don't have it all.
That's not quite the point now. Can you dispose of it?
I don't know. 2 things, Stevie boy. 1, collection's a tough defense. Real tough. 2, this isn't the whole deal.
I don't understand.
This isn't the whole deal. Some pieces missing. I've seen pictures of the Sinku collection. Some pieces are missing here.
2 vases and a ring, to be exact.
Yeah, you're right. You got them?
Well, not exactly. I I might be able to get them.
Look, I'm trying to tell you, Stevie boy. One, I'm not even sure I can fence the whole collection. But two, I ain't got a prayer of doing it if it's incomplete. Are you with me there? Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand it. It might take time to obtain the other pieces.
Then you better spend some time, Stevie boy, or we got no arrangement whatsoever. I tell you, I'll nose around, see what's the best deal I can get, providing you deliver the full treatment. You see what you can do about getting it, and we'll meet here tomorrow at noon.
But I really don't think it. Oh, never mind. I've got to have the money. All right. Tomorrow at noon.
You didn't have to hang any signs on it. It was all there, or most of it was. The Sing Coup collection meant very little to me, but it meant money to Stevens and Fritzy Ott. I had an idea it meant something else again to Phoebe Caldwell. And I had another idea. The Live Oak Museum on California Street and the wing that Phoebe had donated to it. I couldn't risk the delay of a Texas rules bout with Kip, so I skirted the house and ran through the dust to my car. 5 minutes later, I stood in front of the words Live Oak Museum, Percival Wallace, Director, open to visitors 9 to 5 weekdays, 9 to 12 Saturdays, 12 to 5 Sunday afternoon. Oh, nuts.
Not interested in art, Mr. Marlowe?
We've done that bit, Stevens. My answer was not specially.
I dislike dissuading you in this manner, sir, but I'm a quite accurate shot.
You know, I believe that, Stevens.
If I can't persuade you with this warning, I'll not hesitate to use this gun. I'll not hesitate at all, sir.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, now that vacation time is here, our streets and highways are more crowded than ever. Don't take chances. Obey the traffic rules and drive carefully. The life you save may be your own. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Dear Dead Days.
Stevens had a dominant personality for a chauffeur. He could give orders as well as take them. And I'm not a man who's at his best tearing down the nose of an automatic. Now, we told each other a very proper good evening, and he left me with my thoughts, which were several and urgent. I bundled them together and headed for the Times office in downtown L.A. Note, there's just one thing mustier than an old newspaper file. It's the man who filed it.
1948 was a big year, news-wise, Philip. The files are heavy.
Well, how was it obituary-wise, Belton? That should lighten it.
Uh-huh. Local, national, or international?
Local, Pasadena.
Name, address?
Horace Cardwell, Orange Grove Avenue.
Mm-hmm. Cardwell, Horace.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. January 30, 1948. Page 1, Part 2. That's a good spot, page 1, Part 2. Best local obit spot in the paper.
Oh, I'll bet Horace was proud like anything. Oh. Let's see here. Candy. Oh, here it is.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cardwell is survived by his wife, Phoebe Reed Cardwell, at home. Period. Nothing. Hey, Belton, you got one for her?
Her?
Phoebe Cardwell.
When'd she go?
She hasn't.
She's somebody?
She's somebody. Cardwell, Mrs. Horace, parenthesis, Phoebe Reed, close parenthesis, Triad Belton.
All right. She could be more. She'll never make Part 2, page 1 at this rate.
Yeah, that's too bad, but read it anyway, huh?
Born Waterloo, Iowa, June 7th, 1876. She's Gemini, Philip.
That's wonderful. Will you just read?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Married Horace Caldwell. So. Moved to California. She was so. Oh, chairman of Art and Culture Committee, Live Oak Museum, Pasadena.
That's it. Go ahead.
Traveled extensively all over the world. Brought back many valuable paintings and objects d'art.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
Mm-hmm. To the museum. Most famous of which is Sing Woo collection of jade. And, well, that's about it, Philip.
I love you, Belton. Thanks. So Phoebe had brought the Singwoo Jade collection to Live Oak Museum in the first place. Now she had some of it, Stevens had more. And Fritzy Ott was even now nosing around for a taker. Where did that leave the museum? Nowhere, so far as I knew. Except closed till noon tomorrow, Sunday. And noon tomorrow, Sunday, would be too late. Fritzy and Stevens would be together by that time. Note: Percival Wallace is a quiet little man who doesn't like to talk to private eyes about museum business at home or anywhere.
The museum has operated for 30 years, Mr. Marlowe, and not one shred of notoriety. Not one shred.
Well, I think we can keep the record clean, Mr. Wallace. All I want to know is when the Singwoo collection was stolen from the museum.
I didn't say it was stolen. I said we no longer had it.
Okay, you no longer have it. How long have you no longer had it?
Well, it was since Christmas week, 1947.
Would you notify the police?
Certainly not.
Why?
Mr. Marlowe, I tried to tell you, not one shred of notoriety in 30 years.
Yeah, but it's a valuable collection, and it's missing.
The board of directors did subscribe to a reward, Mr. Marlowe. Only a fraction of the Singwoo's real worth, of course. A mere $20,000. But, of course, this was done very quietly. Very quietly.
So quietly, nobody knows about it. All right, tell me, did Mrs. Cardwell contribute to the reward?
I don't recall.
And you wouldn't say if she did. Thanks, Mr. Wallace. You're just downright bully. I got to Phoebe Cardwell's small bungalow in Venice in time to see a liveried limousine pull away from the curb. A few minutes after it got lost with the rest of the inchworms, the light-up-at-night variety, Mrs. Cardwell ushered me into the living room. When she turned on the lights, everything in the room jumped out at me again. The pink dogs, the blue cats, the souvenir pillows. But the most notable things in the room were the jade and gold vases that were gone from the mantel, and the jade and gold ring that was missing from Phoebe Cardwell's old hand.
This is delightful, Mr. Marlowe. Genuinely delightful.
Yeah, well, I was afraid it might be a little too late to call.
Oh, ordinarily, yes. Oh, but not tonight. Why, you just missed him, Stevens. He came back and took me for a drive. I just this minute got home.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, thanks to you, Mr. Marlowe. I'm so grateful. He hadn't forgotten about me, you know. No, he'd been busy.
Oh, sure, yeah. I bet he has.
I'm embarrassed not to have mentioned it sooner, but I have your money for you. Your fee.
Oh, there's no hurry, honey. In fact, I've done so little that I...
No, I won't hear that. I'll pay you in full, of course.
All right. Say, this morning I was admiring your ring and the vases on the mantel.
Were you indeed?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad. They're quite nice, you know.
Yes, they were. Did you give them to Stevens, Mrs. Cardwell?
I beg your pardon?
Did you give them to Stevens?
Why, really, Mr. Marlowe, you surprise me. That is none of your affair, you know.
I'm a curious fellow.
I secured your services to perform a specific task. You've done that. I certainly do not intend to discuss Stevens or anything pertaining to him with you, Mr. Marlowe.
All right. We'll leave it that way, huh?
Not a word of any of this to Matilda now.
All right.
Phoebe, dear. Oh, and Mr. Marlowe again.
Yeah, I was just leaving.
I told the girls at the club all about you, and I am right, aren't I? You are Julia Marlowe's son.
Julia Marlowe,
The actress. She played Barbara Fritchie for years.
She did. Well, I'm sorry, but there are no Fritchies in our families for years, either side.
Really, Matilda, Mr. Marlowe's busy. He was just leaving.
Yes, wasn't I?
Philip Fritchie Marlowe. Oh, 'twould have been a beautiful name.
The lights in Kip Harcourt's house were off when I got back to Pasadena. Those in Stevens' quarters above the garage were still on. It was better that way. I wasn't worried about Stevens' automatic anymore. There was a very good chance he wouldn't use it. Hey, Stevens, it's Marlowe. Open up.
Apparently, I didn't make myself clear, Mr. Marlowe, sir.
If you still want to try your aim when I finish talking, I'll be a willing target.
Come in, sir.
It's almost midnight. You're meeting Fritzy at noon tomorrow. We're going to have to work fast.
I warned you to stay out of it, Mr. Marlowe.
Now, listen, Stevens, hear this. I know about a lot of it, and I got some good guesses on the rest. Let's make a deal. I'll tell you what I know and what I guess. If I'm right, you can get in touch with Fritzy tonight.
And if you're wrong?
Well, if I'm wrong, one of us deserves to be killed.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Horace Cardwell was a wealthy man, a very wealthy man. He was a good businessman, and he loved his wife very much.
That's right, sir.
When he died, there was almost no money. A small amount maybe for Phoebe, but the house, everything in it, the cars, everything went to pay off debts, liens against the estate.
What else do you know?
That Phoebe Cardwell contributed a wing to the Live Oak Museum. That she brought art treasures from all over the world to put in it, including the Singwoo Jade collection. that the collection's been missing from the Cardwell wing since Christmas 1947. Horace died of a cerebral hemorrhage in January 1948. And nobody wants to talk about who took the collection, least of all the people at the Live Oak Museum.
And what do you guess from all this, sir?
That a man, even a very wealthy man, can run out of money. Especially if he has a wife who's a wonderful woman with an eye and a hand for expensive art treasures. Phoebe's sick, Stevens. Kleptomania is an illness.
I know, sir. It's been such a well-guarded secret. It took all Mr. Horace had to pay for the things she took. People to watch her, keep track of her. You know her, sir. He couldn't bear to get help for her, psychiatric help. Now, she needs money, just to live on. She has so little, and...
You love her very much, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Well, she can't have too many more years, Stevens, and $20,000 is a lot of money.
$20,000, Mr. Marlowe?
Now, look, Stevens. You called it a well-guarded secret. Believe me, it was, and it is. Even those of you who've been protecting Phoebe all these years haven't leveled with each other. How she moved the collection out of there, I'll never know, but the museum's had a $20,000 reward for its return for several years.
Well, I didn't know that, sir.
I know you didn't. And it suddenly dawns on me that Phoebe's been handing you the Singwoo collection bit by bit, ever since she, came by it. Maybe an appreciation for your years of faithful service, huh?
Well, she said it might come in handy, sir, if I ever needed money. If I needed money, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, I know, Stevens. Hey, you got a conflict tomorrow. You can't be here meeting Fritzy and be at the Live Oak Museum when it opens at noon, too.
Well, I'll call Fritzy. Tell him our arrangement is off.
And Stevens, can't you just see Percival Wallace's face tomorrow when he eyes the Singwoo collection again? Footnote to a happy ending. By 12:30 Sunday afternoon, the museum had the collection. Stevens had a certified check for $20,000, and we had an understanding that Phoebe Cardwell would suddenly discover that Horace had left her some money after all. $20,000 in a checking account that had somehow been overlooked till now. Oh, well, the rest of Sunday was all mine. And I stood at my window and looked down on 1,000 inchworms playing Follow the Leader. Back from the beach, the mountains, from Aunt Millie's, from anywhere. All kinds of people. Nice people. Not so nice people. Dames like Kip, whose husbands took trips. Sweet, harmless old ladies. Who took collections. Oh, well. Where's that book? Oh, yeah. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, here it is. She was the most breathtaking thing he'd ever seen. She lay back on the divan, stretched, and smiled languorously up at him.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and was written for radio tonight by Kathleen Height and Adrian Jondeau. Featured in the cast were Verna Felton, Bill Johnstone, and Lynn Allen, with Ann Morrison, Ralph Moody, Jerry Hausner, and Sidney Miller. Gerald Moore may soon be seen in the Santana production, Sirocco. The special music is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a pair of green eyes held a promise. A house on Bedford Drive held a murder. A Malibu motel held a secret. And I almost held the sack.
Songbird Evelyn Knight, a favorite CBS singing star, helps out vocally on The Mario Lanza Show tomorrow evening on most of these same CBS stations. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS. Hear Horace Hyde every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.